Welcome everybody to Hyper Game Dev. My name is Liz, and today I want to share my learning process with you. Let's get into that. Hello, this is Godot that we got behind us here. I am here to learn. I'm just here to learn. That's all I'm here to do. And I may not learn in the way that you learn, but that's okay. That's what we are okay with. We like that. We like that here. We like different ways of learning here. And so what I've been working on is a narrative type game. It's barely a narrative type game at this point. It's a strong work in progress. We got a first-person character that moves around. We can walk up to these guys, we can press the action button and it opens it up. We can also exit it, and they all have different names. That's what we got. Now we also can change which option we have here. Now this is the crux of today's stream, because last week something that I did was I used GDScript code entirely to have us focus these different buttons. So that's really cool, that's really wonderful. But then it turns out that there's another way to do it, an alternative way to do it, that uses, since we're using these UI control nodes, evidently. So if I come to the buttons here, evidently we have some focus neighboring options right here. So we have these focus neighboring options will allow us to assign what buttons are to the left, what buttons are above, what buttons are to the right, and then we can have the focus work that way. And so, you know, on one hand, I do want to kind of try to decide, is this the way that we actually want to, that I want to proceed working on this game, or do I want to see how this stuff works, that is, say, the built-in stuff. Now, I'm brand new to text code. I just started learning text code. I'm a little baby. I'm just super new to honestly, game dev in general. And so, you know, there's just a lot of experiments that I'm here doing, trying to learn things. Apparently, my Google Chrome is gone. Let's see if we can find that. There we go. I don't know why my Google Chrome shortcut is gone. Google Chrome uninstalled itself? That's cool. Oh, good. No, I don't need that. There's a lot of things I need. I guess the internet isn't one of them. Cool. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Google. Cool. So I guess I'll use Edge. I guess we're using the Edge browser today. Okay, cool. Didn't expect that. But I'm gonna look at some tutorials online, just kind of briefly outlining how the UI built-in features work, and I'm gonna decide if they're worth using. So by the end of the stream, what we should have figured out is two things. Number one, am I going to commit to using the text code version of hovering over buttons, or am I going to forget all this and learn how to do the built-in UI functionality? And then whichever I decide, I would like, well, if we decide to do this functionality, then we're probably gonna, at best, get back to this point where we can select these options. If I decide to stick with the text code, then I would say we can move forward with opening these menus into something else, which means I'm probably not going to want to use the menu button node anymore. I'm probably going to want to use just a regular panel with text, and then we'll just make our own menu that pops up. All right, so that's what I'm planning today. Let me look at some tutorials. Really thought we were going with Google Chrome today, but we're not. So cool. How do you, I don't usually, okay. All right. No, it's fine. There's the internet, so we're good. So let's see. Godot, I'm gonna look up neighbor, not hello neighbor, Godot neighbor focus UI. And let's see if that gives us some clues about what we really want. By the way, if you are not subscribed to this channel yet, I hope you will consider subscribing. I stream every weekday, besides when I take breaks, but for the most part, I stream every weekday here on YouTube. I do different game engines every day, except for Thursdays. I do Godot. Okay, I don't do it. I mean, Monday I do Unreal. Tuesday I do a different engine every time, sometimes. Wednesday I do usually GDevelop. On Thursdays are Godot. Thursdays are solid for Godot. Every week at 11 a.m. Eastern. And then Fridays I do a game jam. It's a 1 hour game jam. You can join in with any engine you want. So please hit that subscribe button if you are interested. I'd really appreciate it because I got stuff to share with you. I got stuff to share with you, and I want to know what you guys are working on too. So hit that subscribe button, come through, and let me know what projects you're working on. And yeah, come hang out with me. All right. So Godot UI quick start. XUnity friendly guide. That's funny. Oops, let me go back. I didn't mean to open this video yet because I don't know if it's going to be the right video. Let me make sure we got audio set up.
Hello everybody.
Today
I'm gonna show you how you can make your UI look
all right, hold on.
way better.
Hold on.
In Godot.
What is it auto playing?
0.1.
Stop this.
Yes. So I
didn't open a video. I just like started auto playing a video. So we've got this one. I really wanted to have the neighbors stuff, you know, because that's specifically what I'm interested in. And I don't know that there is any of these. You might just have to look it up, you know, and read stuff. That might be the best way to do it. Oh, here's something. Text input tips, autofocus, caret. Now, this is more for if you want the player to input text, right? This is interesting. These are all a couple years old, so I don't want to necessarily lean on that, but it might be the same. It might be the same. Handles most of it automatic, controlling a UI with a gamepad or keyboard. I mean, it is kind of what I'm interested in. Let me see what this one does for us. This is a video by Iacnes.
Hi, this is just a quick video to show how you can make Godot menus or basically any UI.
Well, we're using Edge. That's the speed we're going to get.
Gamepad, game controller, or keyboard or whatever to control it. It is actually really quite simple. So what I'm gonna do is, let's make a... I'm just in a regular control node, empty scene. Let's make a VBox container. Add some buttons to it.
Up a little bit.
I'll just duplicate that a few times so it's next to each other. Maybe get a center container. Position this stuff nicely. And the buttons make sure to get some text. Bam, 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 bam. And I guess while I'm at it, I can also get an HBox container. And add all the buttons in here, and bam, 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 bam. So now we have a whole bunch of menu things going on. And now, yeah, let me just start the scene. So now when I try to do something, first of all, nothing happens. Like I have my gamepad plugged in.
Okay, this is not helping
buttons,
me
nothing's
too
gonna happen.
much.
But by default, let's check the project settings. By default, what we can do is
This is not helping.
So now if you run it, this one is
alright, moving
here.
on. Different one. Not what I'm looking for. I make a main menu. 12 minutes. See what we got. Rapid fire.
Hey, it's time to learn how to do a simple main menu. We will also add the keyboard focus with the hammer effect. In this case, that will be the hammer effect.
Last one was really
Let's go.
quiet.
We'll
so
start with a simple plan.
loud.
We need to split our screen using VBox container
I
control.
hope you'll
It's a special
forgive
node to
me.
hold other controls in the vertical order. In general, the control nodes
Rest in peace, your ears.
are used for the UI elements like buttons, texture buttons, labels, and so on. Our main VBox container will have a center containers to center all elements inside. In our case, it will be just a main title label. The second part of the main VBox container will be another VBox container to hold the buttons. It will... In the script, we have two exported values. The first one is a text that will be displayed on the screen. The second is a margin space from the middle of the texture button for the arrows. But I will back to this in a moment.
None of this is really talking about it.
Show
I feel like we
arrows
have to
and
look
set
it
focus
up.
mode true. So
I feel like we have to look it up. Godot neighbor focus. I don't feel confident that these are gonna really talk about this. Keyboard navigation focus. Honestly, like, you know, I'm really leaning away from bothering with this. You know, I'm wondering if it's possible to prevent control from losing focus. You know, and then it's so much of it is still code anyway. I just kind of, you know what? I'm bored with this. I'm super bored with this, guys. I'm here to share my learning process with you, and my learning process is forget all this. Forget all this. I don't want to do it. Code versus node. I'm doing code. Now look, I'm not a great coder by any stretch of anyone's imagination who could possibly imagine, but I like solving problems and I like figuring things out. So the way I had figured this out before was by setting up a match hover state that's checking for these variable, this variable integer and this variable enum array. And so what it does is it matches the which button is currently being focused, and then it makes it bigger, and then it also sets an integer to a certain number depending on which one is bigger, or which one is on, or hovered over, if you will. It coincides with which one is bigger. And then the way it does that is by adding or subtracting one, and then that value is the integer value, and that integer value correlates with the array, the enumerator. And so, yeah, so that's pretty much how it works, and it seems to work well. I think I'm just gonna do that, because all we have to do is just know, like, which integer is the one that's true. Is it this one? Is it that? I think this is 0, this is 1, this is 2, right? So if it's 2 and you press the activate key, then that's the menu that opens. If it's 1, you press the activate key, it opens. I'm just gonna do that. Code versus node, I'm doing code. I'm bored looking all this up. I just like to get in there. I'm sharing my learning process with you, and that process is just getting in there and doing stuff. And that's what I like coming here to do. I just like getting in here and doing stuff. What about you? How do you like to learn? All right, so let's fix this. So I want to say no more menu buttons, right? So right now we have this, so there's 3 different options. The way this conversation is going to go is you can either respond eagerly, evenly, or distantly. I want to say that this art is all going to change. It's placeholder stuff, programmer art, so that's the way it's going to be for now. And then the idea is that you open up each of these 3 options, and it'll open up 3 more options, and that'll be positive, neutral, or negative. So you can either give a negative eager response, a positive eager response, or a neutral eager response. So it's just these different layers of responses, and then the people will respond depending on that, and then you'll build relationships with them or not, depending on the choices that you make and the personalities of those characters. So I want to press the activate button, right? I'm pressing my E key a bunch of times, and I want that to pop open positive, neutral, and negative. So I think we should do that next. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to move from the menu button system. Oh, let me tell you about the menu button system. So this was the first way I tried doing it, because I thought it was kind of cool that Godot let you do this. So if you can see these have these properties where it opens up positive, neutral, negative. They don't do anything, but in theory they would, right? In theory we can have these take us to different responses or whatever. But I don't really think this is going to be very useful for us, so I'm not going to use it. I do want to say my internet service provider is doing maintenance. My internet service provider is very much doing maintenance. It's unfortunate. I think we're going to switch to another provider in our area soon, but for right now it's pretty much out of my hands. So if you do notice some flimsy internet, the gray, see that gray on the screen, that was not you, that was my internet. So I blame that entirely. Flimsy internet is my ISP, not yours. All right, let me just make sure I put that in the chat, and I'll pin it up just so people have a way of knowing that. So yeah, so I've decided code versus node on my own. I don't really feel like looking at all these tutorials, the documentation. It's not feeling intuitive to me, so that's not what I'm gonna do. But this is what it would have done, right? Is these menu buttons pop up, and we can click these different options. But we're just gonna make this ourselves. So I'm gonna change it so it's not, we don't need it to be a menu button anymore. So I'm gonna come into our dialogue scene here, so you can see what this looks like. Again, not the art I'm gonna stick with, but it's what we got. Let's get some new buttons. So I'm going to add a, let's say a child node, and I'm gonna make it, I guess a panel. I don't know, can a label have a an image background? And to that end, should it? I don't think so. So I'm just gonna add a panel. I'm gonna create that, and we wanna have them be basically the same, right? The only difference is this won't have that functionality. I do want to apologize on behalf of my internet service provider for the glitches that you are experiencing. Okay, we're going to continue though. I'm here to share my process regardless of what that internet wants from us. Now, something that I do run into a lot that really is kind of irritating is the ordering. I find that the ordering doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Oh, is it because this is locked? It's like, you know, to me, all signs point to this panel being above this menu item. But I don't see that happening. Now I will say, I will end this stream if the internet continues to be this flimsy. If the internet doesn't resolve itself soon, I will say we move on, because you know, nobody deserves that. It's really irritating. I don't even know. At some point, guys, you know, I don't even know. Maybe I gotta just like stop streaming. Maybe I gotta stop streaming until I switch my ISP, because it's unacceptable. So, see, this is weird to me because it chooses this over that. Now this one has a. If I open up. Let me close all this stuff over here. You know, we could just delete it and move on, but, you know, it is a curiosity that I have, and I would like to follow that a little bit. So if I look through here, this is layout, theme overrides, here we go, ordering, right here. So here we have z-index of 0, right? And this panel has a z-index of 0 as well. If I give it a z-index of 10, right? Z-index 10. To me, by all accounts, this should be above. Now, we do have a little warning here. Changing the z-index only affects the drawing order, not the input event handling order. Okay. Don't know what that means. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means! Let's look it up. Godot, changing Z order. What were some of the keywords in there? We had drawing handling. Drawing handling. Okay. Z-index, the only drawing order option for a drawing node. What's the best way to deal with draw order? Changing control Z index pushes unnecessary. Man. Alright. Apologies for the ISP. I want to be able to draw a character between thing and one of the. See, I don't really care about drawing. I care more about. You could try canvas layer if you care about the draw order. Thanks for another alternative. I think for my case, canvas layer present the same problem as z-index because I'll still be needing to specify the canvas. See, this is not helping me. This is not helping me. You know, I could look at the documentation, but I don't think. I think the documentation is more for so it doesn't have anything about ordering in here. All right, I guess I just stopped caring and I just don't worry about it. I mean, what's the point of being able to change the Z order if it's just going to give me an error and it doesn't do something? Just don't fully understand what any of this means. I think for all there is to say about Godot that's really nice about it, I think it has some things that really frustrate me that I wish were better. Z-index on control nodes. Okay, let me see what this says. Let me see what this is. Let me dig a little harder. You can use a canvas layer to make the parent nodes. Okay, so maybe we need to do this canvas layer. Try making the control node a child of node TD and change the index of the parent. Interesting. Okay. I mean, I could do that. I could make this button a child. And then, I mean, the parent, it's not really helping me. It's not really helping me. I mean, the z-index isn't the other way around. Oh, that definitely visually went underneath. Okay, so I see that visually. I see that this is definitely making a difference visually. If I move this to not be a child here, and I set it to be at a higher order, it does go above. So it's really just like a clicking problem. It's a clicking problem, not a drawing problem. The drawing is going exactly as I want it. It's just hard to click on them. All right, now I feel like I understand that a little better. Okay, good. So what I'm gonna do is I mean, I guess I could just remove it, right? It would be nice if I could. Yeah, that's kind of what I want to do. There we go. That's what I want to do. Just resize it. But we want to use this image, right? So I want to say texture or material or theme override or theme. I think we want theme override, styles, panel, new style box flat. I'm pretty sure this is what we want to do. Or maybe we want to do a load. And then we have UI images. It's empty. Are you sure it's empty? Are you sure it's empty? I would be a little surprised. So then what's this one? If it's empty, then what is this one, pray tell? This is theme overrides, styles. That's not where we're doing that. We're doing this up here with the button icon. And this one, it's all in here. The PNGs are all in here. Who am I? I mean, I noticed that like the icon doesn't appear, so I feel like that might be something else is why that's not loading, because this is looking for a different type of file than what we're doing here. Maybe I want a texture, and then I can load a texture. There it is. Now it appears. Okay, good, good, good. I think that's this one. Beautiful, looking nice. I'm going to stretch it out so it kind of fits right. Maybe if I hold Control or Shift, it will do it proportionally. And I see that it's doing it on this grid that's a little, I mean, it's not the end of the world if it's a little bigger or smaller. Hey, Entropy, have you started anything for the High Pipe Jam? I have. Yes, I have. We're doing Godot today. I have started something for the High Pipe Jam. I don't know where I'll go with it. We'll see how it turns out. I do a High Pipe on Tuesdays, y'all. I tried some different engines the past couple Tuesdays, but they are not as good as High Pipe. So I'll be going back to High Pipe on Tuesdays. Cool. Group selected nodes. Oh, here's Snap. So I don't really want Snap right now. So I'm going to turn off Snap, and let's resize this. Now, this is the old button. I don't really care about the old button. I just want the new one. Yeah, let's make it about that size. Good, good, good. Good enough for me. I'm going to now delete this old one. I'm totally fine with deleting it. I'm going to rename this one. You've barely done anything. Need to get on it. Yeah, I mean, you're going to do great. Like, it's a jam that is, like, suited to your skills. It's suited to your skills. Like leaderboards and high scores, competitiveness. Whatever you make is going to do well. It is. It just is. You'll be all right. I hear you, though. You feel the pressure of wanting to get into it. You're right. Yeah, I literally just started today, and I barely started. And I don't even know if I like what I'm doing. So, but, you know, at this point, winning the High Pipe Game Jams is one of my biggest side hustles right now. So I do kind of need to at least try. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Okay. So this is the new button, Eager. I'm going to make sure we can access the unique name. And I'm going to make a label now. So let's add a child node that has some text on it. And of course, we want that text to be Eager. Wow, that looks super ugly. Hopefully that draws a little better there. Oh my goodness. Look how blurry it looks. That's all right. I think if we go to theme overrides, we can change the font size. So let's do it there. I'm going to say, I think like, okay, maybe not that. Because we're also going to want to update the font size, right? Because that's part of what well, actually, we don't. We're resizing everything. So actually, I don't think we need to actually update the font size. So that's good. Okay, cool. So there's that. I'm kind of curious to know, like, if we don't make any changes, will it just work? I feel like it won't, but what if it will? Oh, it does! Look at that! So the only difference, and this is the beauty of doing code. We can just swap things out, and it's ready to go. Dude, I don't give a crap about anything anyone says about using the built-in features, because you know what? I'm just trying to do it my way. I'm trying to share my learning process with you, and you know what? I like doing it with the code because it's pretty cool. Now, I do need to change the anchor point so it comes from the center. But look at that. That looks great. We're going to be in business. Hey, Medgard, welcome. Yeah, it has been a while. It's going well. It's going well. Still doing Unreal on Mondays. And yeah, I am doing Godot on Thursdays. And so specifically today, I am replacing some things. I'm fixing some things. I set up, let me set up this one thing, then I'll explain it. So I want to set the, let me put on the grid snap. And I want to say somewhere in the middle of this is where it's going to grow from. Right, like right, maybe not there. And that doesn't look very centered to me. Oh, because we also want to make sure that the whole button is somewhat on the grid too. So let me go back to moving things normally. We want to move this button so it's kind of somewhat on a grid of a such. And then I'm going to move the point to be kind of near the center, and hopefully that has more of a center. It doesn't really look more like a center, so I'm just going to put it back. All right, let me see what this looks like. Okay, so what I've done today, what I'm doing today is I am adjusting some of this logic to not have these menu buttons. So there are these menu buttons here that open up these three little things here. I don't want that anymore. I don't want that anymore. That was kind of when I was just using the UI or the UI tools that Godot has built in to build this game's UI. And I ended up coding the way that we switch between these. So when we switch between these options and they get bigger or not, I did this all in code. And apparently there's a way to do this using the built-in features without having to necessarily code it all. But you know what? I'm learning text code. I'm enjoying learning text code. I want to do it that way. So I'm happy with that. And so using the menu as I had been using it with this, so you get 3 more options when you click on these. That is more dependent on using the built-in features. So I'm replacing these buttons. So I could click on this one all day and it's not going to open up a little menu because it doesn't have that built-in feature. So I'm replacing these buttons with just static, you know, text and background. And then we're going to make our own pop-up menu today that opens when we choose these. So that's what I'm up to today. Overall, this is a narrative-based game. The idea is that you make friends. It's kind of like a friendship simulator is the concept. And it's supposed to be kind of scary. This is all placeholder art. And you walk up to these different people and you're going to have different reactions and you're supposed to try to be friends with them. So that's the entire game. And it needs a lot of work, and I'm here to do it. And I'm here to share that process with y'all. Apparently we're transforming things. Oh, cool. I didn't realize there was a scale mode, a rotate mode, and a move mode. Okay, cool. All right, so let's keep replacing these. I'm going to just, well, I'll duplicate it first. I'm just going to duplicate this button eager here, and then I'm going to scooch it, put it on top. And, yeah. What you been up to? How's your projects going? I do want to kind of, we are on the grid. Okay, good. And this, and I want to make sure, let me get this. Yeah, see, this frustrates me. I always have a hard time selecting the thing I want. Unless, so what I'll do is I'll just lock this, hopefully, and then we shouldn't be able to select it. Okay, that's much better. There we go. So this is aligned. See, the grid is kind of weird because it's not, like, can we change the grid size? Use pixel snap, smart snap, snap to parent, snap to guides, snap to other nodes. This is interesting. I wonder if I say just snap to node anchor, what that'll do. Because in theory, let me delete this. Yeah, you can put it in the garbage. I want to see a nice, easy way to drag these around, and they just sort of stay right on top of each other, is what I'm looking for. Yeah. Oh, okay. See, but as soon as I drag it around, now I can't get it back on top again. All right, that's the reality. That's okay. All right. Well, I guess we can't do it. That's fine. It's okay. We don't have to. We don't got to do it that way. What I can do is I can just, use the keyboard. I'll just hold shift and click and use the right arrow. If that works, that works. So I guess I might as well do the next one as well. And we'll scoot it over, get it in place. All placeholder art. I do want to make some better and original art here. But for now, this will do. Looks like we have 4 gaps in between. 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe right there. I'm going to get rid of the old ones. Let's rename them first. This is going to be button even. Oh, right. We have to delete the old one. All right, delete the old one. Yes, please. Put it in the garbage. This one is button even. And honestly, they should just work. And I think this is a great advantage of doing text code, is we can replace all of these. So I feel quite good about the way we're doing this. Let me get rid of the old one. Rename this button distant. Very good. Medgard says their projects are going very well. You've been figuring out Unreal's architecture slowly. It's a colossal engine. No way to use all of the features as a solo dev. Yeah, wow, that's a fair point, but it's really powerful. I've tried learning Godot a little, but didn't like the node system. You don't like it? I like the node system. That's interesting. That's really interesting. I mean, no pressure to explain it, but I am curious to understand what you don't like about it, because I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool. Although, I mean, I will say, like, it's weird, because Unreal handles relationships between objects in the game a lot differently than Godot does. And, you know, I think some people would say that, you know, Unreal's system for that is, like, really monotonous and hard to understand. And once you kind of understand it, it's not too bad. And I kind of feel the same way about Godot, but I understand. I respect that. I respect that. I kind of like it. I think they all have an interesting way about them. But at the same time, you got to go to what you're motivated to do and what you feel like working in and what feels comfortable as an engine for you. And if the node system puts you off, yeah, get out of here. Don't force yourself to like it. You know better. All right, so this, I'm gonna say eager label. I'm going to call this even label, just so we have some good names here. This one is distant label, so let's actually update those. I'm glad to hear that it's been going well, though. I like what you say about, you know, it's for a solo dev, it's got more than you can even work with. It's true, there's a lot of stuff in there. Okay, I've noticed when I have a lot of nodes in Godot, it's hard to keep track of everything mainly, right? Whereas Unreal has a lot more modular structure to it, though Godot is 100% the way to go for solo devs. Interesting, yeah, right. Yeah, I know you had you like want to like lead a team and have like a game project where you're managing people. That's something I definitely aspire to as well. But you know, I also want to start. You know, I know that I'm not even close to that, you know, so I'm like learning Unreal, learning Godot. Yeah, that's interesting. I like that. Godot is being a good way for solo devs to go. It's interesting what you say about Unreal being good for a bunch of people, because I think it works for solo devs, but, you know, it offers a lot of features that maybe do great benefit to people who are working in a team, for sure. These are good points. These are good points. All right, we got eager, even. Thank you for sharing. I appreciate it. Eager, even, distant looks good to me. I'm going to switch these panels to look a little different. Again, this is all placeholder art for the time being, just so that way we have something to work with. Let's change this. I don't remember which ones were which. That one doesn't look like a middle one. I don't know, it just looks like an end one. Yeah, maybe that's good for the middle. And then this one, let's use that end one. Probably will look okay. Load it up, switch it in. Oh, it's changing them all. Oh no, wait, what? What? Why would you do that? Why would you link them? Is it because... That's interesting. I didn't realize that they were, when I duplicated it, that it was creating a reference. That's a little surprising. I wonder why that happened. Wait, really? Okay. Okay, alright. That's unexpected. Maybe because we have a style we're defining here. Maybe that's what's happening. I see. That's interesting. So they all share the same style of panel. So I guess I'd want to... Okay, we have this make unique behind me here option. It's kind of interesting. Medgard says, Unreal is doable as a solo dev as long as you've got proper structure. As far as I know, a lot of Indian solo devs especially have a monolithic structure, which would go against Unreal's way of doing things. That's very interesting. If you're working like devs on Unity, you'd have a very hard time with Unreal. That's really interesting. I would love to like look. I'll have to look for like some videos or some literature about that because I hadn't heard that in particular. I mean, I know, you know, that there's often best practices when using certain engines, but I hadn't thought like that, you know, Unreal being geared towards having a structure that lends itself to multiple people working on it. That's really interesting. I didn't know any of that. I didn't know that. If you have recommendations, I'd love to read them or watch them, but no pressure, obviously. Okay, so I think we have to make these unique. So I'm going to say make it unique. That's a bit unexpected. That was a bit unexpected. Let's make this unique, and let's see if that... I mean, I almost have doubts. Oh. Okay, well now it's not showing me the options. Why not? Is that because we made it unique? Now we can't... Oh, I'm selecting the wrong place. All right. Phew. I was like, what? Okay, we got to click in the right spot. So that may not even be... I don't know. Wait, so did I click make unique over here? So I guess it depends where I click it. I'm confused but intrigued. Let's make it unique right there. Let's make this unique right here. And I'm going to load this as a different one. What happens? Okay, now, so that did fix it. I kind of like that one. It actually lends itself well as a middle one coming from that one. You know, we don't want to think too hard about it. Okay, make this one unique. I mean, I'm just going to make it unique anyway. I don't really know if I need to make that other one unique too, but whatever. We already did the other one, so... what will look nice? Let's say... I guess this one... And it'll sort of like, they'll sort of like kind of have a flow to it. It's kind of nice. I like that. This is about essential engine architecture and structure. Right. I understand that. Yeah, that makes sense. No, it's just like, to me, I just look at a program and I'm like, let me learn this program and let me use it to do the things I want. Yeah. And then that's it, right? You posted a link. Oh, yeah. Sorry. So you can't post links. I don't know if you're on the Discord. You can share a link there. Yeah, I always forget about that. Yeah, because there's spam, there's anti-spam, and so, unfortunately, you'd have to join the Discord. The link is in the description. I don't know if Discord is a thing that you do very often, but you could also tell me. You said this is about essential engine architecture. Maybe I could find it too with keywords and stuff. I don't want to make you join the Discord, but unfortunately that is the best way to share a link here. It is a very interesting concept you're talking about. All right, so we've got these replaced now with panels. What I'm doing today, y'all, is I am updating my game logic. Oh, we got an issue. Invalid set index on base null ins. Oh, I see why. So I need to update these to have access unique names. So what I'm doing is I am committing to making my UI in code. That's what I'm going to do today. Look at that. We just replaced those with no problem, but because this was made in code, it was just nice and easy to swap them out. And maybe there was a way to do it without it, but I'm really satisfied with how easily we were able to switch this. And so now all I gotta do is find a way to open up a next menu. I don't even really need to figure it out. I feel like I already know. So let's do it. I'm going to go back to the scene here. And yeah, let's design a little pop-up. Now again, this is very, very much not the designs I ultimately want. So keep that in mind that we're programmer arting it. I kind of want to go to where I found those originally. So I got those on Canva. Those I got those on Canva, those boxes. It's just like a library of stock images I have access to, so I'm gonna use it. And we should be able to find things similar to this. Now, I not so recently used it. You're not on Discord that often, but I think the link would be incredibly useful to you and others. So I joined the Discord and mentioned you with the link. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, I don't expect, believe me, I expect no engagement on Discord. I just, we just have to do it this way because of YouTube spam stuff. If I allow links, man, it's like the spam bots are just like, they manifest themselves like out of thin air. Okay, so somewhere in here, there we go. Oh, nice, and here is a nice wide one. That's exactly what I'm looking for. Let's go. It's not making any other suggestions of shapes, which is just gonna have to be okay. So this size obviously is not ideal for this image, so I'm gonna get a different one. So let's make a new one. I mean, ideally it would be the same size. Let's just say, sure, 1280 by this for now. Let me pull up that Discord article because it sounds very interesting. That sounds very interesting. Unreal Engine is a tool for professionals and can be a lot to take in, which is why understanding its foundations is so important when starting out. Begin Play, a constantly evolving survey of Unreal Engine's features, is designed to help with that. This looks awesome. Thank you. Cool. I love these images. This is great. Thank you. This is a cool resource. You guys head over to Discord to find this awesome resource. I'll put it in the chat, though, so you don't actually have to head over to Discord. There it is. Okay, cool. Let me paste this in here. No, not that. Not that. That's pretty funny, but no. We want to get this rectangle in here. I'm going to give it a darker background, make this white, and I do want to adjust the size to fit this image a little better. So let me make this a little bigger. I'm going to say, I am just going to feel it out, which is not ideal at all. 1280 by 720. Sure. Whatever. Let's say 12. Let's say 1500 by 720. Right? Let's just wait. Let's do this for real. We want to resize it. Oh, it's this now. It's magic switch now. They do weird stuff, man. 1500 by 720. Is this gonna, are you gonna actually do it? Yes, create a custom size. They're just trying to force their like, I mean, sure, can you do it? Thank you. Oh my goodness. 1500. I was like, if you can resize it magically, do it for me. But maybe I can just do it and we'll be fine. Oh, nice. I like the preview. Yeah, it looks pretty good, actually. It looks like we could make it a little bit longer. So I'm going to say custom size. Let's do 1550. Let's see what that looks like. All right, go ahead, resize it. Not a big difference, but a little bit. Okay, a little wider. Custom size, I'm going to go with 1750. See what that's like. I just want it to wrap as closely as possible to the actual object size. It's just going to make things easier. Nice. That's pretty good enough for me. All right, cool. Good. So then let's download it. I'm going to make it transparent. I'm going to want to put this in the same UI folder that I was putting those other parts of the project in. So that's going to be in my PC. users, documents, Godot, you are friend version 2. Now, which version 2 is it? Is it the copy or I think it's this one. We'll find out. Border, we're going to say response wide is what I'm going to call it. And then, oh, so I just saw it update the files, so we're good there. Let's add a new panel in here. You know, it would be kind of nice, honestly. I'm just going to duplicate this one. I'm going to duplicate this just because it already has the center point on it. And we can sort of make sure it stays relatively aligned. Now, where it's going to pop up, I mean, maybe we could just have it pop up right up here. I do have to remember maybe to set all of these to unique. So I will do that. Make unique, and we want to change this box to the wider one right here. Okay, so as you can see, it doesn't look wider. We need it to not be squishing it into that size. Let's see, subregion modulate, axis stretch. I mean, it might be better if I just do it. If I do it with the shift key, will it do it? Kind of. It's really, there we go, control key. I guess I don't need to use the control key. It would be nice, you know, I've changed my mind. We're just gonna do it from scratch. Yeah, you know, because otherwise it's gonna try to smush it into that panel shape, and that's not worth it. Why live that way? Why live that way? So I'm just gonna move this into here. It doesn't have to be perfectly aligned. And it might, I mean, honestly, if I come in here with the theme override, it might still do the texture. We'll see, but it might still squish it into that. It does. It does still squish it. Don't do that. I feel like there's a way to make it do the size we want it to do. I just don't remember what it was. Expand margins. I mean, that does something. Not really what I want. Texture margins. What was the way to do that? Process editor description texture. Yeah. Use parent material. No, that's not going to do anything. Okay, so I guess we just let it be super ugly and stretch it out manually. How did we do this before? I'm going to look back. Honestly, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look back at an old live stream, and I'm going to see how we did it before. That's what I'm going to do. We're going to go back. We're going to take it back to the beginning.
It's time to learn how to do a simple...
That's one of my favorite things about live streaming, besides getting to connect with y'all, is getting to see how things were done in the past, so I don't have to figure it out again. So that was probably back here would be my guess, is when we did that. So that happened. Let's see. So here we still had the old design. There I'm in Canva. There I'm resizing it. And then we're bringing it in. Interesting. So you can see it's like a lot bigger. Okay, then I went into an external program and I resized it. Interesting. So how did I import it such that it just like was the right size right away? I might have just imported it in a different way. So we were using menu buttons back then, and that was the icon. That's why. It's because now I'm using panels, so the panels behave differently. And the menu button had its own icon. So I'm not sure exactly how to do it. New image, maybe if we, okay, all right. Let's see if there's a way to look it up. Godot panel, image texture resize. Scaling texture created dynamically from image scales. How to resize a texture rect correctly in containers. Right, image scaling inside it. So we might want a container. Okay. Use GPU pixel snap. GPU pixel. I know this actually solves our problem. You'll find in project settings under rendering 2D snapping. All right, I'll do it. I'll do it. Project settings. Rendering 2D snapping. Now this was a couple years ago, so it could be different now. Rendering 2D. There is no 2D. Oh, there's physics. There's physics. It might be in editor settings. I bet it's in editor settings. Seems like that's where it would be. There we go. Editors 2D. Maybe not though. Well, that wasn't helpful. Least favorite thing about Godot. Trying to find up-to-date documentation. Okay, not my least favorite thing. I'm just going to stretch it out, guys. I'm not going to worry about it. If it looks weird, it's programmer art. Let's not fret. Let's not fret. As much as I would love for it to be perfect, I just don't care enough right now to bother with it. It does look a little more thick than this is, doesn't it? Now, what I want this to do is this to pop up the positive, neutral, and negative options. You know, I do want this to be like a container. It doesn't look, it looks bad. But you know why? Because the strokes aren't the same size. This is where making our own art would be really nice. I really want the stroke sizes to be this. If we make the stroke sizes the same, this is how tiny that pops up. So maybe what we could do is maybe I could do, this is positive, right? Flip it. Hey, Stormrun, flip it around. And that could be the other. Hope you're doing good today. Thanks for stopping in. And you had a few things to do, but you made it. I'm glad you made it. And you know, the things you do are more important than this, I'm quite sure. We could have like a three things pop out. Maybe we'll do that. And then we don't have to worry about it being the same stroke size, because it already will be. Can we scale multiple things down? It does not appear that way. So I'll do one at a time. That's fine. We just have to change it. And then the other thing I want to know is if I can flip it somehow. Maybe if I scale it. Oh, nice. Beautiful. Okay, cool. And then we probably want to really make sure we're grid snapping some of this. So oh, we are. Okay. Oh, so the grid doesn't seem to apply to this. We do have, oh, there's pixel snap. That might be what was not enabled by default that they were talking about. But here, again, it's just different now. So we've snapped a node anchor. I would say if we could snap, is guides the same as grid here? But I'm not seeing it. I'm not convinced that, what is this option? Use smart snap. I don't think our resize is snapping. Let me put on all the snap options. Yeah, the resize just doesn't snap, it would seem. And that's just the way that is. What is this? Group selected nodes. No. Okay, good to know. Good to know. So I mean, because if I want to duplicate this, right? The reason why I'm trying to figure this out is because if I'm gonna flip it using that method, maybe there's some way I could change it in here. Layout mode, transform. Yeah, let's transform it here. So then I could do the X negative. Nice. And then that flips it around for me. Beautiful. And then it's the same size. Okay, good. So this will be a workable way to get 3 different options. I like this. Okay, cool. Duplicate that. And then we want to flip this a little differently as well. Layout, transform. What if we just say, oh, so it linked them. It made them both negative. Cool. So just do one. I thought that's what it was doing. What's trying to get going? If I want things even and neat, I add a regular box and line it all up with the box, then delete the box. That's a good idea. That's a pretty good idea. I should try that sometime. Maybe this time. So what I'm trying to do is add in custom menu stuff. So I started out. So I started this project out with menu buttons that we could click on, and it would give us 3 different options. And it turned out there were some built-in features that let us use those menu buttons in a way that we could select things using Godot's UI features. But I had already made the code to have us be able to select these on our own. And I've decided I like that, and I want to keep with that. Code versus node, I'm going with code. And so I want to create my own menu items. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to create those, what that menu is going to look like, and then we'll say, depending on which of these we're hovering over, if we press the activate button, it's going to open up these 3 boxes for the sub options, which are say it positively, negatively, or neutrally. So yeah, so again, this is a friendship simulator game. The idea is you're communicating with people, and you can talk to them in different ways. And so I want eager, even, distant, and then on a meta level, you can say each of those positive, negative, or neutral. And that's what these 3 boxes are going to be. And then I want to set them up so they pop up when we activate them. So that's what I'm working on. That's what I got going. And then I just want to kind of line them up a little bit. So I'm just kind of experimenting with that, not worrying too much about the design. This is not my ideal design in so many ways, but it is what I'm just going to go with for now. A little programmer art for us. Okay. How is the menu going to pop up? I have all my stuff already there, but hidden, but I'm sure there are more ways. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I was thinking. That's kind of what I was imagining, was having it be hidden and then it appears. Although, it's a good question because alternatively, right, it could be like there's one menu with positive, neutral, and negative, and if you click on eager, it appears here. If you click on even, it appears here. If you click on distant, it appears here. And then what we could, that's a really good question. So, because there'd be different ways to do that, right? Because I'd want to, what we have right now is an integer that's true or false, depending on, or not true or false, but an integer that is either 0, 1, or 2, depending on whether we're hovering eager, even, or distant. And I think it's 0, 1, or 2. I think so. Let me double check that. But yeah, let me just actually see what that is. So it is, I mean, it must be. Yeah, it's definitely 0, 1, and 2. So, and so then what we could say is, if that integer, if the dialogue, what are we calling these? I didn't mean to close that, but it doesn't really matter. What are we calling these? We're calling these current hover. Okay. Not a great name, not a great name. I would say we need to even think about naming these a little better. You can also layer the hidden things on top of each other. A little harder to work with that way, though. Layer the hidden things on top of each other. Okay. I'm not sure I totally understand that. To me, I see 2 different ways to do it for us. Is either we have 3 instances here, right? 3 instances here. And each of these 3 instances, one of them appears, depending on which one you've chosen. Or there's one of these instances, and it shows up depending on which option you choose. And then I think, to me, I kind of would rather do it that way, I think. And then we can match the integer for the currently hovered dialog option with the integer for the currently hovered meta option. That's what I think. And so if the currently hovered dialog option is 1 or even, and the currently hovered meta option is 2, or, you know, the top or bottom one, I guess it'd be maybe the top one, then it'll know, okay, that was an even positive response, and then that's what it'll push through. I think that kind of makes the most sense to me. So like 9 boxes, but only 3 show up at a time, but the 9 boxes can be 3 sets of 3. Why would we need 3 sets of 3? I hear you. I hear you. I just don't understand. All right, so I'm gonna say we need to rename. I do want to kind of rename this, which is a little annoying. Let me pull up GitHub, by the way, so we can make sure we're committing and pushing and all that good stuff. I kind of want to rename this because current hover isn't great. I want to say, I'm going to rename this to dialogue or message type hover. I don't love it, but I'm going to go with it. And so then I need to find all the other instances of current hover, right? And I got to rename this to message type hover, because I just want to make sure that we are differentiating between these, and that it's a little more clear. Option hover. Yeah, that's not a bad name. That was the only if you wanted the boxes side by side like the bottom ones. You have it stacked vertically, though. Both work. All right. All right. I feel like there is a replace all. I'm just, like, not sure what it is. I feel like there is a way to do that. Godot or GD script replace all. How to find a replace. Oh, we gotta use code to replace? Come on. That's not what I mean. That's not what I mean. Alright, you know what? Never mind. We'll just do it manually. We'll just do it manually. I'll copy and paste it, though. Message type hover. And then what I think I'll do is I'll copy the same logic here. I'll just, like, duplicate the script and then try to use that for the other menu. So we might even want to rename this menu this as well. I never thought about a replace all function. Would have been nice when I was working with a lot of stuff. Yeah, right? I mean, you know, Unreal does have a way to do that called the property matrix. I'm sure there's some way to do it in here. I just don't know what it is. Okay, so that should be all fixed and working fine. Now that we've renamed it, I could be wrong. Let's check. Looks good. And then for this is hover state. We want to say message hover state. Or type message type hover state. That's pretty long. That's some pretty serious variable gore. I'll keep it real. And then we kind of want to rename all this stuff. I just do. I want to rename it all. Because since we're adding this extra layer of complexity in here, because before that wasn't going to be the case. Before this was going to be the only variable. But now that I'm not going to use the menu buttons, we need more specificity. So instead of dialog hover, I'm going to say message type hover. Message type hover. And then I'm going to make sure I replace all the dialogue hover with that. I do think there's at least like some way to like implement like AI into here that'll fix this stuff for you, but I don't know, that seems like too much effort. Okay, cool. That wasn't too bad, was it? GitHub. All right, so this is all up now. Let's talk about these changes. Does this look like the changes? Maybe. Kind of. It looks like this is mostly the other stuff. I'll say began or adding new dialogue, adding meta dialogue options. So began adding new menu buttons for positive, neutral, and negative. Renamed variables in the code, in the dialogue code, to be more specific. All right, let's push that right there. Or commit it. I actually do need to push. I haven't pushed in a while. Oh, okay, that's what I thought. So this is actually that. I thought that that was the case. This is a different one here. I thought that that might be the case. I don't know what amend commit does, but it didn't do what I thought. All right, so this is actually the one that I wanted. Right, so this adds that in there. All right, so this is, I'm just gonna say variable renames. This is the actual commit for variable renames. We'll just say that. What's up, Retro Spark? Welcome. Thanks for popping in to say hello. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Hello to you as well. I hope you're doing okay today. I am setting up my hand-coded UI stuff for my narrative game. Let's do a push. I haven't done a push in a hot minute. I just have to remember how to do that. There we go. Publish? No? Wait, how do you push again? I thought it was this button. Open the repository in your I thought it was like right there. Where's the push again? I like how it remembers the code you had versus what you just put in. Yeah, me too. Am I bugging? Where's the push button? I thought it was right here. I thought push was right here. I'm a little new to all this, but I thought at least I understood that that was supposed to be right there. I'm only a little confused. Does it push it on its own? Did it already push it? So like if I just make like a little tiny change here. I'm only a little confused about that. Was there a big update? Maybe. Cannot publish detached head. No, it's because of the detached head. It was that thing we did last time that caused a problem. It was all that stuff we did last time. That was it. Okay, so reattach the head. Oh dear. Cannot publish detached head. Oh my god. GitHub desktop cannot publish detached head. It says to push from current branch, press Ctrl-Shift-K. It does? Where? Where does it say that? You like looked it up or something? This is weird. This is a problem that we actually introduced last week. Google said that. Solution. Today I tried to put the new code and GitHub, but committed the changes, but I got a push got an error. I googled this problem, wasn't able to find it. Then I clicked on current branch master. Edit. Okay, I found the solution myself. In CLI tape. What are you talking about? Oh, so they're using command. They're not using desktop. Wait, they said it's desktop. Ugh, this did not help me. This is frustrating. I just wanted to push. So wait, so we have to. Figuring out Git? Yeah, I guess. Last week we had some issues with I was trying to revert back to an older one. It says you can also push from the main menu. Right, but this is the main menu. Thank you. No, I'm just getting this cannot publish detached head. And so in order to go back to an older version, I had to do this detached head thing. And apparently that was a bad idea because now I can't publish the branches. So figuring out Git, I would not say I'm figuring it out. I would say I am struggling with a problem I don't understand. And it's very frustrating, actually. This is not in English. I think I'm in danger. Detached head usually means that the branch you check out to does not have the latest commit. Yeah. Right. I mean, we can try. I mean, like, I could if I hit this commit, right? So commit it. It's still giving me this error. Cannot publish detached head. Is there local changes that you need in your detached head? I don't know what that means. I just don't even know what that means. Like, that means nothing to me. That means absolutely nothing to me. I guess we need to open it in command prompt. We were unable to locate Git on your system. This means you won't be able to execute any Git commands. Okay. This is very irritating. This is extremely irritating. Maybe this will help, but I don't know what it means. Here you go. You should put it in the Discord. If you are, oh, you're pasting it. I see. If you are in a detached head and you want to push to your remote branch, git push origin head name of your branch. Thank you. Thank you for trying. It means absolutely nothing to me. You know, I'm completely ignorant when it comes to anything about GitHub. I don't know anything other than what is going on. Like, I don't know what's going on. Just no idea. I mean, I just feel like we're already making mistakes. I don't want to do this. This is really irritating. I'm just honestly, I guess we're just gonna not do this. Like, to me, that's the best thing. I don't want to do this. Just go jump in a river and drown. I don't care. I'm just talking to Git. I'm not gonna jump in a river and drown. I'm asking GitHub to go jump in a river and drown. So we're not gonna commit anything, which is just the reality of our lives. It's very frustrating. Oh, that makes me so mad. I also do see we have a lot of errors here. Oh, this is some old stuff. Dude, I'm just not gonna deal with it right now. Let's deal with it later. So we're making updates, and we can't revert. We can't revert. Maybe we can. We might be able to. I mean, we might be able to actually revert. I feel like the only thing I can't do is publish it, right? Which is like, I don't really care. So if I revert this change right here, right? We come in here. So we can revert it. That's what it's really the most useful for here. So reload this. It took the S off of there, which is all I added. You know what? I don't care. Let's move on. I'm going to give you that link in Discord. There's a lot of info, but it may help later. Thank you, Stormrun. All right, so we're just renaming these variables. Life goes on. I feel like I also need to rename the script because this is dialogue, yes. I hope I'm not going to regret renaming this. I am open to the possibility that I will regret it. Let me look it up. Godot renaming script. How to properly rename or delete a script. No good answers. That's great. All right. It's common to go through the script when using Edge. I noted those built-in scripts are not explained in any way. Renaming a script file doesn't auto-update the name. Related to some other problem. I mean, I'm scared. I'm scared to make the change is why I'm not doing it. Because I'm afraid it's going to break something. Like, I guess I can think logically. What would it break? Right? What would it break? Well, it would potentially break the places where this is attached. In the main scene, the dialogue is attached to the... so if we open the friend scene right here, it's attached to these different dialogue box things. Thank you, Stormrun. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. It's attached to these different dialogue boxes. And then, oh, this is the all friends script. No, it is the dialogue script. Yeah. Okay. I see. We're in the all friends scene and we're editing the dialogue script within that. Yeah. Gotcha. This is the friend script. That's the dialogue script. So I'm just gonna do it. I mean, then there's also this Godot thing here. This .gd thing. Let's just be dangerous. Were you moving along with making those menus pop up? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. The thing is I need to think about what I need to think it. What I need to think about is, I want to say message type. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Uh-oh. It crashed. I knew it. I knew it was a mistake. But what I'm trying to think about is that I'm going to want a different script for the message types, the even, eager, distant. I'm going to want a different script for that versus the positive, negative, and neutral. And right now, that script is called dialogue, which isn't a useful name to me. So I want to rename it so it makes more sense. It can't open it. The file has been moved. Yeah, it was renamed. It was renamed to message type. See, and so now the reference is all messed up. So I guess I just have to leave this. We can edit dependencies. So it depends on this dialogue thing. And then, so out of curiosity, if we look at this, so this actually... It's very interesting because it's still opening the dialogue one. It's not opening the new one. So if I were to detach the script and attach a script, and that script be message type, right? So if I were to load up... Interesting. So that's a scene. That's the scene, not the script. G.gd is the script. That's the scene. TSCN is the scene. Gotcha. So I renamed the entire dialogue scene, not the script. Okay, so let me rename this back to dialogue, because that actually is correct for that to be dialogue. And look, I can't promise that that means we've fixed any issue that we've created by doing that. Message type for the script, and then I can attach the script, open this up, message type. Then we can attach these scripts manually. And in fact, it actually now, it did update that automatically. Okay, and so if I open up the dialogue scene, I think renaming it fixed the dependency. Okay, so we're fine. Everything is fine. I just need to make sure I rename the right thing. I also want to change my folder structure a little bit in here at some point. So we've got message type. I'm gonna do that right now. Let's add a new folder in here. And this is gonna be for dialogue stuff. So I'm gonna add a dialogue folder. It might even be better to say, like, you know, stuff in the game versus code stuff versus local things, global things, meshes, characters, entities, I don't know, stuff like that. I'm just gonna put this in the dialogue folder. I'm gonna put dialogue in the dialogue folder. And I think that it'll figure it out. I think the dependencies will sort themselves out. Yes, they do. Okay, good. Good. Main scene player. Okay, so I think we're okay. So now we have this dialogue folder, message type, and then the dialogue scene. So I'm going to add a new script at some point here. And that's going to apply within the dialogue scene. That's going to apply to these new panels that we're creating. And rather, I want it to be one grouped up thing. So I'm going to try putting these in like a container. I haven't really used containers. I hear they're amazing, but I haven't used them. So I'm just going to drop one in here. I'm going to put the panels in there. Immediately, it's giving us a little warning. That warning says, container by itself serves no purpose unless the script configures its children placement behavior. If you do not intend to add a script, use a plain control node instead. Okay. So, well, okay, that's very interesting. This is definitely going to be useful. This is super useful. Okay, let me keep these out of here. Okay, I like this. Because in theory, what I can do with this then, I can take this container and I can say, I'm guessing, take up this area here, all up in here. And then we can say, place these panels within there into these different positions. Now, I kind of want them to act as a unit. So I might want to say, I might want to do that normal control node as they mentioned. So I'm going to say this is, we're going to call it meta messages. And then I'm going to put each panel inside of that. I guess I should resize this. I don't know. I kind of don't want it to be placed that way. So let me actually not move those in there first. First, let me move this. Can we move a control node like that? Hey, we got Acert in the house. What's up? You want a grid container node probably. Oh, thank you. I do love suggestions, especially when they're actionable and related to exactly what I'm doing. And you, sir, have fulfilled that. Welcome, Acert. And on Acert Gaming, I've been following your robotics channel. It's awesome. And yeah, welcome in, Acert. Good to see you. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do the grid container. Okay. Okay. That's extremely actionable. Exactly what I'm doing. Now, okay, so then it's not giving me a problem here, which is good. This, I'm able to move around, which is also good. I'm very new to Godot. Just sort of bumbling through it all to try to achieve what I want. And I wouldn't say it isn't going well. But there's a lot of things that I don't know about. I'm just gonna kind of generally size this. So let me look at the documentation for a grid container. I don't know how useful it'll be. But let's see. A grid container arranges its child controls in a grid layout. The number of columns is specified by the columns property, whereas the number of rows depends on how many are needed for the child controls. The number of rows and columns is preserved for every size of the container. Okay, all right. That does sound potentially useful. To me it feels a little bit like over useful, like more than I need, like it's doing more things than I need. So we could say it only needs one column. Really what I need are rows, honestly. But I'm not sure. I could have used something like that in UE, but I just made my own. Yeah, UE has some good widget design stuff, I think. But I've heard Godot does as well. So this has only got columns. I guess, can my columns act as rows? Oh, but I see. Oh, no. I do have columns, though. Put your panels in it. Right. Well, and so actually what I think is, well, I don't know. It's tough. So here's what let me explain what I'm trying to do. So what I'm trying to do, and what I was planning on doing was just using code, was my main plan here, more so than anything else. But what I want is these three panels, right? These three panels, I want them to appear either here or here or here. I want them to appear in one of these three places, depending on which of these three buttons is pressed. And so using this grid container, I see that it has three columns, right? So I can have this be column 1, this be column 2, and this be column 3, right? But I do have some, I feel like that's going to require me to learn how to reference this grid container in the code, which sounds pretty annoying to me. Whereas what I'd rather do is just have the code define positions that it appears potentially relative to. I mean, this container was talking about there being a script. Search VBox. Oh. Stormrun says, I would make 9 panels and 3 would be not hidden when pressing a certain button. I still don't understand. I think I see. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you saying 9 panels. I get you. Right. So there's, right. And there's other ways to do it, right? So you could also do it like this, where all of these 9 are visible or invisible. And then the 3 become, I don't really want to do it this way because I think that's going to get more complicated than I want to deal with, because then we have to check, is eager positive true, is eager negative, is you know, because these are going to say positive, neutral, and negative, these 3. Is eager positive going to be true? Is eager even true? Is eager negative true? Or is distant negative true? Is distant positive true? Is distant neutral true? And then we have to do all of those. That's what all your stuff. It does get confusing when there's a lot. So I would rather just have one set of them and then move them around. VBox sounds interesting, though. Godot VBox. Can only arrange its childs vertically. Either way works. Have just 3 and moving them works. Yeah. I think I'd rather do that one. I think it's going to be less logic to code. Intro to UI could use Godot engine. So much of it is so intro. Like, you know, if you're searching for like Unreal stuff, right? There'll be like a whole Unreal video on a certain type of node, right? With Godot, it's like, here's some stuff. Here's the stuff. Here's stuff. But there's not like a, what is a VBox container, you know? Which is fine. I'm just saying, it just doesn't exist. And so then you just end up learning this whole person's workflow, which isn't necessarily what's going to be best for me. But yeah, let's see what a VBox is like here. I'm kind of thinking I would rather a variant of the box container that can only arrange its childs vertically. Child controls are rearranged when their minimum size changes. I feel like I'm going to keep using a container, and maybe it's wrong, but we're going to keep in mind Acert's suggestion, and maybe I'll revisit it. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get rid of the grid container. I'm not going to do a VBox. What I'm going to do is I'm going to see what this container does. This container, we have this space here. VBox is a container. Right, I get that. I know. But it sounds like the VBox has columns, right? And so somehow we're going to have to define how to move those 3 panels to the different columns. And so what I want to do is I want to not have to figure out how Godot wants me to define those different columns. I don't want to deal with that, you know, unless that can be explained to me very easily. I don't want to deal with it. I find that we waste a lot of time. VBox is 1 column. So then what's the advantage of using the VBox over the container would be my question. I'm intrigued. Is there an HBox? Seems like VBox means vertical. Oh. Now a horizontal box, now that would be useful. That would be much more useful to me right now. There is an HBox container. Let's go. Give me that. Bro, give me that. Trust me, just try it. I hear you. I'm thinking HBox is our way to go, though, because what I really want is to organize these panels differently. We also have so many panels. How do we get so many panels? I guess at some point I just duplicated them. Search it. Okay, okay. Let's delete all these extraneous ones. We apparently have many. Okay, there we go. Let me just call this one, this is meta, I'm just going to call this meta neutral. I'm going to call this one meta negative. And I'm going to call this one meta positive. And then what I want, so now I don't know if the HBox container is going to behave exactly like I want it to, but what I would imagine, in theory, is that I could use this to arrange these horizontally, right? Let me just stretch this out. And if I put these in here, I mean, they are just vanishing for some reason, which is super irritating. I just don't, I need more than search it. I need more than search it. Honestly, I don't even want to do this. I don't want to do this. I'm just putting in container. I feel like sometimes I just got to keep pushing forward the way I want to. Meta messages. I'm going to get rid. All right. So I do want in the control node. Right. So the control node is going to be a way. Wait, if you put them in the box, they vanish? Yeah. Yeah, they do. They do. There's a lot of vanishing happening. I can't even get him to come back. There we go. Come back to me, please. Where have you gone? Okay, there's my panels. Grid container, go in the garbage. Box containers need a little bit of setup to work. If the box isn't big enough, I think they will disappear till the box is bigger. That's what I thought. So that's what I thought. Now, if I put this panel in a container, it doesn't disappear, which is wonderful, and I love that. If I add an HBox container, which I have to say looks very vertical. It has a very vertical appearance. And I make this HBox container super large, plenty of space for those things to fit in there. And I drop this in, bam, it's gone. right? Like, I don't know where it went. Why did it go somewhere? Who knows? It's gone. So I'm gone. So I'm gone. Put in the garbage. Let me make sure I get, and then it's like doesn't come back. There's definitely some weird stuff going on here. No doubt about it. Unless I just don't take the advice. What is your panel's minimum size? I don't know. If you want them on top of each other, you need VBox. I see. I see. A vertical. Okay, so VBox is definitely what we want. So Acert was right. What is your, but I don't know that I want either of those. What is your panel's minimum size? I don't even know how to answer that. Oh, cust 0. It's 0. Evidently, it's 0. You're right, Acer. That is something to think about. Because look, this is 0. So I guess it's making it the minimum size. So I guess what you're saying is if we put it in there, I just don't see why even bother, right? Like, why even bother? I believe the box was squishing to its minimum. I think you're right. That must be true. But like, why not just use a control node? Why not just drop these in here? Because in here, I don't even need to worry about any of that, you know? It's like, what's the advantage of doing it that way when this way might just work, you know? I will say, it's not, there we go. I'm gonna put this in here. I guess the control node, it's interesting that it doesn't let me move it. Children of a container get their position size determined only by their parent. Okay, so I don't really want to do that. So maybe I do want a VBox. It just spaces children evenly. Right. HBox and VBox auto range horizontal burger. It does the work for you. Right. That's fair. That's fair. That's a fair point. Really, all I want to do is group them. That's kind of all I really want. Let's do VBox. I see. And look, the icon looks way more like what we actually want. VBox definitely looks like what we want. Okay. So VBox, I'll try it. I'll try it. And then maybe we don't want the container node because then I won't be able to adjust. Although I do want to be able to set up code that moves this into different places. But okay, I'll do this. This seems like a good idea. You're right, Acert. VBox was the way to go. Okay, so let's drag this out. Let's move this up. Boxes were messing with me in Unreal Engine, so I got rid of them and spaced everything with the box as a ruler. Yeah, kind of, you know, I'm like okay with that. But if this works well, then that's fine. So if I select all these, we go to layout. Now the minimum size, it would be nice if I didn't have to tell it what the size is supposed to be. The transform, so we have here, so I guess I'll just copy and paste its size for each of these. And so that updated them all? Yes. Okay, cool. And so now if I move these into the VBox, they don't disappear. Okay. They're much larger now. But that's okay. I'm okay with that. Now, if I want to resize proportionally, hold shift. Nice. Okay. This is decent. This is nice. Okay, this is cool. All right, this is nice. This is nice. No, this is good. This is definitely good. This is dope. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sweet. So then I don't need this container. We just use VBox. Very nice. Acert. Okay, and then I suppose I can have some different arrangement. HBox is the exact same but horizontal. Gotcha. That makes sense. It's to me vertical. I don't know. It makes sense, I guess, right? Because you're stacking them vertically. I almost want to think like columns are vertical, rows are horizontal, but rows stack vertically and columns stack horizontally. It's just like my brain got a little twisted up there. But I got you. I got you. All right. You know, they are spaced apart a little bit more than I may have wanted, but that's okay. It's probably a way to set the margins. I get my H and V mixed up earlier. I think it's easy to do. So if we go to, I'm thinking margins, or somehow distance between them. I wonder if there's a setting for spacing. Spacing, is that the word we're looking for? Okay. Transform, size, position, pivot, offset, localization, theme. Hey, DNF, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping in. Separation. There it is. It's separation. So I'm blocking it. Here we go. Padding. That's another good word. It's in theme overrides, actually. Theme overrides. And then that looks a little better. Nice. Now, the other thing I want to do is I do want to change their transforms a little bit. I'm a little concerned that we're going to run into an issue here, because I want to flip them around. I don't want them all to be the same. I could I guess I just need to modify it. We'll just do, you know what? You know what? You know, it's going to be easier if I just do it manually. I'm just going to do it outside of Godot. So I'm going to flip this around right here. And then duplicate it. Flip it again. This isn't as centered as I'd want it to be. Let's make sure that's in the center. Dino says, just been shopping. You need to lay down. Shopping, nice. I hope you got some good stuff. Hope it was kind of fun. I'm going to duplicate one more time. Manual labor. Yeah, manual. We're doing the manual labor here. That's exactly what I meant. Let me make sure these are all different. Yes, they are. So the first one is the one. I'm going to actually resave them all. So I'm just going to download each one. If they are in VBox or HBox, you can't move them at all. Yeah, I just noticed that. So we're just going to save it, which is totally fine. This is meta response boxes. I spent money. It's never fun doing that. Fair, fair. Oh, man. Yeah, that's unfortunately a very fair point. Okay, so for this, I'm going to actually update this style entirely. Let's give it a new one. UI images. Oh, so I actually can't do this here because Godot. Oh, can I do any? Yes, thank you. Show in file manager. Thank you. So I want to extract all of these, if they don't mind. Meta response boxes. It would be nice if we could name these better. I like how they just don't appear on here. Because is it border response wide? Let's do let's rename this meta response 1, and we'll just do that for each of them, just so we have some consistency here in the name, some clarity. I'm glad you're joining us anyway, even though you're dealing with the pain of having spent money. Thank you, Acert, for the quick save with the VBox. That was super helpful. Okay, great. So there's that. And now we'll have a folder in here. And so I'm thinking for the top one, maybe we want like this one. Oh, that was like pretty much the same one, but it's in a slightly different position, so that's good. And for the middle one, let's make it it's not gonna be perfect. Maybe this one? No, don't change them all. We gotta make them unique. They're not unique. You love watching me learn Godot? I love that. I love you loving watching me learn Godot. Let me make these unique. I thought we had done that, but I guess not. Oh, that was with the other ones. I love learning Godot. I genuinely love it. It's so much fun, and you know, I try to, like, you know, force my way in to do some things, but it's always helpful if someone has like a really specific suggestion. The shared resource thing drives you crazy as a beginner. Okay, thank you, because I was just kind of like, why is this default? I assumed, well, it must be me, just like, you know, being unreasonably grouchy. So I'll just accept it. But like, why would I want those to be the same? I don't know. I just wanted a duplicate. I wanted a duplicate, not a reference. Those are different. All right. Well, that's fair to save resources. I can respect wanting to save resources. I'm a little confused that it's not changing it. Oh, because I made it the same one? No, I didn't. Oh, so I think we have to make it unique here. I was testing that. So I clicked make unique on the icon part, or the texture part. I think I need to create make unique here on the panel part, because there's this style box texture drop down here, and there's make unique on that. And I wasn't sure which one I needed to choose. If I could do the texture down here and make this one unique only, but it looks like I need to come up here to this top one and make that unique. So let me do that for each of these. Make it unique. And then this one, I want to be that one. Okay, now they're looking different. Okay, beautiful. And then this one, I actually haven't made this texture unique here. So I'm just gonna try making only the top here, this style box texture. I'm gonna make that unique, and I'm gonna see if that's enough. It might not be, but I'm curious. Although since the other ones are different at this point, I'm not sure how useful that'll be. And I did just close all of that somehow, and I don't know how. Back button, yes, back button. Okay, load UI images. And then, yeah, I don't know, maybe this one? Nice. All right, so that does look unique, which is good. I think this looks fine. I am happy with this. I am satisfied with this. And then we have it now in one box. So if I want to use the code to move this around, we can. Hey, Coinum, welcome. Good to see you. We got all kinds of dreamers in the house today. It's going pretty well. I am currently updating or pushing forward the UI on my friendship simulation game. It's a game about making friends, kind of like dating sim, but for friends. And you can break the game when you go to talk to somebody. I see why. Let me fix that real quick. We need to add, so the reason why that didn't work is because we don't have this accessed as a unique name here. All right, fixed that. So what you can do is walk up to these placeholder art characters. You can open a conversation. You can move your cursor around, and that's it. They all have different names, which is cool. And then what ultimately I want is for us to be able to press a button, and it will open different response options, and it will be a conversation. We're way, way, way away from all of that. Not worried about that right now. Right now, I'm just setting up my own UI stuff using code and some of the UI stuff in Godot. You can see those 3 little boxes above the word eager. I want those 3 boxes to move depending on which of these I have selected. Yeah, actually, you know, just saying that out loud, I was thinking maybe there's not a good point. Maybe we don't need to say press E for this to open. Just if you're hovering it, the 3 boxes appear. So we could just move between these and then the 3 boxes. So the next step that I think I want to do is get it to move those 3 every time we change which one we're hovering. I think that makes the most sense, actually. And then you can move up or down within that. So we have the left or right column, and then we have the rows up or down. And then you can choose a response. I feel like that makes some sense. All right, so I think that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, those aren't the same. Yeah, those are, yeah. It's a little, I mean, look, I'm not saying the design is ideal yet. I think it's pretty neat. And it's all placeholder art. It's super ugly right now. Yeah, so these are the different characters are these bodies in the scene are the different characters. So yeah, so now I want to figure out how in the code we can put this in different positions. I kind of actually want to resize this. It looked a little tiny to me. So I'm just going to make this box a little bit larger. I don't really want it to be too large like that. What's the resize? What's the resize? S? All right. Okay, S. That's fine. I can live with that. And I'm going to move the anchor to the center because I want to. Okay, that looks a little better. I realized when we got into the scene it was different. I thought eager, even, and distant were their names. Yeah. I mean, it's weird. It's definitely unusual for those to be dialogue options. All right, that size looks pretty good. And then I'm also going to want text in there. I feel like it's still all too squished. It's all too squished, you know? Something I kind of want to do. I think now that I know about these boxes, let me get an H box. Let me get an H box. I think I want an H box because I want to be able to move these buttons a little more easily. Now they don't have a good minimum size, so it's going to be a little different. So let me do that. I'm going to select each of these panels. Again, I'm putting these 3 at the bottom in an H box so I can move this just for this. Now that I've learned this, I might as well use it to make things easier. I like that very much. So code versus node, you know, some things it's worth using the built-in node tools for sure. For sure. Now if I drop all those in there, nice. That is nice. Let's go. Heck yes. Perfect. Oh, that was so easy. Okay, cool. Oh, that's great. Wow. And then if we go to theme overrides, so good. Thank you, Acer. Dear gosh. 2, let's make it 5, 10. I always default to using nodes, but don't be afraid to code if you need it. Yeah, you know, so here's what I mean too with code versus node too. I mean a lot of things. So in the last stream, I set up a system that focuses those buttons. So I've got an enumerator, right, with the eager, even, distant. And then I've got a variable integer that goes from 0 to 2. And I've got this message hover state. Okay, and so whenever you press left or right, it adds or subtracts from the integer. And then those integers are being matched with a different hover state. And then that hover state is being matched with a different enumeration. And then depending on which enumeration with the particular as it relates to a particular panel, it'll change the size or set the focus visually. So I set all this up, and someone was like, "Oh, there's the neighbor option, right? And so we can set focus neighbor left, top, right, bottom. And so I don't need to like set up the code for that focus stuff. And I had already set it all up. So, you know, it was kind of like, do I switch? Do I get rid of all that and switch to this? And I'm kind of leaning towards no, because I mean, I've already done that and I don't feel like it's necessarily a bad thing. So I'm just building off of having had that. But that was kind of where that specifically comes from. I am definitely interested in looking more into nodes, but I also want to keep moving forward and not go back if I don't have to. So yeah. Coinum says, after Dreams, I want to move onto a game engine to make a 2D game. Let's go. I looked at Unreal, but they don't have great support for 2D. They absolutely do not. And Unity is off the table, so I'm really considering Godot. I love Godot. I love Godot. That's hilarious. WP making that from scratch. WP. Would probably making, will probably, was people making that from scratch. Where's well played making that? Oh, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. 2D for Godot is the way to go, to be honest. I know, right? And since I already know C, moving to C++ looks like an easy change. I looked into it a bit more, and Godot looks really beginner-friendly. Yeah, so I've been using GDScript. I've been using GDScript in Godot, and it's really nice. I really like it. It works well with Godot in general. But yeah, there you can use other... I think, especially with the Unity debacle, they're kind of starting to implement C#, maybe a little more. But look into GDScript. Like, it's honestly pretty easy to learn, and I like it. Godot's systems, according to Default Cube, welcome Default Cube, probably has decent edge cases and stuff it handles that you haven't written in code. So using any mechanic already provided in Godot would probably give a better experience. I hear you. I hear you. And so, you know, if and again, you know, I'm kind of looking, I'm here to share my learning experience with you and just sort of, and that is just doing what makes sense right in front of me to keep moving, right? This isn't a game that I'm going to put on Steam. Maybe if I put it on, this isn't a game that I have a deadline for, right? I don't have a publisher. I don't need to make ends meet and make sure this game gets done. So in a lot of ways, if things aren't ideal in my experience or the performance of the game, I'm kind of okay with that. I'm here just to learn. But I think you're probably right. I think what you're saying is true. And, you know, if I come across things like an H-box and a V-box that makes my life so much easier, let's go. Let's go. Right? If someone like Acert comes through and can explain it easily, we lost all the center points, then I'm down. I'll try it. But for the most part, if I already code something and it works, and it doesn't seem like it's going to cause me problems to leave it there, then that's what I'm going to do. All right, so let me adjust this. I want to say that these panels don't have all of... So it's interesting. So this is a bit of an issue, though, because why is it... If the rotation pivot is coming from the center, I guess the H-box container pivot, it's sort of like absorbing the pivot point for each of them, right? So now if it seems to be growing from the wrong place. Is it the anchors? So maybe I don't want an H-box because now it's kind of breaking it. Oh, here's some alignment stuff. Okay. Can I select multiple of these? Change the alignment. Horizontal alignment. I want everything to be centered. Center, center, center. Align with expand. There's a grow direction, I think. Okay. And would that be like from, you know, is that an H-box thing or a panel thing? Because when I didn't have it in the H-box, it grew just fine from the center. But as soon as I set up the H-box, then it started doing some funny stuff, which is a little irritating. When active, moving control nodes changes their anchors instead of their offsets. That doesn't sound like what I want. Pivot offset. Okay. And again, I ask, is that of the panel? I just looked it up. You did? Oh, shoot. Nice lookup skills. Layout, transform, pivot, offset. Okay. So, I mean, none? Like 0? Oh, that's just this. No, see, that's not it, because that's just this pivot point, right? And that's just for the one container. I didn't think, you can't look that up. That's too specific. No, I don't think we should put this in a container. So I'm going to take this out. Because it works fine when it's not in a container. And let me show you that being true. I'm going to hit tons of undos of the panel, not the box. Right, but they do, I hear you. But let me show you. Let me show you, though. So these already have, let me put this in the center. Wait, they got moved. Oh, shoot, they got changed. Wait, I thought they didn't get changed. Guys, I could have sworn I checked these, and the pivot point was in the same place as they originally were. All right. All right. Apparently they did get moved, and I didn't realize they got moved. Okay, but it's still growing from the corner, not the center. So I've got their pivot points for the panel, right? Right in the center. But it's still not growing from the center. So yeah, so it doesn't matter, apparently. It's still growing elsewhere, unfortunately. Thank you. It's not a big deal, because what I'm just going to do is Control Z my life away until we get these outside of the HBox. The HBox, I mean, I'm glad I learned it. It's cool, but I think it's actually going to be easier if I just don't do it. Because see, right now, it's not in the HBox, right? They're just floating, minding their own business, living their life. And the pivot grows from the center. So, you know what? It's okay. And then if I want to move them, I'll just do it manually. And everything will be fine. Okay, but what I really wanted to do is just move that down. So then this VBox position is a little more, has a little more space. Okay, great. Looks good. All right, now let's choose these positions and find a way to have it be different in code. So I'm going to need to think about its current position, right? So currently it is at something, something, something. It has to do with how you're animating these, but I don't know how to fix this without messing around myself. I understand. That makes sense. It's such a minor thing. I just don't really care. Yeah, and so the way that I'm doing it is I'm just changing the scale, and then there's the vector, right? So this is just defaulting from that center point. Maybe there's some way to be more specific about where that comes from, but not a big deal. So we have position 533 by 82, right? So if I start moving this, I put this at 100, we see the whole box moves. So that's good, right? So I want to say that when we're hovering over eager, it's at this position, 533 by 82. And this one might have to change, right? Because it's not going to be relative, which it actually would be nice if I could put this in another container of some kind, right? I feel like if I put it in a control node, I'm going to have issues. And the reason why I say that is because what if I want to, that wasn't that bad. What if I want to, you know, change the art style of the dialog box and rearrange things, you know? And I still want it. Sorry about the internet skip there. My ISP is having issues, and it is out of my control, and it is out of your control. The internet issues are not your problem. I just want you to know. Don't go check your internet. Don't call up your ISP. It's mine. Set HBox X position to Eager's X position. Yeah. That's a good idea. What's up, Springlock? That's a good idea. I kind of want it to be relative to the way it's set up, but yeah, pretty much. Anyway, I don't want to belabor this. So, okay, let's keep going. So in the code, I want to rename, actually let's rename this so we can reference it in the code. This is going to be meta responses is what this all is. Okay. And there's going to be 3 different possible positions, and that's going to depend on which of these is hovered. So if eager is hovered, I'm going to want the position to be where it's at. I just want to save. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter, actually. I'm not going to save this spot. Let's actually try it here. Well, yeah. So let me see where this goes if I put this here. So what I'm trying to figure out is where do I want to move them? So here we have 669, right? I'm going to keep this over here for now, okay? And I'm going to say in the script, 669 is where I want to get it to, because even is what is selected by default. So I'm going to also make meta responses access as unique name, so I can easily reference it. Drag it in like this. So if this one is hovered, what's up, Cheeto Plays? Welcome, good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. If we are selecting even, then I want, I guess, just this position to equal vector 2. We said 669, I think. 669 and then 82. Something like that. All right. Let's see if that works. Yes. Nice. I don't have to hard code it. Well, and so I mean that comes to the issue, right? Of the current thumbnail. The thumbnail will probably change after the live stream, but right now the title and the thumbnail is about code versus node. What's better? Should I hard code it or should I do it in the settings? I am preferable to hard coding it. And I know a lot of you will say I shouldn't. And I'm open. If you have the actionable steps for me, I'm down. Set it to even position. I mean, I hear you. That doesn't sound very actionable. So I'm going to keep going. And that's not what I meant by hard code. Oh. So this doesn't get to the title of the stream. I see what you're saying. You're saying we could have it be dynamic. So I don't have to say 669. It could change its... Oh. I like this. This is interesting. Okay. All right. Your friend is making a UCN type game with our original characters. It's going to be so good. We have all the menus, the office, and cams. Nice. What is a UCN game? That's pretty cool. Good luck with that. I bet it's going to turn out well. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, so then somehow I would need, so I could reference it. I could just say like what? Like, how do I don't know how to even do that. Position equals what, like button eager vector 2 x like that? Is that did I code it? Identifier x is unacceptable. Okay, that honestly makes sense. So then that's where I just, I need more actionable advice because I just don't even know. And this will work, Even dot really. Oh, that does sound correct. You know what? I have seen stuff like that before. Okay, let me try that. So we say position dot x. Ooh, no error. No error. Yum. I love it. Okay, cool. Dude, let's see what happens. Oh, it's the wrong one. I said eager. I meant even. So let me make sure that's correct. Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Okay, immediate issue. Invalid set index position on base with value of type float. Cool. Oh, because I need to say X for this as well. Yep. That makes sense? That makes sense. Okay. All right. So that's interesting. It's certainly working. It's just not doing the right thing. But at least it's not causing a problem. So, just for the sake of, or really curiosity, if I set this one to eager, right? Let's see what different place it puts it at. Okay. So it looks like we need a bit of an offset there. Or we need to adjust how it shows. It's definitely still good. It's definitely still good. There's just a bit of an offset issue. So let me try this for now. And we'll say distant. But with the offset, we're kind of borderline hard coding it again. I think it's because you need global position. Okay. Cool. Is there like a way to say global position? I can open up position, global position. Oh yeah, there is. We just say global. I probably need to do the same with the other side, right? Oh no, look, that's pretty good. Okay, cool. That's pretty close. It's getting there. Let's try the other side too. Oh, I spelled global wrong. I spelled global wrong. We're a good team, Acer. Okay, here we go. It just ran away. It just escaped. It just got a physical property. What? Only the right side global? Okay. Wow. Okay. And then it's a little off still. It's super weird. Still a little off. And I wonder if maybe that has to do with the pivot point of the meta responses? Maybe. It has its own anchor preset. Yeah, maybe if I do one of these and now I try it, because that moved it kind of the direction I want it to go anyway. Oh, that didn't help. Something like that. I guess I could just move the pivot as well in a way that it likes better. It still doesn't make all the sense to me. It could be the panels. Oh, it's still not moving to a different place. Pivot point doesn't seem to be helping. Almost. Springlock says UCN is ultimate custom knight at a FNAF game, but you can set the AI of the animatronics. Nice. On Dreams Search Satire's Catastrophe, that's a UCN type game. I don't use Dreams anymore, but noted. Thank you for that information. That looks cool. That sounds cool though. Worst case, you can hardcode an offset. Right. Yeah, it's still a little better, right? Because at least it's somewhat dynamic. But it does make me wonder. It does make me wonder. Because behind me, the pivot is changing. So the pivot offset is changing, right? I don't know, but then it's like, I don't know how to do the offset either. I guess if I say global position X, I don't even know. Like, will it be offset if I say like -10, 0? Does it like that? Let's see. Nope. It does not. That was the wrong way to do it. If there's a way to do it, that would be wrong. could look up the position. Literally just add an additional number to the end. That sounds nifty. That sounds easy. You make that sound very easy. But I think I'm still doing it wrong. It has to be a positive number. Okay. All right. And you said plus? Oh, like add it. Like literally add it. Oh, like a math formula. Okay, we're just going to open up global position here. Oh, I spelled this wrong. I added... Ugh, I hate when that happens. Okay. Plus 10. Oh, this always happens. I go to test it, and I start pressing WASD, and it enters the key that I typed into there. I always start playing too soon. And then it messes up my code. Okay, well, we didn't hit an error. Let's make it go a little further. Let's say plus 100. See what that gives us. Nice. So I would want minus then. Still better that it's dynamic. Thank you for teaching me that. Cool. So we'll just keep adjusting that a little bit. Let's say minus 50. Something like that. Something like that. A little more. No problem. A little 75. A little minus 75. Oh, okay, there we go. All right. Maybe not 75. Maybe 65. A little, you know, pedantic, but nice. That works. I'm going to move the Y position a little bit so it's not overlapping it quite like that. Trying to center it? Kind of, yeah. Pretty much. Let's move it up just maybe a couple steps. And then there has to be a better way, but this works just as well. Yeah. Yeah, right. It seems strange that it's doing that. It does make me wonder. You know, like if I were to just like redo it, you know, I wonder if those positions would change. I don't know. Yeah. I think that's too high though. I think I need to bring it down just a little bit. It's not the most important because this is easy to change, but still. Cool. Nice. It would be nice if we had like an animation or something. I feel like that would like look better. That's a whole thing. I don't really know how to do. I mean, we did like manage to accidentally animate it earlier, which was pretty cool. I gotta say, a part of me is a little curious. Godot or GDScript, like some kind of interpolation, lerp, position lerp, like something pretty simple. Can lerp be used for position? Yes, it's used for linear interpolation. Oh yeah. We could probably figure this out. Speaking of delta time, it'll put the sprite along an interpolated line. We might be able to figure this out. Stormrun has to redo some of your blueprint because your math didn't work. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That could either be like no big deal or kind of frustrating. But specifically, I wanted to like animate something. When I move an object with a lerp, arc animation 2D. No. Why isn't my lerp working correctly? I don't know. Lerp is a way to interpolate a value over several frames to get a smooth animation. Right. So maybe I just look into how we can use that. So I'm gonna pull up the documentation. I'm curious. So what I'm looking for is to get it so when we switch between them, this is gonna be kind of ridiculous, and I don't know if we can manage it. Come from the, oh man, I don't know. I might be getting ahead of myself here, if I'm being honest. I'd like it to like appear. I don't know. I think I should let it go. I feel like this is beyond the scope of what I want to achieve today, if I'm being honest. Returns the result of the linear interpolation between this. Yeah, so that's not really what we want. All right, I'll let it go. I wanted to. I considered it. Sorry about. I see that it was gray a second ago. I apologize for that. That's my ISP. It is not your computer. It is nothing I can do. Everything will be fine. All right, so let's not worry about any of that interpolation. Let's just put all these different positions. Do you know how to make animations with the animation player? Actually, no. I've actually never used any of the animation tools. I'm green to that. I'm absolutely, completely green to that. If yes, use that. If not, don't worry about it for now. Okay, all right. Yeah, because, you know, I feel like we could always add that in later. All right. Let's see if these other buttons work. It's quite similar to Dreams, actually. Nice. So it's like, what you call it? Timeline based. I like that very much. There's actually some similar stuff in Unreal, too. All right. Nice. And so there that moves right along with us. Beautiful. That's a good start. Timeline with keyframes. Nice. Nice. You can easily do it later. All right, so let's call that stretch goal stuff. You know, but to see how much better it would look, like we open this up and like it like slides out. It like slides out. Oh, that'd be so nice. But I'll let it go. I'll let it go. The next thing I want to do is going to be a little bit more complicated. Because the next thing I want to do is have it so we can select those three things separately. So I want to be able to hover this one, and that one. I want to focus them all, right? So if, and it shouldn't matter which one we're on. I just want it to happen. So right now we have left and right focusing these, and I want up and down to focus the others. So that's going to be my goal. That's going to be my goal. Animating is pretty fun. Takes a while, though. Yeah. Agreed. I go for a second, and you already got it working. You look disappointed. No! It's already working. Yeah, we did. Acer helped me. I mean, I think I would have figured it out, but not with the dynamic positioning, which is nice. So thank you for that. So cool. So then the next thing is where it gets really, so if you want to be able to help, buckle up, Psychonic Joe, buckle up, because this is about to get more complicated. So what I'm going to need is a new script, right? And I'm going to want that script to be on my meta responses. So I guess I'm just going to go ahead and attach a new script. And this can be, yeah, the meta responses script. That sounds good to me. I'm just going to give it a little different appearance. All right, create. We got our meta responses script. And I kind of want it to be the same as the what do we call this other one? Actually, we called this other one message type. I guess I should rename this. Let me actually rename this right now before I regret my choices. We want to say this is message. Hey, let me rename it. Let me rename it. Give me that rename. All right. How about I delete it? How about I just delete it then? How about that? Let's make a new script, and I'll name it the right thing this time. I want to say message meta is what I actually want. Okay, there we go. So now we got the script. Sadly, I'm kind of busy for now, so I'm tabbing in and out. That's all right. That's all right. I'm here for you. You're not here for me. I'm here for you. This should be easier than you think, to be honest. You can do it. Oh, thanks for the encouragement, Acer. Yeah, we can do it. So we've got a new script, and so I want to kind of copy all of this, really, and just rename the variables to be different, right? And then the input, instead of left and right, I want it to be up and down. So I'm just going to copy all of that. I'm going to open up the new script we made. I'm going to paste all of this in here. And we're going to rename our enumerator to positive, neutral, and negative. We want the default option to be neutral. We want, instead of message type hover, we want message meta hover. And then we want that to be true for all of these. Meta message hover. Same thing here. Meta message meta hover. And then we got to change this throughout our script. So it's really just that word meta is the main thing we got to change. But it's easier just to double click these and paste it. So we're going to do it that way. Double click, paste it over. And it should work for all of these, because that's all we changed for each of them. It's the same either way. The only difference is one of them has the state at the end. So we don't want to completely replace that one. So we'll do that more carefully. Like this. Has that got a capital M? That was an accident. I didn't mean for that to have a capital M. Whoopsie. So I actually have to fix these. Did not mean for that to be capitalized. Almost doesn't matter. But it mostly matters. Okay, so we're just renaming stuff, catching it all up to be correct. Making mistakes, learning lessons. And I put the wrong letter. Okay, looks good. Lowercase. Oh my gosh, I keep typing that N instead of M. Sometimes that autocomplete do be getting in the way though. This one we want to be meta. I guess I'll just type it instead of pasting it. Why not just use search and replace? Because I don't know where that is. Do you know where that is? Is that up here? Oh, it's up here! The reason default cube is because I didn't know about it until you just told me about it. I tried searching it, but it wasn't really helping me. But you just saying search and replace. Because you know what I looked for? Find. I'm used to find and replace. So I was like, okay, where's find and replace? Where's find and replace? Okay, no find. We're done here. But you said the word search, and it's like, oh, search. Thank you. Thank you, guys. That's always so helpful. Okay, cool. The reason why I didn't use it is I didn't know about it. So I guess at this point, let me just ground myself in what we're doing here. So we've got, the only ones we have left are the message type hover. Sweet, let's do it. I knew it had to exist. I just didn't know where it existed. Okay, cool. So we want to find message type hover. Awesome. Thank you. Message meta hover. Replace them all. I think that's the hardest part about different engines. Same stuff, different words. Yeah, it's very frustrating, I think. Apparently, I did not name this correctly. You can also do multiple cursors. What does that mean? Message meta hover. What did I do wrong? Message underscore meta hover. Message underscore meta hover. Oh, the names are different. Gotcha. So we want to take all the eager and replace that with positive. we want to take all the even and replace that with neutral. Do we make them all caps? Okay, we got to make them all caps as well. Eager is going to be replaced with positive. Replace all. Even is going to be replaced with neutral. Replace all. And distant is going to be replaced with negative. Replace all. Okay, we still have a couple. Oh, so I got to replace positive with positive. All right, errors resolved. Let's go. Alt-click, multiple cursors. So wait, what does that even mean? Oh, whoa. So like if I wanted to just, and that's different. Okay, huh? So so if I wanted to select multiple things, press backspace, it deletes all those things. If I wanted to select multiple lines like this and press backspace, what? What? Wait, they all have their own text cursor. What? And I can move them left and right. That's wild. What? That seems very specific. So I guess if I have like here, right, where I have this % button, right, and it's all the same. Wait, click. This is confusing. Click, click. Then I can move along here with 3 different cursors, and we can modify them all simultaneously, and I could even come. That's so cool. Default, this is awesome. Dang, wow. So I'm adding new text cursors, and we can move them around in unison and do stuff and add stuff in unison. Alt up down moves lines. What? On Earth? So I can move the entire line. Wow, this is so helpful. Control K is for comments. So it'll just like automatically comment it out. Oh! Oh, these are nice tips. Oh! Sweet. Thanks, Default Cube. I don't know when I'm going to use them, but now I know that they're here. You can program some of those in your Stream Deck. Really? It looks like I have moved some stuff and not moved them back, so I better hit undo here. I better hit some undos. We got a little experimental here. Okay, I think we're back to normal. I've been using Godot on and off since 2018, so I picked up a few stuff. Thank you for sharing it. Key press combos. Right, like hotkeys? I do use hotkeys with my Stream Deck for sure, if that's what you mean. Are you saying, wait, oh, Stormrun, are you saying use my Stream Deck for coding? That's kind of awesome, actually. Let me make sure I didn't break anything. Let me just hit play. No, this is, well, there's no way we can hit play, because this whole script is not set up yet. So let me finish doing that. So for our dialog box stuff, where we have all of the left and right movement here, this is saying extends panel. I don't know that we actually want that at the top of this. I'm actually not sure what I want at the top of this. Let me cut all this out of here. I'm a little concerned. I'm gonna hit severe undos back to when we didn't have anything in here for a second. Cause I'm actually, oh, I can't undo that far. Cool. Can we just like revert the script back to default? I'm just not sure what to actually... I'm going to detach the script. I'm going to throw it in the garbage. I'm just going to do it over. Let me make sure I do the right one. Because I'm still kind of learning a lot of this. So I'm not sure what I'm supposed to put at the top. But I want to see what it says by default. If I attach a script and we say it's meta type extends VBox container. Right. So it's the IC. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, so let me paste all that back in there. And we want to say VBox container. Got it. Okay. Cool. So I mean, I'm not saying it's going to work, but at the very least, player state static body friend. Right. So we have to change these references and stuff. So this was for right, because we're updating the player states. Right. Okay, I need to remind myself how all this works. I use my Stream Deck knockoff for adding basic stuff. I have folders for Unreal Engine that I can just add a cube, delete stuff. That's awesome. Browse to content folder. You can do all kinds of stuff with hotkeys. That's really cool. That's a smart idea. I like that idea a lot. You navigate your whole PC without a mouse? That's cool. I like that. So there's some things I have to tell you guys about how this works. First of all, I would love to just like turn off the script for like a temporary. I guess I could. I mean, if I just make this not visible, the script is still gonna run. It's not gonna not run the script. Is there a way to like say just be quiet script? Just not right now. I guess I could detach it. Yeah, just detach it because it'll save it. Okay, cool. That'll actually work. Nice. So, oh shoot. Oh shoot. Looks like I broke something. It looks like I broke something. Back on the dialogue thing. Oh, I hit... I undid all of that. I gotta be careful with my undos, man. I gotta be careful with my undos. Alright, we can redo it. It's easy. It's easy. We just gotta say meta responses position equals... It's good. Now we get to learn it. We want to say that it's at the position of, in this case, button eager dot position x, and I think we said minus 65 or something like that. It's just a little setback. Oh, right. Global position. And we want to make sure this says X as well. Global position. I love a little reinforced learning. Nice. Okay, cool. And then we'll just copy that line. Paste it down. Change this to even. Do the same thing here. And change it to distant. Easy. Easy. And I'll commit it this time so we can always roll back. All right, beautiful. All right, save it. Let's commit it. Even though I can't push them because I have some problem in my GitHub that I don't understand, and I'm not going to worry about it. So I want to say we meta responses movement. Meta responses move with focused button type. Okay. I think this is harder than having the 9 buttons appear and disappear, but it's cool you're doing this. I need to do something similar. Yeah, to me well, to me it's just more learning, right? It's just like a greater investment in learning. And then ultimately it's going to be less complexity or repetitiveness. You know, and I want to learn to do it this way. But I think that it is more learning for sure. I agree with that. Okay, so now I want to just go over. I want to show you and go over to myself how this works, so we can understand some of the errors that came up. So the way this starts, it changes hover states. if dialog box is open. So what is this, right? This player states. So this is, if we zoom out a level, let's zoom out 2 levels. So there's the main scene here, right? And if we just look at this main scene by itself, it's pretty much just the game, right? It's got everything in it. Now, if I look at the friends scene, all this is, we can't even see it, but if we come into 3D, you'll see it's just these 3 characters here, right? It's not the player controller, none of that stuff, not the camera, it's just these 3. And in there is each friend instanced separately. And they have scripts that are the same script, it's a shared script. They have their own friend scripts. And then they're in a 3D node that has its own unique script. And on that script is the player state variable. And so there's 2 player states right now. There's the default player state, which allows you to walk around and do stuff. And then the second player state is when you open up a dialog box, then you can't move around. And the controls are instead diverted to controlling this focus. So those are the 2 different states. And that is being updated and read by 2 different things. It's being read from the player, which has a script in the main scene. So we have the main scene here. And that is checking for that script. And it's checking to see what state we're in. So right here. So it's saying if that state is normal, then allow movement and allow us to walk around. Yeah. Okay. And if we go into the instanced friend scene now, and we look at the friends themselves, or the dialogue rather, and we look at the dialogue, not the friends, the dialogue, it also references that same variable, right? So the way I tried to describe it last time, I should still have it. Maybe I didn't save it. All right, well, I can open up the live stream. Well, I made a nice paint file that kind of described what it does. I reckon Godot does have a built-in way to force capture inputs and prevent them from propagating further. Right, right. I kind of understood that. There's like some words that made sense to me in what you said. Yeah. There's like a couple of them there. Sounded like they made sense to me. So let me see where this is in here. Just a second. Here. Okay. So here's my little drawing of this, right? So we have in the center here, this is the variable that says either we are the player that can move or the player that has to stay put, right? And this red circle represents the player, and the player is checking that to see, can I move around right now or not? And then this green circle represents the dialogue, and the dialogue is actually updating this in this orange circle in the center that has that state. So it occupies this straddles, this node sort of straddles between being accessible by the player and accessible by the dialogue. So I'm explaining this because now that I've duplicated this script for the meta messages, and I did just realize I still renamed this wrong. I still named this wrong. That's okay. We haven't attached it to anything, so we'll just redo it. Oh, I didn't want to zoom. Please don't zoom. Dude, zooming, Godot does not like zooming at all. It's so, like, everything in Godot is so fast But then I start zooming and it's just like the slowest engine I've ever used. I don't ever do it on purpose either. I always do it on accident. So then I have to reset it, but I gotta wait for it to like reset. Patience. Patience. Okay. So actually, I don't want it to be named this, so I'm gonna rename it yet again. If I come to the dialog instance, we haven't attached the script to it yet. So let me just make sure I grab all this. I keep renaming things wrong because I got ADHD and I make mistakes a lot. So let's do remove this. I'm going to attach a script. I'm going to name it correctly this time, I swear. Message_meta. That's what I want the script to be called. Paste all this in here. Oh, but this doesn't have the renamed. Okay, let me take this other one. There we go. This is the one. And this has... Oh, alright. That's not renamed either. So I gotta rename it all manually again. That's okay. That's okay. So we're renaming this once again. And this time, we know the search and replace. So that'll be easier. Message type hover. I'm gonna search and replace. And we're gonna say message type hover. I'm going to switch it to message meta hover. Replace all. Okay. Oh, it's not, oh, it wasn't case sensitive. We want to say match case, replace all. And then we want to do lowercase, match case, replace all. Okay. I think that there's an argument to be made that I shouldn't be naming these the same thing, but here we are. All right, now that's all updated. Okay, so back to what I was talking about with the 3 different sections, right, that are influencing each other. So this script that I've copied in the center, right, it isn't referencing the right place anymore because this is nested in here. I don't know that we need to check this though, right? Because the reason why we were checking it in the other one, change hover states if dialog box is open. So that way when we press up, down, left, and right, it's not going to change it. So then all we have to do is, I think, add an extra ... and I think then it'll be able to access it. I'm pretty sure. So I'm going to add an extra ... And hopefully whatever error we get. Okay, player state, that was not enough for it to be able to reference it. So I could also say, let me see if I can figure this out. Because before, it was easy, since we have an instance of the dialog box script right here, right? I can drag this and put this in here, and you can see it gives me the reference, right? But when I'm inside of the scene, the dialogue scene, it doesn't give me the reference. So I need to figure out how to get that reference. Is this like a get tree kind of situation? I mean, what I want is, it's called all friends. But I don't know if it's going to give me. And then there's like get tree. But I'm not exactly sure how get tree works, if I'm being honest. If I were to just reference the dialog box, that's a single period. Oh, and then what's this remote thing? I feel like that's when you're running the game. Right, that's just when you're running the game. So what I need to figure out is how to reference that. Now, I could also say, you know what I could do? You know what I think I'm going to do? I think I'm going to not do this way. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that the dialog box, which can see that, I'm going to say on that script, it's going to check. Not only is it going to activate the hover states function, I'm going to have it also update a variable. I'm going to create a new variable, and this is going to be variable dialog true, or dialog open. Hey, Ash Kettle, welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I am here learning and sharing that with you. Specifically, I am figuring out how to get my UI coded in a way that it functions as I desire. And I'm setting up a meta menu within an existing menu. I'll show you by detaching this script for right now. So right now, I have, oh, really? It reset it again. Really? Why does that keep happening? It keeps not saving my script changes. Wait. I'm confused. Apparently, I have made a greater change than I realized, and I have to fix this. Oh, because I hit that. It's because I started to add something and I didn't finish it. Okay, anyway, here we are. We're back. All right. All right. Godot does have a meta menu kind of node. Yeah, so I was using it before. They have the menu button node. That may not be what you're referring to, but I was using something like that at one point, but I decided not to because I would rather just code it myself. And I think if you're talking about what I think you're talking about, you might be talking about the menu button node. I also felt like it was very limiting visually, but you may even mean something other than that. You may even mean something other than that. And that is interesting. That is what you're thinking of. Yeah. Yeah, I actually decided not to use that. It's ugly, and I would rather have full control code-wise. So I just want to do this. And not that that wouldn't give that to me, but just trying... I find it much easier to figure out how to do things in code when GDScript than it is to figure out how to do things using the built-in features. I don't know what that says about Godot, but that's the way I feel about it most of the time. Maybe I just need more experience, which is what I'd rather push through and get. So anyway, so what I want and what I'm here to set up is the meta menu. So we can move between these, right? And so then the meta menu, that's left and right. The meta menu should be up or down. So when I move up or down, I want these options to be selected, basically. And that's what I'm setting up right now. I'm setting up a new script to do that. This is our message meta script. And in the message meta script, I want to reference a script that is determining whether the player can move or not. So the way I'm going to do that, and I'm not saying it's the best way, but it's the way I'm going to do it, is I'm going to set up a variable in the main dialog box script, or the message type, okay? Just so you understand how this, it's going to crash as soon as it opens. Just so you understand how this works. It's really hard to, I don't know, I want to be able to explain things, but sometimes you just have to do it. So like this is the message type script, right? The eager, even, distant. This is message type. Okay, and this can access the information about whether or not the player can currently control the menu. And the meta menu, the way I have it set up right now, the meta menu cannot access that. I guess it doesn't have to. I guess, you know what? What if I don't do all that? What if I just have the meta responses VBox not nested, and I just have it in the scene? Will that work? Okay, I don't think that'll work. I don't think I can do that. It was worth a shot. But yeah, I can't do that. Okay, never mind. Nope. So that's what we're gonna do. So what I'm gonna do is, in the script that can access that information about whether or not the player can or can't move, in the script that can access that information, I'm going to set up a variable that can be seen by my meta menu. Okay, cool. So variable dialog open, it's going to be false by default. And then we're going to say that when the type menu sees that it's the dialog state, I want it to set that variable, or rather we just say dialog open true, right? And then we also want to be able to make it false as well. So I guess I'll add a new one here. If, and let's just grab this line. If this is normal, that is to say not dialog, so there's normal and dialog, and if it's normal, then keep dialog open to false. And this is change hover states if dialog is open. I'm going to say allow or disallow hover states if dialog box is closed. And then for this, I'll say allow and change hover states if dialog box is open. I'll say allow changing hover states. Okay. I'm going to push a commit, or not push a commit, make a commit. I can't push right now, unfortunately. I'm going to say began implementing, or meta menu script begun. Added a variable on the type menu that can inform the meta menu of the player's movement state. So that's what I'm trying to do there. Let me commit that. And then I'm going to hit a save. Okay. Now, on the meta menu, I'm going to want to check for that variable, right? So instead of looking for it here, that allows the hover states to happen, I want to say, look to the dialog box, and specifically, dialog open, if that is set to true. Oh, colon. Okay, let's see if that works. It does. Nice. All right. Yes. Okay, so that seems to work. Good. At least it's not giving me an error. So I'm going to do a commit. I'm going to say meta menu variable setup. Meta menu dialog open variable seems to work. Commit. Okay, and then we don't want it to be left or right that makes things work, but up or down. I think I've set these up. I'm pretty sure. Oh, forward or backward. That's what we're calling them here. Forward or backward. I was wondering why it wasn't auto-completing. Okay. Great. So that should be the same. And then the difference is, instead of modifying these buttons, we want to modify our positive, neutral, and negative buttons. So I'm going to set these up a little better here. We should be able to move this wherever we want. And let's name this positive, neutral, and negative. We could do button. Let's keep with the button convention. Button positive, button neutral, and button negative. All right. Sounds like a terrible, terrible movie name. Button negative. I hate it. I do want to put labels in here as well. I guess I might as well do that. So let's get a label in there. And I'll call it positive label. And we'll move it into position. I'm going to duplicate it. Drop it in here. Call this neutral label. Name it as such. Looks like I'm going to have to go off the grid to get that just where I want it. It would be kind of nice if this was centered. Truth be told. Just kind of get that in there. Get that in there. Make sure this one's centered too. This one's so much longer. The neutral label. You don't have to be that long. Yeah, you can be smaller. Whoa. Okay, never mind. You know what? Be as long as you want. I'm going to duplicate this. Bring this in here. I'm going to say negative label. Oh, hey, Hollow Tempest. Not a lot. I'm setting up some UI stuff in my Friendship Simulator game. Sharing my learning process and all that. What's up with you? How you doing? Thanks for stopping in. I'm going to say negative. All right. Very good. Now it's just a little bit more clear what that does. Back to the script. And now we have these names. I'm also going to set these. I'm going to click on all of them. I'm going to right click, access as unique name. So now they all have percents next to them, which means I can easily reference them. In fact, let's just... Is this the right script? Are we in the right script? We aren't. Oof, it's so easy to do. Oh man, I'm going to make that mistake a lot. I got to be careful. I got to be careful editing the wrong script. I am definitely likely to do that. Or was I in the right script? I don't even know if I was in the right script. Where does it like say what script I'm in? I mean, I see over here if it's highlighted. So I guess that's how I know what script I'm in. So I got to make sure I look over here. We want to be in message meta. Let me find everything that says even. And we want to change that to positive. We did that wrong here, so I'll do this one neutral. Everything that says, oh, wow. Oh, wow. This is actually rearranged. Oh, geez. We did some rearranging here. Oh, I guess we did that on purpose. I see. So this is, I made the first one the one that changes. I gotcha. Okay, it was a little confusing at first. Okay, so this is actually fine. The first one is positive. It's a little confusing. It's a little confusing. You're dying. You just came back to the most intense gym sessions and everything hurts. Congratulations! Congratulations! Sounds like you got what you wanted. Sounds like that is what you want to feel. Or are you saying you worked too hard? Maybe you'll pace yourself better next time? Hey. Maybe it was for the best. Maybe you did a good thing. Alright, so I did these a little wrong. That's okay. I'm not gonna use search and replace right now. It's just a little, I get really confused between binary things. If there's two things, and one's a little different than the other, my brain confuses them really easily. Especially when that's on many layers and meta levels. I get really confused easily. So we want this one to be neutral. So the way I had this set up was the first line is the one that is being modified in this match. So I'll put negative here. And then I guess it doesn't make the most sense. And then the next one would be neutral, I guess. And then this one would be negative. That one starts with neutral. So I guess the next one would be negative. It's kind of confusing. How did we do it on the other one? Eager, even, distant. Even was next. Yeah, so it kind of like cycles around. It's a pretty confusing way to do it. I don't think I should do it this way. I don't like this. I don't think this is a good way to do it. I'm gonna rearrange it. So now that we've learned this cool trick, was it Alt down? I think I should make these all the same. There's really no reason to do it this way. And it's just confusing the hell out of me. So I'm gonna make it eager, even, distant on each of these in line. And then I'm going to come back here, and we're going to do the same thing here. So positive is going to be the first one. Every time. But this one wouldn't be positive, because this is the one that's being chosen. This one is neutral, and we want to put this one in the middle. I'm doing my best. And this one's negative. We want that at the bottom. So this becomes positive. Whoa. Oh, I see. This one becomes positive. Move that down one. This one is neutral. You worked too hard. 7 different classes. 7 different classes? And weight training, you're in 3 days, which is about 6 hours of intense working out in 3 days. That's a lot. That's a lot. Your body needs a break. I feel like I heard somewhere it's like better to exercise, to not exercise too much. Because then you don't like actually get back as much after. Something like that. We want to keep this positive and this one negative. You're feeling good because you had salad from lunch. Nice. No, I mean, well, but I mean, look, good means different things to everybody. It's all relative. It's all relative. Salad for lunch, that's still good. I got a bowl of spinach I'm eating. That's what I'm eating. Did I work out today? Hell no. I haven't worked out in a long time. And I feel good about this, and you should feel good about that. You can barely move your left arm. Ice bath? Take care. Take care. That sounds like a lot of weight to lose. Dang. I always feel weird about congratulating people on losing weight, because for some people, losing weight is a good thing. For some people, it's not a good thing. You know, everybody's kind of different. So I'm not sure what your implication is. I don't know if your implication is like I've lost all, like if like were you 200 pounds or not? It sounds like you have. My guess is your implication, if I am to rise above my autism and not take what you're saying literally, my guess is you're implying that it was at least twice that or something, and this is a better, healthier weight for you. In which case, congratulations. Button positive, neutral, negative, positive, neutral, negative. This one has a vector change. This has a vector change. That has a vector change. All right, good. All looks good. Doc said the word diabetes. I literally lost all that. Totally on purpose. Nice. Nice. Dude, that is a word that will change. Dude, I have seen that. I have seen people hear that and then make the changes they need. It's good because it's because there's either that reaction or there's running away from it, you know? Good on you for making the decision that is best for your health. That's awesome. That's hard to do. Even if it felt easy because you just went into like go mode, it's still not easy to do. All right, so I've renamed all these positive, neutral, negative, positive, neutral, negative, positive, neutral, negative. This is still wrong. This says eager, even, and distant up here. I need to rename these. So actually, let me do that. We're going to replace all capital eager with capital positive. Replace all. But yeah, take an ice bath or something, Tempest. My goodness. You can't feel your arm? My goodness. Or move it? I don't know what is good. Take it easy next time. Something. Your body doesn't deserve that abuse. There's a fine line, I think, in my mild ignorance, between pain and gain, right? Did I say that well? I don't know. I don't think I did. Or maybe you know what I mean. Okay. All right, so now it should all be negative. This does... Right, so we want to change that. So wherever it says eager, we want that to be positive. Replace all. Wherever it says even, we want that to be neutral. Replace all. And where this says distant, we want it to say negative. Replace them all. Okay. I think this is nice and up to date. We do want to say the input pressing is, instead of left and right, it's backward and forward. I guess we got to decide if positive is 0 and positive is at the top, then adding is up. So forward, so backward, right. I think that makes sense. We'll find out. We will find out. Okay, there's forward. There's forward and backward. This might be different, though. Oh, this is an or, so that doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter what order it's in. Is it? There's no way it just works, right? Okay, it definitely doesn't just work yet. Good. Good. So, I mean, it's not throwing up any errors. It could be our vector scaling. I'm actually not all the way sure why it isn't working. Unless it just isn't seeing the input somehow. But I think it would see the input. Let me make sure the input is what I think it is. Up physical, W, yeah. Forward, backward, yeah. And then these are contained in there. I guess I could just double check to make sure. I mean, these references have to be right. Otherwise, I don't think it would work. But I could try it. Oh, we have them all selected. I see. Button positive. Yeah, that looks the same. 0, 1, 2. Okay, well, I do have these reversed. But it still should do something. It should just be going in the wrong direction. And in fact, when we open it, it should default to neutral one way or the other. I don't quite understand. I'm actually not sure what I did wrong here. Unless this scale stuff isn't working for the panel. But it should be, because this is the same elsewise. So that should work. Oh, here we go. Whoa. Wait, are we on the right script? What? Oh man, I renamed them on the wrong script. I mean, that shouldn't matter. It should still work. I did rename, I renamed the meta on the TypeScript. And the meta script has all the type names. That shouldn't matter. It should still work. As we see, you know, it still works over here. I mean, the name is wrong, but it should work. What maybe doesn't work, maybe where we're having an issue is the the dialog open true. That may not be working. So what if I say it may not be seeing that? So what if I say that these are all not visible by default? Or let's just make it the entire VBox isn't visible. So the VBox is not visible. I'm just going to use this to debug. So there we don't see those three options anymore. And then I'll say that if this is true, make that visible. And so then that'll tell us, oh, okay, so that's what's not working, I think, is that variable. And so it's not allowing the controls to come through, I think. I still feel like it should still kind of work. But I guess not. Yeah, because that's all in the same function. Yep, okay, so that wouldn't work. All right, so this dialog open true thing is not working. So I'm going to come back to our TypeScript, which has everything set up wrong with the names, but it doesn't really matter because it still works. If player state it's normal, let's have it print. Let's have it print this. I'm going to say print dialog open, so we know what that state is all the time. So we can see down here, it's reporting false, 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 all down the line. And it remains false. So we need that to become true. So I need to fix it so it becomes true. Okay, cool. This is checking, it's not setting. We want this to set that. And we want this to set that. Wrong equals signs. Okay, so here, false, 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 and then it becomes true. And then now we can select them. Let's go. Okay. Yes. Awesome. All right. Whew. So, just a little problem. So obviously there were some other things there that were wrong. For example, it was moving the wrong direction. There was a lot of weird overlap. Right? So I want to get the UI to be less overlap. But it does work. The directions are going the wrong way. And it looks kind of stupid. But generally it's working. So that's good. All right, I don't need this printing anymore. So let's get that out of there. And on the other script, I don't need it to make things visible or not necessarily. That could be for a future thing to set an animation so it appears a little nicer. Just for house cleaning, I'm gonna fix all of the variable names. So we are on the meta script. Therefore, message type hover needs to be message meta hover. Replace all. And then message type hover lowercase needs to be message meta hover. Replace all. Okay. So that's fixed. And then we want to come to the other script. Change it here. Do the opposite. We want message meta hover to become message type hover. In some ways it might not matter, but it bothers me. And then do the uppercase version. Do the same down here. Hello, Elite Name. Welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Not overworking yourself too much. Making it so you can't feel your arm. Oh gosh, it's horrifying. It's good to see you. I am setting up some UI stuff, some extra UI stuff. So we have the like menu where you can go left and right. And then we have the vertical pop-up. And I just set that up. So the centering is way off. So I need to fix the visual aspect. But functionally, it now works. So besides fixing the positions of these, so we can have a meta menu in addition to the main menu here. Looks like the positions are a little off in a lot of ways. But besides that, I would also like to have a way that we can actually make these choices and have the game tell us that we made the right choice. So for it to know that we did a neutral even, that we did an eager positive or a distant negative, or an even negative and an eager positive and a distant neutral, something like that. There's a few other problems to fix before we get to that, though. Namely, I want to set up this to go the right direction. Right now, down is up and up is down. So let's flip those. Make sure we're on the message meta script. They look very similar, so it's easy for me to get confused. So I'm going to make this one forward, this one backward. So that'll fix that problem. Nice. Very good. And then the centering issues. Let's deal with that. There's a few different centering issues, but especially I would like to fix how each one, so each of their pivot points are in the corner. I'm going to try putting them in the middle. Now, before, I did have an issue before where if I nested these buttons in a container like I have now, they wouldn't actually scale from the center. We might still have that problem, and we might need to deal with it. Yeah. So it's not scaling from the center. So it looks like we do have to deal with that and figure that out. So this V-box, alignment is begin. I could try putting that alignment to center, see if that helps. It looks like that was not the alignment we want. Indeed, it is still offset, or going from the side. Layout clip contents, don't think I care about that. Custom minimum size, don't think I care about that. Layout direction inherited. based on locale. I don't think that's going to make a difference, but I'll try it anyway. Does not make a difference. Layout mode anchors or... well, it moved it to a different place, which isn't a big deal maybe, because it should teleport. Okay, so it's weird, and it's not fixing that issue anyway. So that's not it. Anchors preset, top left. Oh, that's promising. Let's try center. Now, I would think... Is that true in all of them? So that's just for this VBox. In the control layout, there's an anchors preset. I would think that that might just be for the VBox, not necessarily its contents. In the contents, one of the panels that's in here, I don't see that option for anchors preset. I could search anchor. Nothing. But we can see, I have a feeling that's just going to change the position of it. Yeah, above it, but not of them. And hopefully you see what I mean. It's that this isn't centered more. I want this to be shifted over. So it's maximizing from the center. Let's keep experimenting. The pivot points on each of them are already in the center. Let me get out the way. Size, position, rotation, scale, pivot, offset. That's the pivot point that we put in the center. And that's just for the box itself, not for the contents. So I don't know that any of this is going to make any difference for the stuff inside. Theme overrides, canvas item, visibility ordering. I don't think that's going to help us. Visibility. I feel like that's not going to help us. Node process. I don't think that's going to help us. Thread group. I don't know what thread group means. Process stuff. Set process thread group for this name. Basically, whether it receives notification process, notification physics process. I don't think that's going to help us. Localization, that's not going to help us. So I don't know that the setting actually exists in the box itself. So if I go into the panels that are contained in that box, container sizing, I mean, expand is just changing its size. There is this shrink center, but I feel like that's just more for like how it appears visually, but not necessarily in relation to anything else. Yeah, this makes the VBox very unappealing for me. I like the VBox because it makes it easier for us to move this around, but the problem is they're not actually growing from the center. Maybe deeper here in the styles. Texture margins, expand margins. I don't think that'll help. Thanks, Leet Name. I like it too. I like it because it has fun patterns. It's like, I don't even know what it is. Like, it's not houndstooth. It's like something else. I got it at a thrift store. Thank you. I love this pattern. That's like why I got it. It was because I thought this pattern was really trippy. Yeah, I mean, maybe stuff in here makes a difference. It's interesting because if I change, if I change expand margins on the left, for example, it makes that longer. Let's do something ridiculous. Make it 100. And then I just wonder how that grows it. You know, that does, like, look better. Somehow. Hey, Pierogigon. Welcome. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I am setting up a meta menu for my main menu. You're waiting for the bus? Says it's coming an hour late. No! No! You already have to wait so long on the bus. I am so sorry. F that. F that into the ground. Give it an F. I'm setting up a meta menu. And oh, I forgot to sing praises of members when they come in. Welcome, Pierogigon. I forgot to sing Storm Run in. Even though Storm Run is a member, I'm still getting used to singing songs, but I remembered for you, so here you go. Yeah. In 20 minutes, you need to repair your bicycle. I would put that message on the screen, but the game is capturing my mouse. There we go. In 20 minutes, you need to repair your bicycle. That sounds like that could either be really annoying or not a big deal. You knew, so you have your headphones. Nice. Nice. Then I'm sure you heard my lovely song. It's good that you were able to be prepared. I'm glad that they have the schedule updates like that. So I'm setting up a meta menu so we can choose these main options, eager, even, distant, and then choose a meta option, which we do have kind of. It's working. Now I'm just trying to figure out how to nudge these nodes or these UI elements around so they actually expand from the center. We have it working fine with these down here. And the reason why it works down here is because these three at the bottom, these horizontal ones, are not contained in a container. They are just floating around, minding their own business. And so they expand from their center pivot point. The ones moving vertically here, they're in a V box. And because of that, it seems to ignore the pivot point. And so when it goes to scale it, it's not actually scaling it from the pivot point. It's scaling it from some anchor in the top left. And I don't know why. So the options are, we find some other way to contain it, or we don't contain it, and we move each one manually, which sounds horrible, and I don't want to do such a thing whatsoever. Or we just keep poking around, which is what I'm doing, to figure out how maybe these could be set to expand from a different place. Edit region. This is interesting. Snap mode none. Edit region. Whenever I do menu selection in Godot, I usually do float number that says where it is. XYZ each number after the decimal for nested options. I don't understand that. You do menu, but now I think I might do arrays and edit specific elements. That sounds cool. That's kind of what I'm doing. I mean, I think that's kind of what I'm doing, is I have an array with these different objects, and it's helping them be selected. I think that's what you mean. I think you mean for the code. I prefer bicycle above us because the delays. I prefer bicycle above bus. Oh, yeah, because the delays. Yeah. That's understandable, yeah. Unfortunately, a bicycle is not something everybody can use. But if you can use a bicycle, man, I don't think ugh. If I gotta travel a far distance, my legs get tired. So tired. So, like, if you have the physical ability to do that, hell yeah. Ride that bike. Absolutely. Man, I got a bike a couple years back for that very purpose. instead of the bus. And man, I it didn't feel good. It felt bad. I was like, you know what? I think I'll just take the bus. 3 kilometers to university. You know I'm American, right? Come on now. We don't know about that. Kilometers, miles. I don't know about none of that. Oh, so it's almost a mile. That's kind of a long way. It's kind of a long way. You just got a text from the city you live in saying bikes are banned on the beach. It sounds dangerous to ride a bike on the beach. Actually, 1.86 miles doesn't sound that far. A little bit. It's still just like some days I'm just not in the mood to like pedal, you know? Some days I just want to sit. I'm very sedentary. It's a problem. So like 1.1 is option 1. Option 2. 1.1 is option 1. Option 1. What? Yeah, I don't know. But here's the way I have this set up, Rogi. The way I have this set up is I've got an enumerator here, which is like basically making an array. Eager, even, distant. So that's the horizontal menu. And then it also is setting an integer so they can communicate with this. So this integer is being modified by the arrow keys. And then that is being matched with a hover state, either eager, even, or distant. So if you're on 0, it's eager. If you're on 1, it's even. If you're on 2, it's distant. And then if it is eager, then it scales the vector or the size of the panel to be bigger, so it looks like it's highlighted. And so on and so forth for each one. And yeah, the enum was a nice suggestion somebody made because it gives us a way to oh, and that reminds me, I need to update my credits. It gives us a way to just have it more human readable, which is kind of nice. I realized we got a couple people helping us out. Acert came through and gave us some help. And then there's also Default Box, who came through and gave us some help. Okay. So, and I think maybe the way that we're resizing it with this vector could be part of the problem. And this is fine for the left and right stuff because that isn't in a container. So it is expanding from the center. But since these are in a container, I have a feeling, so if I come to the other script for the meta options, again with the vector. So I have to wonder if we can't just somehow define the center point in this code. Yeah, I was checking out the robot stream too. Dude, Acert Robotics is freaking awesome. It's so good. I know, and then Acert came through here. I'm like, how did Acert know? How did Acert know that I was literally just watching his stream yesterday? How did he know that? Is it just coincidence that he came through? It was super weird. Yeah, he is. It's really cool. It's really cool what Acert is doing. If anyone's curious, he's a game dev, and he's been making robots. And if you check out the channel Acert Robotics, you can see how that's going. Even using programs like Blender to design the models for the robot. It's pretty cool. So yeah, so let me see how I can get this to go from the center. I guess I'll keep playing around with the settings. Mentioned that I was in Godot yesterday, so maybe he was looking at your channel later. Oh, well, thanks. Well, thanks for the shout out, Rogi. Acert came and gave me the tip for the V-Box, which was helpful, but I'm now trying to solve the problem of it growing from the center. But the reality is I was going to do that one way or the other. The only difference is he kind of saved me a little time. But now I don't know if I want this in a container. It's just then if I don't have these in a container, what I'll need to change in my script is instead of changing the position of the meta responses bar, I need to actually change the position of each meta response. Which, honestly, when I say it out loud, that doesn't sound like that big a deal. Like, maybe I'll just do that. Show container combinations. Yeah, for sure. I'm interested. I'm not, I hear you. That sounds cool. I mean, I'm not sure, yeah. I have questions. But I won't ask them because you said Sunday. So I'm gonna keep searching for different things in here. We've got positive, local to scene, content margins. I mean, the margins, like if I say 0, I mean, I don't even notice a difference. Negative 800. It just resets it. And then there's this edit region thing, which is kind of weird. What if I just change that? There's my region. So that just looks different. I see. So that's just from the image, the section that's visible. That's vaguely interesting. I mean, suppose I were to give it some extra space, right? And yeah, it's going to be super tiny then. That's super annoying. I shouldn't have to do that. Honestly, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to not contain it in a VBox. To me, that's the path of least resistance. So VBox... And I hate to do that because we have this script on here. And I like this script being here. But this is a big problem. I guess I could try looking it up. Godot nested control nodes scale from center. How to actually center a control node. I think tomorrow I'll be able to finish all my research work for the whole week because everyone else isn't good at literature review like I am. Oh my gosh. The narcissism. Did you try change the offset? I did. So there's the... So they have to redo stuff and I don't. Good for you. All right. Celebrate that victory. Very nice. So we can actually set the pivot points manually for each panel. And so it's this little cross. You can kind of see it to the left of the neutral text there. And so that's the pivot point. And if we come up here, pivot offset right there, you'll see when I click around, it changes. So that's the pivot offset. And unfortunately, it ignores it. Because it's in a container, a VBox specifically, it's just ignoring that entire information for some reason. And I don't really understand why. And I can't find any settings in here that seem to have any impact on that behavior. It's a little frustrating. Now it looks like I can, if I put clip contents, it's still, and you can see it's still growing it from the top left. It's frustrating because this has to be defined somewhere, you know? But I have no idea where it's being defined. You know, and I've gone through what feels like every setting that's available, but it's still just growing from the top left, which is a little annoying. Which is a lot annoying. It seems like something that should be very easy to fix, but I don't even really know how to search it. Control nodes move and change size arbitrarily. Using containers, you should not set the size and position manually, but rather use a combination of containers. I mean, this is kind of what Rogi was talking about, right? But Rogi doesn't want to teach me it till Sunday. But I wonder if maybe we don't want to use maybe we want to use something other than a panel, right? So maybe if I add a child node in here. Hey, Freaker. Welcome, Freaker. Freaker is a patron, and patrons get songs for them. Welcome, Freaker. I hope you're having a good day. Laughing out loud, coming on through, seeing what's up, doing what you do. Welcome, Freaker, to the chat. Yeah. All right, here we go. Patrons and members get songs, if I remember. Yeah, maybe. Don't, having a great day. Yes. Yeah, I'm having a pretty good day. I mean, the things I'm trying to figure out are going well. Now I'm just bumping up against, engine stuff. But yeah, I think I made a pretty good day, all things considered. Thank you. I love the new music that you've got for our channel, potentially. I can't wait to talk more about that during the newsletter stream. Oh my gosh. The Freaker is working on a remix or a remake of the intro and outro music that we do. So I'm really excited about that. I think the correct combination would be within the VBox, each label is a child of a center container. Ooh, dude, I was just about to try something. I didn't know which to try. So you just helped me so much because I was just gonna like pick one. Dude, center container. Let's go! Okay, cool. Freaker will be there. All right, yay! I'm excited. I'm excited to react to it, and I can actually because when you over Discord, I'm just like, okay, I like this, but how do I describe it? The funky sound that is like this, like how do I describe that? It'll be much easier if I can just do it in the stream. All right, so center container. Let's try it. Let's add a center container in here. Put our button positive in there. Look, it didn't even cause any issues. Look at that. Now I do see that the center container has a pivot point up here, right? And so, also, just so you know, it's sunny outside, so I can't see very good. Okay, understood. Noted. You're mostly just listening. All right. So I'm putting this pivot point of the center container in the center of it. But right now the code is pointing towards the panel. And I wonder if the code doesn't need to point towards the center container. I'm going to see what happens. Now that we have the center container, it's nested in there and it kind of works. Okay, so it doesn't look that different. But I wonder if what we need to reference is the center container, not the panel. So I'm going to make the center container accessible as a unique name for now. Let's go to the script and let's update it. I guess we'll do, yeah, if this is for positive. So I'm going to drag that into here, right there. So instead of button eager, it's center container. And yeah, let's see if that grows evenly. It doesn't. It doesn't. Or you might have to do some configuration. It does grow. It does grow. So that's a good sign that at least it is growing. It just continues to do it from the top left. So let's look at the settings for center container and see if there's something extra in there we can set up. Use top left. That's okay, elite name. Good luck. I hope repairing your bike goes well. Thanks for stopping in and saying hello. Bye for now. Bye. It's interesting that it has this use top left option. Centers children relative to the center container's top left corner. What? Whoa. Weird. That's super weird. Yeah, I have a feeling the center container may not be what solves it for us. Wait, if I do it to the top left, actually, this is strangely interesting. I wonder if maybe you have to edit the anchor point in the label. I don't know much about anchors yet. Yeah, so I've changed the anchor point on all of them. They all should have their anchor points updated. So we have the pivot point, right? The object's rotation pivot. And then there's also up here in the top right, sizing settings, horizontal alignment, vertical alignment. There is also this align with expand. I wonder if that's something we need to be checking. I don't know if you could see that. Hopefully that was visible. Okay, that doesn't do any difference. That does nothing. Align with expand. It sure sounded nice. It sure sounded nice. Let me give it another try. Make sure that's got that center. There's just so many different similar options. I like the use top left thing. Somehow that produced a very interesting result. Because even though it moved it in a really weird way. Oh, now it's not doing anything. How odd. Yeah, honestly, I think what I'm going to do is we're just going to do them all individually. I mean, you know, I was really hoping that would sort of help it make sense. Center container, shrink center, expand. I wonder if they are all top left, if it'll work. I was thinking that. That's what I was thinking, but then I couldn't get the top left to work anymore. I think because I changed the alignment of this. Let me do some undoing. Let me do some undoing to before we even put this in the center container. Okay, so there it's in the center container. Whoa. Dude, undo is terrible in Godot. Godot has some serious undo problems. I think the edit region got messed up here. Are we able to reset this? Ugh. Snap mode. Oh dear. So it's shrunken our positive thing because of the region edit. And I am deeply struggling to get it. Okay, so we have to do this. Okay, that's like that. Auto slice. Can you just be normal? What if you were just normal again? How about normalness? That was nice. I mean, I almost think I need to just redo this entire option. Okay, let me see what that does. All right, that looks vaguely good enough. It's still a little messed up, but... All right, center container, use top left. Now, that's not the one that's being referenced in the code. And the code is probably, it's probably going to be... Okay, actually, it works. So did the code get reset too? Dude, undo and redo is so dangerous in Godot. How does it still see center container if it's not an access node, a unique access name anymore? Yeah, I thought that too, Perogigon, but now I don't know because I can't get it to behave like it behaved before. So now I'm just not so sure. Now I'm just not so sure. It might have been this horizontal alignment, but that already looks super centered. That did move it to a different place. I'm really guessing here. Yeah, it's not looking good. I'm honestly, I think I'm just gonna do it all in script. I'm just gonna code it all because, and this is kind of what I mean by the live stream title and thumbnail. I think this is actually what I mean. Code versus node is, you know, if I can't figure it out in the UI or in the GUI, the IDE, if then I might as well just code it since I know I can make it work that way. And if I can't find it in documentation and stuff, like, you know, why am I stressing myself out? Now there is there is the issue with the script. The script is the problem. Okay, we can fix it though. We can fix it with an export variable. All right, this is the way we're gonna do it. I don't love it, but this is the way we're gonna do it. So I'm gonna move the positive button outside of the VBox. So I'm throwing away the VBox because I'm just struggling to figure it out, and I don't really enjoy banging my head against a wall like this without having any guidance that makes any sense. So obviously these are all going to be in weird positions now, so I need to kind of sort that out. We'll put neutral here, and I'm going to put negative there. I guess I might as well kind of semi-center these where they would be. So just line these up. And we're just not going to use the VBox. And what I'm going to need to do now is have this script, or I'm going to need to actually instance this. That's going to be tough because I don't know how I'll make them unique and they won't look different. This is very frustrating, actually. I actually don't know if that'll work because I don't think I can do an export variable for the texture. You know, maybe, yeah, I could search this, search panels. There's not really a lot here. Panel is a GUI controlled by style box. See also panel container. Theme properties, style box panel. Texture, style box texture. Well, maybe we could do an export variable for the texture. Texture to use. The texture to use when drawing the style box. Set texture value. But what kind of value does it want? Like a number? You know, maybe what I could do is like drag and drop it. That's probably what we could do. Is find the box and drag it and drop it. All right. You know, I don't love this, but I think it's what I'm going to try to do. Before I do that, let's commit. I'm gonna take the risk with Godot undo redo. I'm gonna undo until it was back to the way it was, back to the problem that I was having, trying to get the container box to behave in a way I like. Let me see how this plays. Yeah, so this is the problem. I'm gonna save it like this, and I'm gonna commit it. And I'm gonna say contain or VBox meta menu. VBox meta menu and VBox grouped meta menu doesn't scale via code from VBox meta menu panel options don't scale via code from the centers for some reason. Okay, so I'm going to commit it like that. And then I'll make all these changes. So I'm going to redo Apocalypse here. And what I want is to actually change this to an instance. So I think I want to save this as a scene, right? So this is going to be the meta or the message meta scene. Okay, so button positive is the message meta scene now. And then I'm going to attach the script, the message meta script to it. I'm going to remove the meta responses container, the VBox. And then I'm going to duplicate this scene. And we'll call this neutral. So I'm actually going to get rid of neutral, which I don't feel great about. Get rid of all of those. And we're going to rename this one neutral. I really don't like having to do it this way, but I am committed to having at least this alternative way of doing it. So you have button positive, button neutral, button negative. If we open up this scene contained in here, yeah, unfortunately I named them button positive. So we want to say this is button meta, and this is meta label. And we want to update this, we want this meta label to be an export. I don't know that we need it to extends anymore, because there is no more VBox container. So I need to make a change there. Suppose I create a new script right here. What's at the top of that? Panel? Okay. Let me detach that script. Put that script in the garbage. And we want to change that script to extend from panel. I don't feel good about this. I don't, but I'm going to do it. But I don't feel good about it. And I want to say that the and is that true for all of these scenes, that they're all going to have the meta name? Yeah, they do. Okay, good. And we want to add an export at the top. So at export, let me remind myself how you structure that, because I don't remember. Variable friend name equals friend. So I want to do at export in the message meta scene at export. I found the video I was watching before that explains all the control nodes. It is chapters, so you can skip. Oh, that's intriguing. I wouldn't mind not doing it this way. I would I'm curious. All right, I'll check it out. I'll check it out. Because if I don't have to go down this path, I will be happy. All right, I'll check it out. I would much prefer not going down this path. For sure. Now, I don't know
Hello,
if it's going to
everyone.
answer
Welcome
my
to-
question, really. You know?
Every node in Godot,
Wow. This is a massive video. Margin container and center container.
settings, and there is a container sizing option for stretch ratio. This is how big this one is compared to its neighbors. If I change it to 2, you'll see it's wider. Let's compare that. And not quite, let's go 2.5. So here we are with our 3 panels, and we can change these from color rectangles to nodes because we don't need the colored background. But for now, we'll keep it just so we can see how we are doing compared to our template. Why don't we jump back to the showroom to meet our next set of nodes. Over here, I did forget to mention the alignment settings. A lot of nodes have this. It just tells you where this goes. So begin, middle, end. I'm not going to go through every single setting on every single node because a lot of these are fairly self-explanatory. With controls height means that this is controlled by the width. So you can play with these things if you want. The great thing about Godot is if you don't know what something does, you can play with it. And if you ever mess something up, you can click the revert button to put it back the way it was. So you can always just change settings on these, especially with the control nodes. That's one of the best ways to just learn what they do. But you'll notice we added 2 new nodes to the mix. We have a margin and center container. I'm going to align these with expand, and then we're going to drag the yellow inside the margin container and the green inside the center container. You'll notice immediately the center container shrunk the green node down to its minimum size.
So see,
and it's put it in
all
the
of
middle. If I
this-
open up the alignment settings, there actually are none. The center container forces the node to be its minimum size, but it keeps it in the center. The margin container doesn't appear to do anything though. This is a little concerning. You'll see the control node is the top node in the list. Where are the settings for the margin container? Well, this is where themes really come in. If I come down to the theme overrides, you'll see there are some constants that I can adjust. So if I check these boxes, we are now overriding the default. I can set margins. So the margin container has these margins on the 4 sides of whatever node it's containing. But this exists in the theme overrides. There is no setting up here because ultimately you should just be using a theme. So again, if I highlight all these nodes and I drag my theme into this theme slot, I can then come to edit the theme. And if I add a margin container, I click the plus, I can find margin container. Then I can click the plus on each of these to add these settings. Let's change the margin to 8 on each side. And because I set it in this theme, if I were to add another margin container somewhere else in the project, it would have the same margins. So I add one here. I'll make sure it's following the theme. I will also make sure it is expanding because everything else is.
This is interesting and useful. There's a couple of reasons why I find it difficult to apply in this moment. It's a good one to study and then maybe like come back and experiment with it with the lessons. But immediately there's a lot of things that are different. This is using these colors, right? These solid colors, which is a lot easier or harder in a way, but it's a lot easier to demonstrate. Well, let me put it this way. Since we're using the images, right? We're using the, let me go back. We're using the images instead of just like a flat color, right? It makes it hard to see what's really happening. Being grumpy, my internet is being grumpy. My internet decided to be a little grumpy. My ISP has problems. It's not your computer. It's not your internet. It's my internet. There's nothing we can do, but we're back now, so that's good. And if there was no problem, that's good. But it looks like for a second there was a problem. So yeah, I feel like it's not that helpful for me right now, unfortunately. But this is definitely something worth studying for sure. Yeah, that's okay, yeah. Yeah, it's totally fine. I understand. I never expect anyone to help me, by the way. I never expect anyone to help me. But, you know, I'm glad you shared it with me when you did. Thank you. Thank you for sharing it with me. I'll watch it another time because I could talk about all the reasons why I think it's not going to be helpful to our situation, but I don't think I should, so I won't. Okay. So going back to this monotonous way of doing things that I'm not happy with, but it's the best I got. I'm setting up a script that will have a export variable. You want to say export the variable meta message meta label, and we'll set it by default to meta option. And I'm also gonna want one at export variable message meta texture, and by default we'll just say image. All right, so then we get these. I feel like that's not gonna work because I need somehow. Oh, it can be a string. Nice. Okay, that's good. Good. So I think this might work okay. Your estimated arrival just went from 450 to 347. That's a big jump. That's great news. Get that bus over here. Get your bus over here. Glad to hear that. Okay. So we got exported variables for label and texture. So now on this particular one, I want the meta option to be positive, and the image, I'm trying to remember which ones. Now I forgot which ones we set. And this is impossible to preview. I think maybe this was the top one. So the fourth one. This one. Let me grab the... I guess I'll just drag it in the code and then copy this and paste it into here. All right. Don't forget about a like, sub, membership, share, link to Facebook, Twitter, Skype, Discord. Welcome, Kai. Kai's in the house. If you're a member, I'm gonna sing you in. Welcome, Kai. Thank you for being a member. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for reminding everybody to do things. Welcome. Good to see you, Kai. Hope we're doing well. How are you? I am doing an alternative method of doing something. I don't like this method. I don't want to be doing it this way, but it's the only way that I see to move forward. So it's what I'm gonna try. It's hard for me to explain exactly what I'm doing because everything is gonna be really broken right now. I guess I could pull up a video. Actually, that's probably the easiest way. That's probably the easiest way if I just show you. Because if I don't have to go. So pretty much. What I've been setting up has been going really well. And I'm setting up a meta menu. So not just do we have the 3 dialogue type options, but now there are meta options. And it works pretty well. So you can switch between the 3 bottom options, left and right. And then there's a vertical menu that appears above that, and you can move up and down to choose those options. And the problem you can see here is they aren't growing from the center. And the reason for that is because they're contained in a container. And for some reason, I'm not able to figure out how to grow something from the center. Yeah, it's cool. I'm not able to figure out how to grow these from the center. The way, you can see they kind of grow off to the side. I'm not able to figure that out while they're in a container. And so, just so I can find a version of this that works, I did make a commit this way, so we can always go back to it. I'm reconfiguring everything to have these not be in a container anymore. So they're just going to be individual floating things, and then we're going to move them between these 3 positions, all 3 of them, and then they're gonna, and then if we do it that way, they'll grow from the center. So it's a pretty annoying process. I don't want to have to do it, but I don't feel like trying to figure out how else to do it, because I've already tried and it's causing me a lot of frustration, and I would rather just see it work and move on, especially since we can always change it. Maybe. I guess it doesn't have an easy way like UE for a widget user interface. It does. I'm just not able to figure it out. It does. It does have widget interface stuff. I guess I'm finding it less flexible right now. I do find Unreal's really flexible though. Kai says, I'm pretty well, thank you. Kind of busy as always. I hope you're feeling good too. Thank you. Glad you're feeling good, yeah? Yeah, I'm doing all right. And hope you are pretty busy with progress. Yeah, I am. I'm doing pretty well. You know, I don't love that I have to do this workaround, but hopefully it does just work. So I'm creating multiple instances of a... Oh, geez. I just realized they're all V-boxes. They're supposed to be panels. Okay, I have to redo this. That's irritating. Wait, why are they V-boxes? Why would this be a V-box? No, not 3 V-boxes. Okay, alright. Okay. It's supposed to be panels. I didn't mean to make duplicate V-boxes. V-box. So it's a vertical box as opposed to a horizontal box, and they're called V-boxes. Share some. Ugh, alright, so I gotta redo this. It's really, really irritating. So let me get the script again. It frustrates me. It frustrates me. I'm gonna select all this. I'm gonna copy it. So we have it. And let's get back to the 2D. V-Bucks for Fortnite? Oh. No, I don't have any of those. I don't have any of those V-Bucks. Sorry about my internet. Sorry about my internet. I'm sorry about my internet. I'm sorry about my internet. I am sorry on behalf of my internet. I am sorry on behalf of my internet. I am sorry. But I am sorry on behalf of my internet. And even your provider couldn't stand my joke. Yeah, so it might be a little grumbly here. It's not you, it's my ISP. Which I think we're just going to shell out the money to switch to a different ISP. Even though there's no guarantee it's going to be better, I gotta do something. It's nice of you to say. I do have to say it though, because otherwise it's confusing. I'm so confused because it says this is a panel. It says this is a panel as the parent node. But then it says it's a V-box here in this context. Which, in some ways, it kind of doesn't matter. I kind of don't care. You can maybe do a pop-up every reconnect. Box, sorry for my internet. Yeah, I could. I thought about that. That's true. That's true. That's true. I kind of figured since I can just say it, I might as well. Because then I have to, like, remember to press that every time. Whereas saying it is just a little easier. I could see myself forgetting to put that up. Acer, hey, what's up? What's up? Sad to see you couldn't get the effect you wanted with the button hover. I want to see if I can figure it out. In your repo, where are your meta border PNGs? Oh, okay, so so about that repo, it is poo. I just discovered today, Acer, that apparently I can't push any more updates. So maybe you can help me with that. So for some reason, if I try to publish anything. We get cannot publish detached head. It seems last week I wanted to revert like a few commits back. And to do that, I had to detach a head. I don't know where the head is detached. I don't know how to reattach it or how to remove it so it's not a problem anymore. Right. That seems like a great thing. That seems like that makes sense, but I don't know where it's detached, you know? Thanks for stopping by. Good to see another game dev. Subscribe right away. Wait, aren't you... What are you talking about? Oh, yeah, Acert? Oh, yeah, Acert's awesome. Check out Acert's robotics channel. Yo, you gotta check out Acert's robotics channel. It's really awesome. Acert is great, though. Old friend. Lisa's having trouble making the sub-menu options grow without them growing from top left and overlapping with other stuff. I'm not at home right now to fiddle. Yeah, that's true. Can you make the current branch the main? I don't know, can I? Let me save... So, okay. Alright, there's a couple different things here. Let me save what I'm doing here, and let me commit that. So this commit, there is the old commit that's before I started making all these changes. Maybe I'll just do that. Maybe I'll just throw this in the garbage, and we'll just go back so we can try to solve the problem. That's probably for the best. You know what? Can I just, like, not... I'm just not going to make this commit. So forget it, honestly. I mean, I'll save it. And then I can revert it, right? I kind of want to go back to this other one. I get a little confused. I have no freaking idea what reattaching the head means. Okay. Okay. But that, unfortunately, if you're going to access it, I do have to do that. Okay, so if I save this and I commit this one, this is VBox removal attempt. Attempt to use instanced scenes to work around scale problem. Okay, so that's this commit. Maybe list a to-do list and go on, or better not. Oh, you mean do something else? Well, I mean, I think we're on a good track right now, potentially. All right, I'm going to commit this. And so now we have the detached head problem, right? How do we reattach a head? Well, see, I don't know what that means. What is a head? What is a head? And so last week when we did that, I could look at the live stream and see where that happened. But I don't even know how to tell what a head is. And looking it up is really, really unuseful, unfortunately. It's like extremely frustrating. So, I mean, double quotes, cannot publish detached head. Oops. Even just without GitHub desktop. Cannot publish detached head. Very limited results. We're already at the end of it. And many of them are not in English. And the only one talks about headliner, maybe. The only one talks about solving it with commands. But I don't actually have Git installed on the command line. And I don't even know, and I started to install it on the command line, but I realized it might like overcomplicate things in a bad way. So I'm just sort of like I wish I could share my repo with you. Because that was the whole idea of having it, in part. Use GitHub Desktop. So if I look back at the live stream, This might be the only way to puzzle it. And I guess that must have been in the Godot stream. So that was here. There's a huge GitHub drama moment. Probably around here. Oh boy, this is getting confusing. This got real confusing. Where's discard? I mean, I guess it's saying I need to make another commit. Go on the Changes tab on the top left, right-click on the file, and discard. It is a little confusing. Stored. Nice call. Fire recycle bin. I like that. So here I can still push. Oh. Pushing was still available at this point. Green, I make this to do with what messed it up. I have no idea how to find anything anymore. So what? So then well, I want to go back to the version. Cut the head off. Unable to switch branches as there are working directory changes, which would be overwritten. Please commit or stash your changes. Row. Discard changes. Throw it in the trash. Checkout commit. Chop off the head. Okay, right there. Bam. So right up here, I'm looking up in this tiny little corner. Let me get my zoom in here. Right up here, last fetched. I'm still allowed to push right here. Checkout commit. But as soon as I click on this, checkout commit of dialog options cycle done. Checking out a commit will create a detached head. Right. And you will no longer be on any branch. Are you sure you want to check out this commit? So as soon as I did that, chop off the head. Off with their heads. That's what I said. But then as soon as I do that, check out commit. Right up here where my mouse is, look what changes. Bam. Cannot. So that's when that message appears that we have right now. Cannot publish detached head. Oh yeah, you really shouldn't have done this. You've basically been working without Git ever since that point. Okay. All right. Okay. I will say, I can still... sorry about my internet. I know my internet is fluctuating here. So I am able to, like, revert things. So, like, right now, if I revert these changes right here, it'll still work, and I'll come over here and I'll reload, and it will give me the reloaded version, which I feel like this is not a great reloaded version, but it does kind of work. And so all I wanted to do was go back to before the last one. I wanted to go like back further, right? But I couldn't figure out how to do that. And so that's when the checkout thing happened. Google tells me, what does detached head mean? In Git, the detached head state occurs when the head does not point to a branch, but instead points to a specific commit or the remote repository. Just upload your current project as a new repo and delete the old one. Oh. What GitHub branch are you on? I don't know. I don't even know what that means. Oh, look, it says detached head here. Whoa. Detached head on 60D526D. Main. Oh, I'm switching to main branch. Whoa. Oh. Oh. Oh, and now we, just like what Acert said, that we haven't been using Git this whole time. I think it just obliterated that entire detached branch. I think it just got rid of it. And just like Acert said, everything we just committed is gone. 7 days ago, dang. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much, it's one stream ago. So it's only the changes I've done today. 1 day a week on one engine. Yeah, so, but still. Wow, and so now I can't access that other stuff. An update package? No, screw you. It's not like 7 days lost, yeah. Seems like create a new one sounds about right, yeah. Can you get that stuff back? I don't think I can. I think it's gone. I think it's gone, which is annoying. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. The following files are newer on the disk. Uh-oh. What action should be taken? I feel like this is a critical moment. I'm thinking I should click resave. Cancel? Cancel? Okay. Cancel. 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 All right, we've canceled it all. So here's the thing. If I'm going to undo it to where it really matters, I need to undo to before I started making the changes. So I need to do some very heavy undoing here. Some very heavy undoing. I need to see it undone. Oh, man. I'm not getting a lot of undos here. Okay, we're still playing the game. That's part of why. Undo, undo, undo. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I think it might have burned my undos. I think it might have burned my undos. Cancel, cancel, cancel. Yeah, I don't think I have undos anymore. Stack trace? Give me output. Parent has another exclusive. Apologize it. It's trying its best, and that's not saying a lot. It's not a time any of us want the internet to drop, but here we are. ISP being a POS. POS ISP continuing to just hurt us. Are we back? Is the stream stable again? It's hard to say. I'm waiting on that ISP to sort it out. I apologize. It should be back soon. Maybe you can hear me? Can you hear me? Can you even hear me? I don't even know. It's taking a huge tank right now. It's like getting bombed right now. My goodness. This is the worst. This is one of the worst I've seen it, if I'm being honest. This is one of the worst I've seen it. I don't even think you can hear me. This is one of those things, it's just gonna skip it. Is the internet back? Am I able to apologize for it yet? Or has it nuked the stream? I'm just gonna be patient and wait for it to sort it out. It hopefully won't take that long to get back up to the present if you start from the main branch. Yeah. Yeah, definitely, hopefully. Definitely, hopefully. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh man, this internet issue is a big one, guys. Can anyone even hear me? Maybe. It's possible. You certainly can't see me. This is just tanking so hard. The worst I've seen it. Alright, it's starting to stabilize a little bit. That's nice to see. I appreciate that. I'll do what I can while it's... I'm just, like, not sure. And why shouldn't I resave it? You know, I see the reload option, but why shouldn't I resave it? Oh, man. I feel like we're, like, full disconnected here. Even though it's acting like we're not. I have no idea! I have no feedback from anybody. It looks to me like the stream is just straight up down. But it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. Are we back yet? It looks like it's more stabilized at this point. Ugh, maybe. All right. Okay, maybe there's some... Maybe we're back. Sorry for the internet. I don't know at what point you've joined us or not. But my internet is really sucking it up today. I might just have to stop for the day. It just might be one of those days, man. I will, I'm back. Oh, hello. Oh, welcome. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that we have such a terrible ISP. So, why shouldn't I resave it? Like, I was hoping resave would keep it as well. And the thing is, you know, a lot of this progress, unfortunately, I had already unfortunately, I had actually committed. There's a lot I have to redo anyway. There's not a lot that this is gonna save me. Really, as long as it keeps my script, that's kind of the most effort that I've put in. So I just think we just redo it, honestly. All right, so let's commit this again. And I think all we have to redo is what I undid. I think we actually did pretty good. I would back up the files on File Explorer for pressing any of those buttons. That's a good idea. All right, let's do that. So I'm going to pop open my Godot folder. We've backed it up in the past already, so this is another backup. I don't think we need this backup anymore. So I'm going to put this in the recycle bin. And then let's copy and paste this folder. So we have a backup. Just in case. Okay. Forgot to press live button. Was watching you suffering with connection. You forgot to press the live button? Yeah, the suffering is what it is. It usually isn't this bad. I'm gonna have to switch ISPs. It sucks because they're gonna charge me an install fee and lock me into a contract. And there's no guarantee that their internet will actually be better. It might be just as bad. But at this point, I'm willing to try anything. So, okay, so now I'm gonna make this. We've made a copy. Let's make a commit with our resaved version of this. I'm gonna say salvaged lost progress. Detached head from last week. Prevented me from keeping recent commits. This is a less complete version of the progress since then. All right, commit that. If you choose to commit What? What? What is it? GitHub, what now? If you choose to commit, you'll be committing the following conflicted files in your repository. Dialog scene, which is apparently spelled daylog. Are you sure you want to commit these conflicted files? No, I'm not sure. Of course I'm not sure. Why is it spelled wrong? I don't understand why has it always been spelled wrong? It's spelled correctly on Godot. So behind me on Godot, it's spelled dialogue. When I go to commit this, it's spelling it daylog. What? There's nothing in my project. Oh, there is. There's a scene up here called daylog. What? Oh, and then there's a head that it inserted in here. This must have been... Oh. So this is this must be the detached head from last week, because this still has the menu buttons. Daylog is the detached head. Someone has been drunk. Hey, overflow. I know. I know. And the daylog is actually the correct one. That's the most recent version. Honestly, I just want to erase it all. Yeah, at least we found the head. So if it has a conflict with it, I mean, honestly, I don't know how much I care about anything to do with it. Like, I don't know. Are you sure you want to commit these? Yeah, commit it. I don't care. I just don't care. 13 local commits waiting to be pushed. Really? Now you just need to find the rest of the body. Oh God, please say that's not. You must be joking. You must be joking. Okay, what is this right now? I'm deleting everything. I'm putting all this in the garbage. We're starting. I honestly, what would be nice right now is if I could just start over. Like that's the place I want to be at here. But we're not enjoying that luxury here. So that's real. Right, so this meta response, so I need to comment this out. So I'm going to Control K all of this because this stuff doesn't exist right now. Restart it. Oh, what? What? Null instance. Oh, the center container. Right. So this should be. This is on the TypeScript. Oh my gosh. This should be button eager. Okay. Just trying to get back to normal at this point. Okay, good. Wonderful. Everything is normal. No problems. Other than whatever chaos might be in here somewhere. Save it. This is the true salvage. Lost progress. Commit it. Okay, here's salvage lost progress. I don't know how there's two of them, but whatever. Push it. All right, so it has been pushed. What does percent do? First time I've seen it using GDScript. Yeah, percent is awesome. So what it does is it allows for a reference no matter where it is in a scene. As long as it's in this scene tree, then it doesn't matter where I put it. So if you right click on a node and you hit access as unique name, it's going to add that percent icon here in the scene tree. And then if I do percent and just declare the name of it, it will reference that, even if I move that like over here or something, right? So I just put it in a different place, but it'll still be able to find it. So it's kind of like a universal reference within the tree. So you don't have to do slash this, slash that. It's not the same because it's similar, but with the $sign, you have to be specific about the inheritance. With the %sign, you don't have to say where in the inheritance it is. Does that make sense? It's like you just don't have to do the slashes and all that stuff. It's really nice and it's really helpful. I wish I could explain it better. Okay. So now we're going to start over. We're going to start over in a way. So I'm coming over to my 2D. We've got all kinds of stuff I don't need anymore. I don't even know what to think about that. We got our main scene. On the main scene, there's all friends. In the all friends, so you don't need a full path. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But it has to be in the same scene. That's the only thing. So there's the main scene, and within the main scene, we have all friends. In the all friends scene, we have each friend, and on each friend, the friends are instances themselves. They're one scene, instanced multiple times. And that's where they get their different names. And there's a dialog box on each friend. And in the dialog box scene, we have our buttons. And I am going to now reset up the box that we had that wasn't growing from the center. And I guess we're just going to be okay with it not growing from the center. All right, so I'm going to come to 2D here. And I'm going to create a new panel. So this is one way. You know, there's other ways to do it. I guess we could start with a VBox. Let's start with a VBox this time. Let's start with a VBox. And I'll call this meta buttons. Okay. And in here, I'm going to add a panel. And this panel is going to have button positive. And I'm going to go to theme overrides. And I'm going to add a style box texture. I'm going to make it unique. And I'm going to load in the UI images folder. There's 4 borders in here. I'm going to say border 4 is the top one. We need to set the minimum size so it's not super tiny. I'm not sure what to make that. So before, what I had done was I didn't make it in the VBox. I would make it outside the VBox. This isn't the way I approached it last time. So the size is not looking right. I just want it to be the size of it. Would be ideal. So I think what I'll do, maybe transform. I think what I'll do is not do it this way. So redo, button positive, go in the trash. Redo it. Instead, I'm not going to make it in the VBox so it doesn't appear invisible. Let's make a panel just on its own. So there's the panel, chilling, living its life. Theme override, styles, style box texture. Make it unique. Load that. Min size is the issue, I think. Oh. So now if I drop this in a panel, right, it's going to make that image the size of the panel, which I don't love on its own. I don't love that on its own, truth be told. You know, I would love if this actually was the size of the image, right? So, you know, but if I come into here and I just look at what the dimensions are, you know, I'll just make it the same dimensions. 1548, that's kind of large, but we just want it locked into that. 1548 by 1008. Okay. It's awfully specific. And then we have minimum size here too. The framework that I use at work has few interesting color names hard-coded. Baby something, is it censored? Baby something green and ugly purple. Guess the developer doesn't like those colors. What does that mean? So, I mean, I wish I could get this size to be correct. So now we've got custom minimums. This node is a child of a regular control. Okay, cool. Let's set the transform. We said, what was it? 1,000 something? That's a very interesting way to express passive aggression, is through color names. 1548. By 1008. And I mean, what I'd like is for them to be linked. I guess we could come to the scale, use the scale tool, make sure they're linked, and then shrink it down. That makes it worth it. I'm sure that's what they wanted too. Then I'm sure they achieved what they wanted. This is not the right texture. This is the wrong texture. I think I chose the wrong one. Am I in the wrong project? Did it remove them? I think it removed the boxes because of the repo change. No, because look, there's meta... I'm so confused. Okay, so here's the meta response boxes. Here. Oh, Godot is crashing! Oh my god, you guys. This is... Ah! Okay, great. GitHub, thank you. Thank you so much, GitHub. I'm so glad you exist. You're just great. You made my day. You made my day. I don't know today, guys. Ah! What has happened? What has even happened? It's giving me the wrong images. It's saying they exist. No, I don't think that this issue is Godot. Yeah, for sure. Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, those are all gone. Okay, cool. So it did delete all the images. And the script. No, but it didn't, because the script is still here. The new script we made is still there. Our daylog is still there. Even our dialogue is still there with the detached head. But it couldn't save the images? You couldn't save the images? Alright, so we gotta go get those images. Probably in the backup we made. Nope. Alright, we just save them again. We just save them again. It's fine. Alright, cool. So I'll come back to that. We'll just download the images again. It's not a big deal. And then 17, I knew that was the wrong size. 1750 by something else. I missed it. UI images, you save it right here. This is meta buttons. Okay. 1750 by 720. All right. All right. Do-over. Adding a panel. We'll start with the panel this time. We'll start with a panel. Let me actually extract this here. I do want to rename each of these. I'm going to call them meta response underscore 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not sure. I haven't really decided which ones go to which. I just kind of look at it and decide. It usually changes. Okay. Great, they're added in. Here's our panel for real this time. And for real this time, theme overrides, styles, style box texture. I'll go ahead and say make unique. I'm gonna get this texture, load it. UI images, meta buttons, and we want the fourth one. Now it's all distorted, so we want to say 1750 by 720. So that's what I'll do. Layout transform 1750 by 720. And then we'll scale it down. Oh, let me move it in here. Scale it down. No. Hold shift. There we go. Move it into place. Scale it down till it looks kind of decent. I'd like the stroke widths to be similar, maybe, kinda. Not too big, so that way when we hover it, it has room to grow. So maybe like that. And then I'm going to name this button positive. I'm going to duplicate it. I like how, Acer, you ended up leaving and coming back with like no progress. Like between those 2 times because of this reset. But I'm glad it happened because now the Git thing is sorted out. So that's like a big benefit. Button neutral is this one. Scooch it down. Now I didn't tell it to make it unique. I'm just curious to see if it works out. Probably not. It's probably going to replace them both. That would be my guess. So this is the second one in theory. Sure, maybe that one. It does do them both. I'm going to make it unique on that top level. Load this in. Very good. And then let's duplicate it again. Progress. Reprogress. We're reprogressed. I would say there's progress, especially with the GitHub. The GitHub is a really good thing. Sort of discovered that problem and sorted it out. Style box texture, I'm going to make it unique. I'm going to change it to a different one. Let's say this one. All right. Looks good enough. And I want now, in theory, I want to change the pivot points, right? So, I mean, we have for the custom minimum size, they're all set to 0, which seems wrong. I assume size is not the same as scale. So if I want the size to stay the same, I think I'm going to need to set them all to have the same minimum size. I also need to change the name of the last one. Layout, custom minimum size, make it the same as the transform. Why should I have to do that? I don't know, but I do. Negative, button negative. All right. And then I'm going to create, well, we could create the VBox now. I'd kind of rather do a proof of concept that it works well. Don't you prefer to copy the size from parent? I don't know. From parent answer? Maybe. I mean, I don't really know what you mean. Maybe. Okay. So something I want to do before we move on, I'm going to set the pivot points for each of these to the center. Oh, that's not what that was. Change the object's rotation point. Whoa, mate. Is that because of the scale? I mean, I didn't make it so big last time. What? Why is it being like that? When I try to set the pivot point, it's just like sending it somewhere else. If I bring the scale down, it has no problem doing it. And it does it roughly in the center. And then if I scale it, negative 0.07 or whatever. So it's moving it all the way over here. Wow, that's interesting. So there's some relationship between the pivot point, the scale, and the size that is a little frustrating. And I wonder if this will actually work better, because I didn't quite do it this way last time. Last time, I stretched it out until it fit. But this time, I set the image size, and then I scaled it down from there, which is just a little different. And so I kind of wonder if that'll make it behave differently. All right then. So I guess I'll delete all the duplicates that I made. And I'm going to duplicate this one, since this seems to have more favorable settings. Theme override, style box texture. We want to make it unique. Load. A middle looking one. Not that one, I guess. I guess this is different. Oh, I guess this is the one I want for the middle. I don't even know. Let me make sure this one's unique. Let me change this one. Oops. Go back. Change the texture. Oh, it's flipped. Well, don't do that. I was like, that's not the one. Oh, because it's negative. Don't do that. Okay, there we go. It's because it was negative. All right, then. Duplicate it. Move it down. Theme overrides. Make it unique. Pop this open. Change the texture. Load the UI image. Specifically, for this one, I want it to be this. Yes. duplicate this one, move it down, and I want this one. I do want to apologize on behalf of my ISP. Seems to be acting up a little bit. Not as bad as earlier, but I see it could pop up, and I want you to know I know. And I apologize. We want to make this one unique. I'm going to set the texture. Let's load it. This is our bottom one. I think that one is the one. All right, we've got these all here. Their pivot points are in the center. They're sized correctly. Now I'll rename them neutral and negative. Okay. And then to test it out, now I do need a script that's going to make them bigger, so we should have that on the dialog right now. So we commented it out, so I'm going to uncomment it out. Well, that's tough because I want it to be contained in one container, because then we could demonstrate how it grows from the center. Well, if I do, anyway, I guess I just have to put it in a thing. You're going to love my solution for animating this, Lise. Why? All right, let me just save it where it's at. I'm going to save it where it's at. Let's make a commit. I'm going to say, for this commit, re-added meta buttons to, unfortunately, daylog scene. It is spelled daylog. And I don't think we're going to change that at this point. Very unfortunate. Because it's awesome. Not done yet, though. Okay. Okay. Buttons added in daylog scene. And transform sized to their image counterparts. Pivot point in center of each, and scaled down. All right, make a commit there. Push it. Okay. So then, this is where things go wonky. I mean, right now, you know, it's just going to appear there. And these all at the bottom grow from the center because they're not contained in a box. Right? Well, another way we could experiment with this is I don't necessarily finish this whole part. But rather, if I just put these, like these three at the bottom, into a box, we can also experiment with it that way. By the way, so I don't have to redo all this today. Because alternatively, what we can do is create an H box. All right, so if we want to try to solve this problem and figure this out, I could create an H box and put all of the main buttons into there. And because we have that % unique name situation, oh, I just moved the label. Oh, it's still got that minimum. We have to change that minimum issue. Seriously? It's gonna obliterate it? I hate you for that. How dare you? How dare you? Okay, that's Godot. That's Godot. Alright, we're gonna revert then. That was definitely Godot's fault. Revert the changes, reload it. What is this minimum size thing? Why does it exist? It's so bad. It has to be bad. It can't be good. There's no way it's okay for it to behave that way. If I have a container and I drop a button in there, it permanently alters the size. So it's 74 is the size. So minimum, custom minimum size here. Let's make sure that is 74 on each of these so it doesn't do it. What happened was, so here's what I'm thinking is, instead of necessarily rebuilding the meta menu, we can just put the existing menu into a horizontal box, and they have the same problem. So, you know, right now when they're not in a box, attempt to call function set text in base null instance. What do you mean? What do you mean? Did we type a letter in there wrong? Okay, hold on. I got distracted by... Oh. Wait. Dialog box, friend dialog, friend name. What? I don't know. How do you get the solution to me? What is this error even? What even is this error? Also, I'm so confused right now. Can't drop nodes because script is not used in this scene. What are you talking about? What you talking about? What you mean? Then why are you trying to load it? I'm really confused. I'm super confused up in here right now. I did not do anything, I swear. Dude, this is a mess. But I don't know, Acer. I don't know. I'm... Discord? Discord. Definitely Discord. Dude, I'm just shutting Godot down right now. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I don't know, like, what my project is anymore. This GitHub situation definitely broke some things. Oh, now there's no error. Okay. And the positive and neutral buttons don't exist? But they do, but the textures aren't set. Fine. Literally, that's fine with me. Like, what could have even happened? Probably I typed a letter somewhere. I don't even understand. All right, forget this. Forget these buttons. But look, the HBox container went in there. It's so weird. All right. Anyway. What had happened was I created this HBox container. And if I try to put... I'm not going to do it. If I try to put this panel into the HBox container, you know, it obliterates automatically the size of it, right? So it's going to do the custom minimum size, which was 111.0. And obviously I can just change that to 74 now. But before, once I did that, it just obliterated the 74 and I couldn't even reference it anymore. It was just gone forever. And so when you said solution, the solution was for the animation, right? Trick is to put the panel in a control, then the control in the HBox. Check out the project I just sent and see how I did it. Okay. All right. I mean, yeah, really at this point, I honestly wish I could just, like, man, undo everything that happened today. Even though, you know, got something working, it didn't really matter because I got obliterated. All right, so let's say this is asserts. I think I learned. I mean, I did. I agree. I agree learning happened. I agree that learning happened. That's for sure. Save changes? Honestly, don't. Honestly, just get out of my face. Just get out of my face. Okay, so let's open up Godot, and this time we're gonna import asserts project. And let's see what more learning we can do. Oh, you sure? Okay, fine. Asserts UI. Create a new folder. Asserts UI. Okay. I did multiple things in this that I think you should do. All right. I always appreciate when people share like this. It honestly makes learning so much easier. Oh, wow. You got the images too. All right, all right, all right. All right, all right. Doesn't play. I understand. I understand. It's just, what kind of does? Oh, it does play. I was just not patient enough. Whoa. This is nice. This looks nice. Look at that. Wow. All right, let's see how this is put together. Oh, this is structured very differently. So we have a node 2D. Definitely wasn't doing that. Now figure out how I did it. All right, maybe I will. Maybe I will. So it starts out with a node 2D, at least inheritance-wise. And then there's just a control node. In there is an HBox container, and then another control node for button 1. And in there, you've got a texture button. Whoa. Interesting. Okay. Okay, texture button. And then you've got button mask looking for the left mouse. So it'll change it if it's pressed. Let me show you my inputs. This is by Acert. I did not make this. It doesn't change when it's pressed, but I feel like that's okay. I mean, it looks like it would. It just, there's nothing set. But in theory, with this mouse left button mask, I think it would. Custom minimum size. A little different than the transform size, so that's not a big deal. The pivot point is in the center. Ignore texture size. keep aspect centered. So this texture button, it seems like the buttons in Godot have a few more relevant options for keeping things aligned nicely. And then there's a label in there, and then an animation player. Ooh, nice. With some keyframes. Nice. And it just like rotates it a little and makes it a little bigger. This is nice. This is very nice. And again, this is all built in. So if, as far as code versus node goes, this is definitely all node. This is all just using the built-in tools to make this work. There's not a script. Oh, there is a script. Oh, there is a script. Hold up. Slow down. Speed up. And the script is button 1. And it seems like each button has the button 1 script. And the button 1 script, delta float void. This is all some stuff that I don't mess with much. So I'm not really sure what's going on there. But I'm sure it's very good. Animation player play. AP.play hover. AP.play backwards hover. So these are functions. So they're using the signals. I see. So creating a function based on the signals from the mouse. If it says pass, you can ignore it. Yeah, I know that much. Right, right. Well then, but you have the void here, right? So I'm not really sure. I think that's what I mean. I don't know. And like normally my scripts don't have this delta float void on it. You know, they have delta or underscore delta, but I've not messed with all that. Void means the function returns nothing. What does that mean? Because isn't this something to return? What does returning mean? See, I don't even know what that means. But I see that this is playing it. So then if we wanted to have... So this is good, right? For the mouse entered and the mouse exited. But suppose I don't want to use the mouse, right? I want it to be the keyboard or the joypad. I guess I would still do the same thing, AP play hover. So script is on the button. So this is an instanced. It's weird because it's not really instanced. You're just attaching the same script to each of these. And since they each have animation player with the same name, well, it doesn't even matter what the name is, I guess. Since it's AP, it just knows to find the animation player. Oh, because it's the function, right? Because you went to the signal. I see. Because you would have created a signal. There's signals for focus entered and focus exited. Scroll up. Oh. Oh, you defined as a variable. Gotcha. Okay. That makes more sense. I see. On ready. That's not something I've used before. At on ready. I've used at export. That's the only at one I've used. At on ready variable AP equals animation player. So that's referencing the name. And then you do have that name the same in each, right? So this one wouldn't work. If we made this animations player, they'll all work except for the middle one. The middle one won't work. It'll crash. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Texture button, kept that name the same so it knows what to do with it. TB. This looks like you didn't use that one, but it's there in theory. So then if we wanted to, so I guess if we want to do input stuff, right? If input stuff you know, whatever, then we could say, and it's interesting that they're using a variable this way. I didn't realize you could use a variable this way to just have it be a reference. That's pretty cool. It really makes the code look nicer. And then we could say play. And so it's doing hover. So somehow hover is defined somewhere. In the animation player, I'm not sure where hover is defined. Didn't need it. Yeah. Bottom middle. The hover. Oh, you mean of this? Of the entire editor? Animation. Oh, wow. I never looked. I like only use this for, wow, is audio? Whoa. There's a shader editor? I never noticed this stuff. I never noticed this stuff down here. This is cool. So this is where that's being defined as an animation. Manage animations. Cool. All right, so we've got node 2D with a control node in there. And an HBox inside of that. And that HBox is containing these 3 buttons. These 3 buttons all have the same script. They're unique. They all have the same script. And that script, all that it does is define the animation player variable, which will play or play backwards, depending on whether we've entered or exited. The entered and exited signal, I'm not sure which node that's coming from here. The texture button. So, you know, if I was doing this with a keyboard, you know, I could just set up the code however I wanted to set up the code. And then we could just say, play it or not play it. And that way it gives, so instead of scaling it and making it bigger, we can sort of define the size manually in the animation, which prevents it from relying on the code and the engine to figure it out. We're just telling it, no, just do this. Don't try to figure out how to do it relative to this or that. But then again, I mean, you know, it makes me wonder, I'm sure this will break plenty of things. You know, I just wonder, why put it in the control node? And not because I disagree, just because I don't know. You know, if I drag this out into the container, right? I mean, there might be like a reference that gets messed up. Oh, it still works. So wait, why put it in the control node? HBox still moves around. The very first 2 nodes are irrelevant. Then why do they exist? I guess we need the parent node. Because you were rushing? Okay. Oh, okay. That's helpful. All right. Nice. Cool. Well, I think I understand it then. I just, you know, I have to figure out how to make an animation. Honestly, Acert, I mean, I'm inclined to just next week have the whole video just be learning from Acert's example. You know, because I think I would still code. Try adding another animation? Okay, alright. Well, there is the clicked, isn't there? Alright. Alright. So I'll come to the animation tools down here. New animation. I'm gonna say pressed. Okay. Now this, I mean, the animation player, I see. So we can change this like the default one if we want. But that's not going to make any difference here because the script is still telling it to do, yeah, the hover. So this is just for editing purposes. Okay. All right. Edit. Copy tracks, paste tracks. Go to next step, apply, reset, bake animation, make easing selection. Nice. We got a pin here, pin animation player, onion skinning, autoplay, add track. Let's add a track. "3D position, 3D rotation, 3D scale, blend shape, call method, Bezier curve, audio playback, or animation playback." Well, I'm going to see what the other one has. Oh, and it's relevant to the texture button. That's important. It looks like a Bezier curve track. So I not only want to add a track, but I want to associate it. Oh, so as soon as I do that, as soon as I go to add a track and I click on a track type, it offers me a node that I might want to animate. Now I want to animate all the texture buttons, but I guess I have to do them all individually. Select a property. Texture button stretch mode, action mode button mask, scale, rotation, or size. I guess we want scale. Go to the texture buttons inspector to add keyframes. Whoa, really? I wouldn't do it this way right now. You can add keyframes and tracks directly from the texture buttons inspector panel on the right. Whoa. I believe you. So if I like go to, oh, I see keys here. Have these always been here? Wow. All right. Nice. So there's scale. Create new track for property scale and insert key. Use Bezier curves. Create reset track. Only when the animation panel on the bottom is open, I think. Gotcha. This is nice. Now, I think you use Bezier curves. And I'm guessing you created a reset track, because there is a reset track. If there already is one, do I need to create one? What does that mean? What does that mean? Can someone explain what the point of the reset track is? The animation player animations change properties. So while you edit or play back your animations in the editor, you might change all kinds of properties throughout your game and therefore the state of your project, scenes, and entities. So when you do changes elsewhere in your project, you probably don't want some weird mix of states. Acer isn't entirely sure, but I think it animates everything back to default. is where the reset track comes in. By resetting your animation to the reset track, everything in it is in a predictable and desired default state. If you rely on the animation player a lot to change properties, states, and execute mechanics, this is really vital. I usually just make this reset track myself, adding all properties I change manually. I also just call it default as personal preference, but now this is all done automatically for me, which is nice. So I guess I could just have it create it, use Brazier. Okay, and then it still shows up. So it might have just updated that or something. All right, cool. So we clicked on the key. We made it Brazier. I mean, if we didn't make it Brazier, what would have happened? What would it have been like? It's not use Bezier. So then it's only giving us scale with not an XY breakdown. And it's got a gray color for the property track instead. I mean, in general, Bezier sounds better. I would delete the other two buttons and recopy paste them once you finish animating. To be honest, this button should be its own scene. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, that it should be instanced so we can make it easier. I mean, we could just do that. I mean, but then we have to do the export. Actually, yeah, we do. We have to do the export for the label, so it's a different name for each one. It wouldn't be that hard. It wouldn't really be that hard, right? All we have to do is just save the branch as a scene. The control, not the texture button. Oh, okay. I guess this already has the script attached to it. So then we wouldn't have to make a new script. If we save that as a scene, right, that would just be like buttons. I am getting a little experimental there. And then what we want, like, at export variable button label equals label. Oh, let me make it a string. Now you can freely duplicate that and just edit the scenes. They all change, yeah. Button 1. And then in theory, we can get rid of the others. I mean, button 1 still works on its own. Nice. So then we can delete these. Open up that scene. Well, I'll go back. Duplicate this. Name this one button 2. And then if we want the label to change, we just have to say it's button 3. Yeah, I didn't know if you knew how this worked, but you clearly do, which is good. Yeah, I do. I've done this. I've gotten the privilege to learn. And then I want to say, is it okay if I put this in here? Friend name, or that's my thing. We want to set the label set. I thought it was set text or something like that, but I must be wrong. I must be wrong. I forgot how to do that. I forgot how to do that. I could have sworn it was set text though. Dot text? Wait, I'm confused. Is that... Let me, I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna open a different project. Text equals text? Really? Alright. And then we're gonna set it to that button label. Right. Something like that. Nice. Dope. Dope. I could have sworn it was set text, but that's fine. That works for me. If it works, it works. If it works, it works. So this one we want to call button 1 super noise. That's button 1. And now we've got these 3 separate animations, 3 separate buttons. Looks good. And then I'm going to create an animation. Go to the animation tab down here. We got to go into the instance scene. And we want to go to our pressed that we created. Go to the texture button. Head over to layout, transform, scale, use Bezier curves, create. And so that's at that default there. Now if I want to push it, maybe we come add it. So if I want to make this at a different time point, I mean, I guess I could just put it in there. So if I put the scale, let's say 0.5, that's a little small. All right, hold on. 0.8. Just move the playhead and create a new keyframe, exactly. I was trying to push it like further down the line to make it like take longer, but I guess I have to change the time. It says snap. I mean, if I make that 0.5, I don't know. Is it because the length, animation position in seconds? All right, for the animation length. Oh, there it is. I see. Gotcha. Okay, understood. Very similar to Unreal's timelines. That aspect of it. Okay, now obviously I haven't set this up to play at a certain time, so I shouldn't test it yet. Alright, but this is enough to test it. So then I come back to the script, or rather, well yeah, kind of. So I want a new function from a signal, I guess. The texture button. And we'll say button down, button pressed. And if I were going to do this, I would probably do this in the code instead of the signals, so I can use the keyboard and gamepad. Not that there isn't a way to do that here, but I don't really understand how to do that. But for this, whoops, example, I will do that. I entered it prematurely, but I don't think it matters. So here we'll say AP play specifically pressed. And then we'll need, I guess, button up. Might have been better to do button down. And button up. But we'll see. then what I want to say is AP play backwards. And that's also similar to how Unreal's timelines work, that they'll stay at the end and you play them backwards to go back. I think it'll stay pressed since you don't animate it unscaling, but I'm curious to see what'll happen. Oh, okay. So we might need to make it button. Oops, I meant to say button up also. Okay, I made some mistakes here. Well, actually, I mean, you are curious, and I am too. Let me see if I can undo that signal going in. This is kind of where signals frustrate me, is like, you know, so now I've gotten rid of that, but it's still here. Just disconnect it. It's fine. It wasn't a big deal. All right, connect this, add that. I agree that it might not work right, but I am also curious. I don't know. Sometimes I'm just like, I've got like leftover connections, and I'm just like, oh god, but it is not that bad. Okay. All right, so let's see this not work. Whoa. I mean, it seems to be playing it. It seems to be playing it. Forwards and backwards. It's super long. It is really long. It's very long. Yeah. If I keep it held, oh, so if I just keep clicking, I guess what I want to happen is we press it and then it goes down and then we let go and then it comes back up. So I think what I would guess makes more sense is not using pressed, right? So disconnect this. Get button down. Add that in here. And we say that this one pulls it down. But I too was curious. It seems like it does the whole thing. But it seems like a pressed requires a down and an up to be a pressed. Whoa. So it seems to only do, because it is a 1 second long animation, it seems to do, like if I just tap it, it's kind of cool actually, because it'll give it a little press, and then if I hold it, it'll go all the way. Let me zoom that in. It's kind of cool. Because like a little press will just give it a little shrink in. And if I hold it, it'll like go further. It's kind of cool. There's ways to fix this, but I think you should just make the animation much shorter. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know what the unit 1 meant. I didn't really think about it. Yeah, it's pretty good. It works. It's just it is definitely a little long. But it's kind of cool how you can like hold down for like a long time. But like if I just quickly do it, you know, it won't do the whole thing and it like resets it. There are some weird things happening, right? Like so I'm hovering it and it's rotated one way. And if I just tap it, they're conflicting. Right. Right, because they're modifying the same thing. Right. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. So, I mean, you know, it's just gotta not conflict them somehow. Duh. Whoops. Just put a logo up there. Why not? Just make them don't conflict. I mean, I guess a solution could be to use a different sizing method. But overall, I mean, I feel like I've learned a lot about how to do the animation. Although I'm not entirely sure. Let's make this length 0.3 also. If you really wanted to do this, put this whole thing in another control and have hover animate one control and press animate the other. I mean, I am interested. I am interested. Oh, you probably didn't see any of that because it was zoomed out. It was zoomed in. Sorry. But all I did was I just shortened the animation to 0.3. Put this whole thing in another control. The whole thing. The whole thing in another control. The whole thing. So the texture button or button 1? Surely you don't mean that. You must mean this. So I'm going to add a child, another control for some reason. Well, that got messy. That got messy quick. Okay, I'm sorry. Jeez. God. So I guess I want the texture button in here and the control node in there like that. Right, because this is different now. So we need to just redo this reference. And that's where making it a percent access a unique name comes in handy. Because then we can move that around and it doesn't matter. We also want this to be label. So actually, that's not the unique name that I want. I want the label to have unique name. Drag that in here. And we have another issue, probably similar. Here, we want to make sure this has a unique name. Access unique name. Get rid of that. Replace it. Great. Now that works. And so now that this is in another control node, so wait, now why does that make it better? If you really want to do this whole thing, put the whole thing in another control and have hover animate one control and have pressed animate the other. Because then it won't conflict. Oh, because we can change the scale. So we could change the scale of the texture button. Like leave yours doing the texture button and I can have mine do the control. I see. This is a really, really valuable course because you're animating two different scales. Exactly. This is helpful. Now I'm sure I can't just like swap this out. So I'm just gonna hit this little trash can here. Put it in the garbage. This is really valuable. Thank you so much. We're so lucky that you're here. My goodness. The video done been elevated. I'm gonna have like 2 chapters. It'll be maybe 3 chapters. Setting up a new menu. Faffing with GitHub. Faffing around with GitHub. And then Acert's animation course or node course, something like that. We're gonna have just those chapters. because that's super useful. So, what I want to do is I want to come to the animation. We want to grab the control inspector, bring down the layout, transform, scale, create it. We want these default ones down here at the beginning. Oh, negative? No, not the negative. No, 0 will be fine. Thank you. Also, I have no idea how good this will look, but I can't wait to see what happens. Yeah, you know, yeah, that's, you know, willing to let go of it looking good for the sake of learning. I rarely care about looking good. Well, it depends. So if I come to the inspector of the control node, this time I'm going to make the scale whatever, 0.8. And then we'll hit a key. Very dreams like indeed. And then if we hit play. Nice. So, ooh, looks like we have a position problem. That's familiar. Also, did some of them get stuck? Am I bugging? Wait, if I... Sometimes the button do be getting stuck. I think. This may not be a good solution. I'm currently not hovering anything. This button has been left partially hovered. I think the new control needs its size fixed. Oh, and then this is staying small. So if I kind of like... I'm trying to like do it on purpose. It's kind of difficult. I feel like I'm playing a weird game. Oh, so if it seems like if I hover it. No, I have no idea. It needs its sized fixed. So does fixed mean to set it to fixed or to fix it? I think the new control is grabbing the mouse. It needs to ignore it. I apologize on behalf of my internet. My ISP is problematic, and sometimes we deal with some issues, and currently we are. But it seems like they're coming and going, which is nice. Did we figure out the growing and submenus? I don't know. I would say no. No, we didn't. However, Acer sent me a project that has an animation. You don't mean literally fixed. You mean corrected. Okay. Rogi, welcome back home. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Acer sent me a project that uses the animation tools to hover over these buttons. And so I've just been picking it apart and figuring out how it was done with Acer's guiding hand. Dude, it's super fun. It's so fun. It's so fun to have, like, you know, someone present a... Rogi did this before, too. Presented a project with some stuff, and then I could go and play with it, and we could talk about it. And it was just such an easier way to learn anything. I almost want to say, like, no advice unless you send a project. And so then I'm just trying to figure out how to add a new animation in here. Yeah, it's really easy. It's so easy to share the projects. I'm trying to add a second animation on pressed, but it's behaving a little strangely. on a few different levels. And so I was having the scale go down, right? We're actually running into a similar problem. So I'm animating it this time. There's no code here, pretty much. There's barely any code. Undo that second animation with control node stuff. Just undo it. Okay. Oops, it undid the code. You can keep the code. Let me make sure that didn't break it. Okay. But if you want to fix it, I think just fix the center point. So we can't change the center point and keep the animation the same, because it'll be problematic. Oh, well, I mean, I can even see here. Oh, look, this is the... That makes sense. The control node is way over here. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so let's undo the animation. No animation. Now the control node is way over there. So what I really need to do is, I guess, change the size of it. For the node that you made is actually a little off a little bit here. I guess I'll need to, because if I do all this, that's got to mess up something, right? Like, this can't be okay. There's no way this is okay. Oh, it's fine. Oh, okay. Oh, that was completely fine. Good. Good, good, good. I would undo it completely. Don't mess with this. It was a bad idea, sorry. Okay. So wait, you're saying don't even have a control node? So no control node. Let me at least update the script, because the script is going to have the %. So let me make sure that's accessible as a unique name. Second knows that. My original thing I sent you is perfect, though. The original one is perfect. The original one is perfect. Invalid set index text on base. Oh, because that's my mistake. We gotta make the label a unique name. Yeah, no, I mean, oh! That got different. Things done changed. Well, we could always not save it as well. Here, I'll close it. I'll close it. We didn't do much here. We achieved very little. Other than just learning. It's very interesting. I mean, adding another animation would be useful. It seems like a useful thing. Here's Acer's perfect creation. Okay. That was shared with us for learning. For the purposes of learning. Oh! Okay, evidently it saved it anyway. So I don't think your perfection can be changed. You added an animation perfectly. You just decided to make a conflicting animation. That makes sense. Okay, so I think we do have to mess with some of that. And now our undos are gone. It is all messed up now. It is all messed up now. I don't think there's any saving it. It's perfect. It's perfect, honestly, to want to animate scale again. You'll just need to be a bit more careful with it. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of all screwed up now, though. It's got a lot of problems. I don't even know where to start with that. Looks like it just needs more space in between them. So maybe we could actually come to the scene above. Actually, you know what would make it fine? is if we just go back a scene. Dude, it's gonna be fun. It's okay. But you can even see where the control node position is all messed up here. Oh, we gotta go into the container and adjust the separation. How do we fix this? Separation. All right, we're gonna add some more separation. Okay. So now that looks so much better. Okay, no problem. Now we have the conflicting animation issue, which we don't want. I'm actually not sure where it's even getting that animation from. Oh, I guess in the script, we're still referencing pressed here. Button up, button down, pressed. Come back to the animation here. Wait, why is the animation tab empty? Where'd the animations go? Oh, I closed everything. What have I done? I don't know where the animations went. I've lost them. Oh, you gotta click on the animation node. I see. Gotcha. Okay, cool. And then pressed. We don't want to do this. Just delete these. Oh, press the pressed. And then... So why couldn't we just do the control node? I guess it would be a different size. Okay, so if I create a new control node, we put everything in that control node, unless, well, I need to make sure the control node is a good size, so it will actually go into the center and not into the corner. I feel like there's still a weird conflict happening. I can, but it's just annoying. I don't remember what that's in response to, but I believe you. Oh, we need to change the pivot point as well. Put it in the center. Drop this in. Drop that in. Hey, I said drop in. Oh, because it's inside of it. Okay. Everything should work still. It does. No more pressed. And then, if I select the control node, I apologize on behalf of my ISP if the stream gets a little glitchy here. You can do this additional control node thing to animate scale in 2 different animations at the same time. Okay. Okay. All right. And then I'm going to select the control node. We're going to do layout, transform, but it's annoying. I mean, is there an alternative? It doesn't seem like there is an alternative. This control node is not where I wanted it to be. So I'm going to move it. Oh, right. We can't move it because we already put it in there. Is this the annoying part? Is this where I'm annoyed? Make sure the animations don't conflict some other way, but no, this will work. Yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna try to center this. Wait, what are you trying to do right now? Right now, I'm trying to get this control node to be centered. So that way, when I nest these in here, and I go to scale it, it scales them at the center and not in the corner. I assume that that's what'll happen, but I don't actually know. That's kind of been the big problem to solve for the stream, ultimately. So let's do a scale of the control. Use Bezier curves. And I want this to be 0.3 because it's doing it at 0.3. I'm going to want to push that back to 0. And then at 0.3, I want the control scale to be 0.8. Drop a key in there. Let's see what happens. Nice. So it does go in the middle. Okay, but now Acer, now what about, now is this still a conflict? Why is it still, wait, it's still being weird. Wait, is it? Wait, no it is. Why does this snap into incompletion? I see that it's conflicting less now. And that looks a lot better. So I'm able to click on here a lot better. For sure. Yeah. But then what can happen is I can be like halfway through the animation. If I like tug on it the right way. The animation will be like half done. It's kind of hard to recreate. But it happens. Let's see if I can do it on purpose. Oh, now it doesn't want to happen. Now it wants to act like it's doing everything correctly. I guess I could try to just do everything correctly. There it goes. Wow, that's when it happens. When I don't try to make it happen. I would guess what's happening is I'm starting the next icy. I'm starting the animation elsewhere on a different button. So if that animation isn't finished yet and I begin it on the next one, it stays stuck in that position. Seems to be what's happening. Recreate it. Okay. But at least we do have the center things happening. And, you know, the way I would do this, I would probably, you know, I wouldn't use the control nodes. Or, sorry, the signals. I would use control nodes. I wouldn't use the signals to control the animations. Only because I don't know how to do the signals with the keyboard control. And the game is going to have joypad keyboard control, not necessarily mouse control. And so I don't know if this problem would come up, because I don't know if there would be that button down, button up stuff to rely on. Only one of these could be true at once. I apologize on behalf of my ISP for all the issues. Man, it's been an issue day. I'm thinking... So I'm going to be having some shoulder surgery in not long. About a little over 2 weeks. Not next week, not the week after, but the week after that. And I'm not going to be streaming. I'm actually thinking next week I might not stream. Or next week I will stream. Maybe the week after I won't. I'm not sure. But anyway, during that time, I'm going to change my ISP. Whenever I'm getting my surgery, and I'm not streaming, we'll get our ISP changed. And hopefully it'll be better. But I can't promise anything. But it's interesting. It's useful. I mean, you know, if I wanted to figure out how to do this with the keyboard while Acer recreates it, I could try. Project settings, input map. We could just do built-in actions, UI up, down. Doesn't have WASD. That's okay. He said, "Oh wow." I have a feeling it's not, but I like to imagine it's in response to him trying to recreate it. But I have a feeling it's in response to something else. Just a guess, though. Yours is working? Oh, it is in response to what you're doing. You can't break it. Internet glitches may be happening. They may not. But I see that it's possible. So, are you sure? Send it to me. Oh, wow, to your surgery. Okay. I thought so. I mean, here, I can send you this version of the project if you want. Or send me your version where you can't break it. I can't not break it. I can't not break it. Yeah, surgery. It's good. It's something I really needed to do. It's why I wanted to make Survive Escape. Was the injury I got for that that I'm getting the surgery for. So it's gonna be a nice thing to finally deal with. I can break mine now that I have 3 buttons. Okay. I was like, you sure you can't break it? Oh, he said, oh. That's always promising. If I were trying to do it, I mean, in the function mouse exited, also play the pressed animation backwards. In the function mouse exited, also play the pressed animation backwards. Oh, I see. I see. So that way it doesn't... Oh, never mind. This is annoying. Oh, man. Oh, no. That creates a different problem. Did I do pressed? Or that's exited? Wait, I think you meant... I mean, oh, that's pressed. First of all, I did... Wait. That doesn't make a lot of sense. We need some sort of state machine. Well, that's why I feel like... That's why I say... That's why I say... do it, you'll see what happens. I just did! That's why I say I might as well just do it in code. Because this wouldn't happen. Yeah, so they start like all... They get stuck in the hover state. It's very upsetting, honestly. It's actually very upsetting. It almost doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Why would that break the hover? But I think, you know, the way that I've set up the game, like, for example, like, okay, I'm going to close this. I'm going to close this. And let me open up my project, which has been just messed up in so many ways. The issue is that we have a hover animation and a pressed animation, and both are trying to change the scale. Right. Okay. Okay. I believe you. You're right. All right. Okay. I'm sorry. Never mind. Never mind. Part of me is curious to just like see if we can make it an animation in here. I don't use a pressed yet. I don't even know if I would. But I could try setting it up now that I understand this a little bit. So we would say, so what I'd want to do, we could do the scene idea. So that way we can not make the animation every time. That would be a different way to make our buttons entirely. We do already have this nested in this panel. Yeah, it's a little tricky. I mean, it kind of requires some reorganizing. Oh, that's okay. Restarting the initial issue. Yeah, that's okay. You can definitely apply what you've learned to your project. Yeah. Well, I think I need to, restructure a little bit, potentially. So instance the buttons, right? That was not a right, like I'm asking you. I'm just saying it. It's like a habit. So maybe instead of button eager, I just call this button type. Save branch as seen for the button types. Get rid of even. Get rid of distant. And then attach a script onto here for, button type. Add an export variable. Export variable friend or button type equals label. Make it a string. And then in here, well, first I need to open up the scene. It says eager label. I can just say type label. And then I'll want to reference that in the script. Oh, right. So it's not on the script. That's irritating. So I'll attach the script, I guess, onto there. And then I'll say label here. I'm just going to make that access as unique name. Might as well. And we want to set that text to button type. All right. And then back on the dialog scene, we'll label it first one to eager. Duplicate it. This one is even. Now they're all going to have different textures, so I do have to set up the different textures as well. I'm just going to let that go for now though. Distant. And then we can call this eager, even, distant. Probably should have arranged it sooner, but that's okay. Scooch this over. Now, this is not in an H box. You had yours in an H box. Mine isn't yet. I probably should do that. But I guess I'll just try to get it back to the way it is first. The way it was. Then I'll worry about that. I'm sure I won't regret that. And we'll change each name. The labels by default all say eager there. I wonder if this will work. I think it kind of will. Yeah, so the names are different. It is scaling them. Seems to be in a weird Y sort. I'm not sure what the Y sort situation is, or why it's appearing in such a strange place. I'm guessing it has to do with these anchors. HBox before you, forgetbox. Yeah. All right, let's put him in there. I will size this then. This HBox. Let's get the pivot in the center. Right. And then I'll drop these in there. Ugh. It did the minimum thing. It's fine. I remember the size now. It's 74. Just like obliterates the value that was there. You don't need that. You said you didn't care what the minimum size was. Doesn't matter what it is. Okay. So there's that. I wouldn't say it's all very centered in there. Nice. Now it is. I love that. Is it relatively organized in there? It is. It is. HBox. Let's go. And it's going from the center, too. Whoa. Wow. And now it's coming from the center. No animation needed. Don't forget you should be changing this in the scene. Oh my. I don't think... I hear you, I hear you. Right, but I actually do need to be... I do need to remember that, but still. Was I not doing that? Yeah, that was actually pretty easy to get set back up. And then with the HBox, and I'm amazed it's growing from the center. Like, I feel like just setting up the HBox, putting the pivot, and doing all that first, and then dropping it in there. There just must have been like, I think you changed the min size in the main scene. Save box before you forget box. Yeah. I think you changed the min size in the main scene. Oh. Oh. So I did. So I did. Wow. All right. So yeah, saving. Yeah, let's save. Let's do a save. Let's hit up GitHub. Let's do a commit. I'm so afraid of GitHub. GitHub is so scary to me now. Like, after what happened, I just don't even know what to expect anymore. So we'll say replaced button types. Button types are now an instanced scene contained in an HBox with the relevant and appropriate minimum size requirements. It works nicely. I never explored in programs like GitHub. I always just do things the same way every time, like a robot. So for that reason, it doesn't scare me. Dude, well, I wasn't exploring. Look, all I wanted to do, one day, somebody else, no, do I explore? Maybe I explore. All I wanted was to go back to an older commit, right? I wanted to like come back here and I wanted to be back at like an older version. And we couldn't figure out how to do it. And so the only way that we managed to figure it out caused a head to get chopped off. And, you know, maybe if we had dealt with the branch, honestly, Acert coming in and asking what branch I was on helped me kind of understand a little better. That there was just like this like temporary branch that was created. And I had been committing to this like temporary branch that as soon as I switched back to the main branch, just got thrown away into the garbage. And so I lost all those commits. Never had to go back multiple versions. I'm surprised. To me, that seems like what would be nice, right? Like, is that I can go down a path of experimentation, save along that path, and then, in theory, go back. I still don't know how to do that. I still don't really know how to do that. How to go back to an earlier commit than the most recent one. I still don't know how to do that. All right, so we've got that committed. And then something I mean, honestly, a lot of the problems are fixed right now. You know how not to do it. That's true. It's a great point. I know exactly how not to do it. It's a very good point. I do see the distant text doesn't fit in there very well. So there are some like changes that I do need to make there. I think just the text isn't centered. It must be left aligned. That must be what's happening. So if I come into the new button instance, yeah, it's left aligned. So put that in the center. I think it's because Dreams has trained me like a dog to never rely on version history. Like a dog. Yeah. I've done it a few times. You basically just go back, make a change, then overwrite the main branch. You go back. See, I feel like you're skipping over some things there. You go back, make a change, and then overwrite the main branch. Don't quote me on that. I won't. Okay, I won't. All right, I won't. You're right. That sounds like an interesting. I mean, I hear you though, and I'm gonna keep that in mind. Go back to an earlier commit. Right, and so that go back part, that was the hard part. That was the part I couldn't figure out. Because I'm not gonna do it. It's a perfect way to describe it, like a dog. Oh gosh, Dreams did us. When I would try to revert changes, I'm not gonna do it because I'm too afraid. If I really needed to, I would, but I don't, so I won't. But I feel like it would give me an error when I tried to do that. But I hear you, Acer. All right, so let me see what that looks like with it centered. If it's like marginally better. Oh, it's not really. Cool. Oh, well, that makes sense. Now it's misaligned in here. But it does seem, it's not striking me as very centered. If I'm being honest. It's looking very uncentered. I think I'll just make the font smaller. Let's say 23. Not the most centered. That's better though. Nice. Okay, cool. And then I'm going to spread them out a little bit. So I'll come back to the daylog scene. It is unfortunately named daylog forever, eternally. That's how it shall be known. We want to do hbox, theme overrides constant separation. Let's make it like 20, something like that. Much better. I guess I actually want this to be button type label. And I want this to be button type label. Stormrun fell asleep. You've been streaming for a while. Stormrun, I forgot to sing you a song when you first came in, because that's what you get as being a member, because it's the best I can do. So thank you for being a member, and welcome to the stream, even though I didn't sing last time you came in, but I did this time. Welcome, Stormrun. Yeah, I've been streaming a long time. It's been a lot of ups and downs. It's been a roller coaster. It's been a veritable roller coaster, and I really should stop. I really should stop at this point. You figure out your buttons? Kind of, yeah. Yeah, we had some help from Acert Gaming, who came through and gave us some great advice, and even sent me a practice project to learn from. It was super helpful. Oh, it was so helpful. And yeah, so now I am kind of just applying some of that and, you know, just wasting time. Like, at this point, I should stop and go live my life and do things that are important. But, but you know, it's like, it's all right here. We're so close to just getting it gooder. I just want to. So for this is a little more complicated. We want to say for not type label, button type. So this I also want to make. Oh, okay. We don't make this one referenceable. That makes sense because you can't change it anyway. All right, check this out. So for this one, we're gonna reference the button type, and I'm gonna want to. Was it set texture? I feel like it was. I feel like it was something like that. And we could just try texture. What was that? Let me search it back up again. It was in like, oh gosh. Is this still open? Probably not. It was in panel. Opened a panel. Style box. Style box texture. And then get texture. I mean, it says that we can do it. I wake up and everything updated to fall. Discord epic. My phone said welcome to fall. Today's the day, I guess. October 19th. Welcome to fall. I felt it like about a week ago. I just like went outside and it was like cold. At least where I am, that means it's fall. The leaves were brown. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, gotcha, fall, right. But I guess not everybody has those cues. So they need their phones to tell them. Don't you know? It's autumn. Yeah, I feel like this is gonna be a little iffy. But it might work. It might not. Because I want them all to look different. In theory. All the leaves were brown and the sky. All the leaves were brown and the sky was gray. Or blue. Or blue. I mean, surprisingly, this doesn't give me an error. Which is nice. So, I mean, if this works, it should look like nothing. Oh, it just didn't like that. What's your problem? Excuse me? Invalid set index, get texture, on base panel button type. Oh, that's correct, yeah. With value type string. I mean, do you want me to add... I can add one in there. Wait, where's the meta images? Why are they not in the project? Godot, what have you done with my images? Why does it keep deleting my images? Why does Godot keep deleting the images that I add in here? That is so frustrating. Stop that. I did this already. Okay, I guess I forgot that I didn't or something. That's so weird. Well, I don't need those images anyway, but what the hell? So let me, maybe I forgot to add them back in. I'm pretty sure I did, but whatever. Okay, so let's do this as an example here. It's just, it already is a string, but maybe it has to be a path. Maybe there's like a path type that we can put in here. But like, can it? No. Can a variable be a path? You don't import the pics directly to the engine? I think you can. You can. Expected get or set for property declaration. Let me see if I can look this up. GDScript texture path variable. How to use variable as name of path? Call map texture equals load image. Okay. Equals load. Oh, nice. And then it's giving me paths. Nice. Let's go. It is still giving me an error, though. Expected a closing parenthesis after call arguments. Do you not see that? Are you unable to see the closing parenthesis? Chat is on top of your code. Oh, sorry. Thanks, Stormrun. Thanks, Stormrun. It's like never a good place to put chat. Okay. Load path. Expected closing parenthesis. But it is, there is a parenthesis. This other person says image string var image string equals. Oh, and then they put, whoa, they put some other stuff here. Is there an opening before the other? Yeah, right here. Load parenthesis. Maybe that doesn't work. You know, we got parentheses for days. We got them all over the place. We can open the load path string. Maybe it needs quotes. It might need quotes. Let's try that because it says it is looking for a string. So let's try that. Okay, that resolves the error. Let's see if it works. No. Invalid set index get texture with type compressed texture 2D. Okay. Okay. All right. I understand that. So then I just have to figure out what to put in there. GD script get texture. Let's see what we got here. Post is deleted. That's fine. Texture, get image. But I also have to figure out where I put it in there. I don't know if this helps me. Calling get texture unvalid texture returns null. So there's the load. There's the load that we just did. Image is in fact an image instance. Works just fine for me. So I think there may be something else going on aside from what you've shared. So they're doing, but where are they applying it? Like this is all just variable setting. But where are they applying it? Calling get texture unvalid texture returns null. I'm in the process of converting a former Godot 3 project Godot 4. Someone to get on a problem. Here images are always null, despite texture being a valid PNG image. And so I guess it's not, no error in the debugger, try relaunching Godot command line. Maybe this is what they're doing, get image, texture.getImage. Oh, I think we have to do this. Let's do this. That must be the get that they're talking about. Okay. So we'll say instead of texture, this would be our button, right? Because that's the, yeah. Button type texture. And I guess we don't need any of this. But we need to make sure that applies in the right place. I'm a little confused, truth be told. Because that's just another variable they're setting. So I don't know how actually relevant that is. How does it know what image to get? Well, this is the path here in the exported variable that's being set. So this variable right here, button type texture equals load the path. Button type texture is your image. Yes. Yes. Correct. Yes. And get texture not working. So maybe I want to say get image, but that's yeah, maybe I want to say get image instead of get texture. No. Invalid set index, yeah, so same thing. So I feel like I'm just not finding the right thing to call on that. So if I say GD script set style box texture. Change style parameters. Style box texture, change the style box of a node via code. It's from 2020, 0 answers. Oh wait, there was an answer. Add style box override. Seems looks good to be true. You found how to load an image from a URL. Oh yeah? Google says there's an load image locally extension. I don't know about extensions. I don't know about extensions. Heard, but I don't know about extensions. Setting style box texture to a button. Create a simple button. I mean, this is the documentation, which we were just looking at anyway. Set texture margin. I really just want to set, should be as easy as telling it which folder to look in and what image to get. Well, the thing is and the problem I'm having is I don't know how to tell it to change that. So I know how to tell it. I know where to tell it to look. What I don't know is how to tell it to apply what it can find if it looks there. That's where I'm struggling. Style box texture. Texture 2D. I feel like that is it. Set texture margin. And if I hit texture here, this texture, the texture to use when drawing this style box, right? So we have set texture value and get texture. Set texture value. And I'm just not sure. Get back to the correct code, please. So one guy said you need to use base texture. Base texture. It does not like that. Invalid set index base texture. We set anchor. There's all kinds of sets that come up. But nothing with texture. He had it as one word. Base texture resource. It's not auto-completing. So I don't think that works. Oh, dot resource. It seems a little out there. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know how to make this work right. Because, you know, if I try to do something like this, it's really going to be confused. So I don't know, because the thing is I want each one to have a different texture. And if they're instanced scenes, I don't really know how else to give it a different texture. And I'm not really finding much. Change style parameters in GD script. I'm working on this issue. Keep trying, though. Oh, nice. Oh, thanks. I'm going to send this page on Discord. There's lots of info here. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks, y'all. Add style box override. Add style box override. Okay, this is maybe promising. But, you know, at some point, it feels like I'm just trying things. Oh, here's add theme style box override, and it's auto-completing this one. But I'm not confident in the way that this seems like the wrong kind of way to format it. Yeah. Invalid function, add theme style box override in base panel Expected 2 arguments. Okay. Let me open up the documentation. String name and style box. String name and style box. So you want to know the style box. You're looking at GDevelop solutions. Oh no! Is this still a cool resource? Is it a good GDevelop resource? It's too confusing. We do too many engines. Creates a local override for a theme style box with a specified name. Local overrides always take precedence when fetching. This worked for a texture button. Whoa! Whoa. How'd you figure that out? How'd you even figure that out? That is one specific line of code. Alright, cool. Let's try it. So we've got TB set texture normal load texture. Wow. Look at that ugly line of code. This won't work for you since you aren't using a texture button. Oh, so I need to go from the panel. Oh, okay. Oh, TB, that's your texture button. I see. So I need to actually switch it to a texture button for this to work. I mean, that's fine. Variable new texture equals preload. Oh, this is interesting. I don't know what this other part is. Alright, I think asserts is because assert... I feel like I should trust asserts, but at the same time, let's give this a shot first, just to see what happens. So we've got new texture. Yeah, hook me up. It may work. Let's see what happens. New texture equals preload. Stormrun is amazing at being helpful across engines. Oh, it's auto-completing. That's a great sign. I love that. Now, I don't know how well it's going to like me sticking a variable in here. Wouldn't it be texture near or something like that? Well, that's what I thought. I hadn't tried that specific one, but I thought it would be something kind of simple like that. In Discord, def, gotcha. When I made a custom style box in from code, I used new. Interesting. This is promising then. I think. It's not like auto-completing that or anything. It's a little confusing. New underscore texture equals preload. Let's put it in a double quotes. Preload file doesn't exist. So it's looking, so this isn't letting me put it in as a variable. So somehow I need to tell it that it's a variable. He has that preload running at the beginning of the code. Oh, okay. So I wonder if we can just not do the preload part. I'm gonna try. I don't really know how to implement this, if I'm being honest. If I'm being totally honest. how to change the image / texture of a sprite when it enters a specific area. Nice. Fix the invalid past sprite reference by pointing to a valid sprite past the actual texture to sprite's texture property rather than... And that's for preload stuff. Let's see if we switch it to a texture button. Let me try that. This seems like we just have to like organize it a little differently, and I don't know if this makes the most sense for us. So let me try actually changing it and just make sure we didn't break anything. Yeah, everything's fine. So this is a little frustrating because yeah, this is a little frustrating because to change it to a texture button, I have to actually remake the entire scene instance, unfortunately. Because it's currently a panel type. And we want to make it something else, so I actually have to redo a bit. So if I add in a new texture button, which now that when I hear that, it really does sound like the right thing to use. So a new texture button. I've not quite used these before. Texture, normal, load the image. Whoa. Why did that replace everything? Oh, because it's in the H box. I see. Yeah. Okay, all right. Before we do that then, let's save it. Let's commit. Texture button is an image in a button. Yeah, kind of. Attempt to add texture export var. Saving before replacing panels of buttons with texture button. Okay. That'll be much easier. Yeah, because it's kind of already like set up for it more. And Acert found us a whole thing for it. So, yeah. So then let's, I guess, just throw these in the garbage and set it on fire. Watch it burn. I'm going to add a texture button in here. And let's set the normal texture to be this one. It's a little large, just a bit. I'm going to set the pivot point, I guess, since it's decided to take up so much space. I'm just going to stick it in there. And then get the layout, transform, scale. Oh, that's locked? Okay. Well, I'll just scale it manually then. Oh, because it's in the container. Wait, how do I make it smaller? I guess I have to make it outside of the container first? That feels silly. But I'll do it. If that's what you want me to do. Put it on a control node. Whoa. What? Okay. Put which on a control node? The horizontal box? Alright. Forgot about that. I forget about these. I mean, I didn't remember. And I thought you said, didn't you say that you just did that because you were rushing? And that isn't necessarily Nessie. Texture button needs to be in a control node. Oh, oversized sprite. Oh, you wanted the sprite to grow? Yeah, Practice makes perfect. Yeah, it does. But I thought you said you were rushing and then it didn't need to be in there. But I guess it was, because I took it out of there and it was fine. But I believe you. I'll do it. I'll do it. The horizontal box doesn't. The texture button does. So I'm putting the control node in the horizontal box. Wow. Okay. Wow. All right. This control node has just terrible size proportions. I guess it doesn't matter. I have to first put the texture button in there. Dang it! Stop changing the sizes of things. Stupid. Why does it do that? Why does it always be changing the minimum size of stuff? Like, why would everyone do that? What's control node? The parent? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. It's just like a node that contains other things. And I guess because it's in one, it gets special abilities or something. That would be my guess. That it makes... I don't know, Acer. Why does it need to be in there? Why does it need to be in there? I believe you. You're allowed to scale things within a control node. Oh. Oh, and it's called control. Well, that's nice. It's nice of them to do that. We do have to set the minimum sizes, though. 7-hour stream vibes. Yes, absolutely. 100%. Actually, it does make sense. Now I understand why it's called a control node. So we need to go to the minimum, custom minimum size. For some reason, it doesn't, by default, set the custom minimum size to be the same as the size. So I have to paste this in here, and then once I drop this in, now it's still obliterated it. It still crushed it. What in the heck? Why do this? I have my control node, living its life. Is it because auto translate is on? Maybe. Control node needs a minimum size. The only one crushing it is Yuli's. Oh, thanks, Gecko. Welcome, good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm trying to do a lot of things. At this point, I don't even know how to explain it. So a minimum size on this. Okay, so let's set a minimum size on the control node. So we'll do the same thing. This minimum size thing, it's gross. Seems unfriendly. Okay, now it's in there and it's all stretched out. You're just lurk learning and doing okay, thanks. All right, love to hear it. Love to hear it. Thanks for the lurk learn. So that did some strange things. That made things look stupid. And the control... What the flip flang? What the flamdoozle? Okay, there it looks better. If I reset the scale, it looks better. But, okay, alright. Okay. Can we not have it be like this, though? But then it's stretching it. That seems wrong. Why do I feel like this is not supposed to be this way? I'm deleting this control node. I'm putting this control node in the garbage. I don't like it. Change the custom minimum size. I did, but... Okay, I think I see maybe what you're saying. You're saying if I had done that, it wouldn't have squished it? It just feels messy. It just all feels very messy. Okay, transform 40 by 40 is what we want this to be. And then if I drag the texture button into there, It crushes it. I had a dream on how to fix my code and wrote it down as soon as I got up. I wonder if it will work. Definitely try it. You set the min size to ginormous, then tried to make it smaller. Then the min size you set. Right. Okay. So explain this one then. I mean, visually it looks like it's the right size. Okay. Like it's obviously, and so the texture button has a huge size, right? It's gigantic. But it's been scaled down. So if I unscale it, so I see. So the control node has to be as big. Why is this the way that it is? Okay, so the control node has to be at least as big as the thing we're putting in it. Stop scaling? Okay, I reset the scale. Box seems jumpy. It sure does. I reset the scale of the control node. I reset the scale of the texture button. So they both have fully reset scales. They both have the default scales. Right? And of course, if I put the texture button in here, wait, it worked. What? Okay, so no scaling. Now I scale it. Now make the texture button min size smaller. Okay, but look, it worked. I mean, it's giant. So can I scale the control node now? But now the control node is super tiny. Okay, this doesn't make sense. No, this isn't correct. Something is weird. Okay. All right. Drag this out. I hate this stuff. I don't hate it because I like learning it, but I hate it because it betrays the idea that Godot interface design is somehow intuitive. It's not. It's not. Okay. Make the texture button min size smaller. It is, but it's confusing when you don't know how to do it. So then it's not. That's right. That is not what intuitive means. I don't think intuitive means if you learn it, then it's intuitive. I think, I mean, that can be intuitive to you then, but like inherently, it's not intuitive. Okay, so like iPhones, I'm gonna find that out soon. So you're saying keep the transform size of the button huge and then just make this small? I don't know how to scale this down. That's why I like the scale, because I don't know how to make this smaller. It's not linked. If I do this, then it's gonna look really weird. So I gotta pull out what, a calculator? A like resolution calculator and figure out how this resolution scales down and then put that as my custom minimum size? Is that what you're saying? It's horrible. Proportionate. That's so wrong. Scale. Resolution scale calculator. Yeah. By 1008. 500 by 350. 7-hour stream. Yep. How'd you do that, Storm Run? Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Resizing scale. You guessed? Oh, okay. I'm like, how'd you do that? I don't know, 25%? More than that. 7%. 410 by 267. Not too bad. Honestly. Can't believe I got a freaking, calculator. Talking about some user interface in Godot is so easy. Okay. So we set a custom minimum size. I'm going to drop this in the control node. But wait, the control node, I want to be a different... But I don't want the control node to be here. Right? Because otherwise... Uh-oh. I don't know. It's just... Everything's fine. There's no uh-oh. Because otherwise, it's not going to behave correctly. This has a custom minimum size of 40... Okay, reset that. 0, 0. I mean, I can make it 0. I don't want to make it 0. I guess I'll make it the same size. In the texture button, set the stretch mode to keep aspect centered. Oh. So I could keep the custom minimum size to the default. Or not the default, but what it already is. So we still have to come in here and copy the size to the custom minimum size. And then in the texture button, set the stretch mode to keep aspect centered. All right, I'm going to search up stretch mode. Keep centered. Keep aspect centered. Okay, I've done this. Drop it in the control node. And it is large. Can I scale it now? Now top left, go to pointer mode. Okay, yes, pointer mode. I see. And I want to say my control node is very, very small. It's infinitesimal. Now I can scale? Now I can scale? Click and drag now on the texture button. Don't actually change the scale. Okay. It seems to be locking it in. I can make it bigger. I can make it bigger. Maybe that's because the minimum size that we set. I think I need to set that. So I still need the calc. Or maybe. Okay. Right, so what should the min size be? Did it work? Did it work? What should the min size be? Because the min size is currently the same size, which makes sense that it would not go smaller. But do I need to paste in my calculation? Can I make it 0 at long last? And chaos won't ensue? Okay, making it 0 didn't even... It still can't get smaller. Try the 410 260. I mean, I tried 0. And it still won't shrink down. Even at 0. Like, if it won't go down at 0, what if I change the transform size? I mean, that's going to mess it up. Keep trying. Is it the controls node? So the control node doesn't have anything going on. It's got 0 minimum size. 0 size. So it's just like the ittiest bitty little thing. If I take the texture button out of the control node, and try to shrink it now, it's still staying the same size. So I don't think it's the control node. I feel like it's that keep aspect thing. That is not letting it get smaller. So what if we say keep centered? No, it still stays big. Is there a min size set on the texture? Yeah, 0. The minimum size is 0. The tiniest size of all. Custom minimum size 0. Aspect would refer to the ratio, not the size, right? Yeah, that would make sense to me. That sounds correct. I mean, I'm inclined to just do a do-over. All right, so get a new texture button. There's no reason not to. Get a new texture button. Okay. Maybe there's something we don't understand about textures. Yeah, maybe. I don't understand a lot. How did you have that box smaller before? I don't know anymore. Yours works fine. Maybe it is at 0 size, but the texture can't get smaller. True. Okay, so here's a new fresh texture button. Brand new, squeaky clean. I'm gonna come to the textures, normal. I'm gonna add a load in here of the texture. There's the texture, super big. I try to shrink this. Indeed, I can't make it smaller. So I think Rogi's right. I think because of the size of the image itself, I can't actually shrink this. That's why I like to do the scale. But Acert is very insistent that I do not do the scale. I can open up this texture a little bit here. I don't know if there's really much I can do with it here, though. It's not really many options. So, I mean, I think I need to change the size of it outside of Godot. What's the min size for this new one? The new one's min size is layout 0. It's 0. And then its size. So, I mean, I guess just because I'm putting something so large into Godot, it's not okay with me shrinking it down. Even though I'd love to do scale, but apparently doing scale causes other problems, right? So, I mean, it sounds to me like the solution is to save a smaller one. Set layout mode to anchors. Let's make a new button, I know, right? Set anchors to full rect. Something is wrecked. Some is definitely wrecked. Okay. I'm going to get rid of this other one we did. We're going to set the anchors to full rect. Where is that? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. Is that up here? Right here? Yes. Full rect. Okay. Done. Set to full rect. And then keep aspect centered. It still says it wants it to be this big. The smallest I can make it is the big one. The texture is not in a box right now, but it can't be shrunk. But is it working for you, Acert, or are you... I guess you're using the same image files. I think Acert is using the same image files, but maybe it doesn't seem big to you. Like maybe you're zoomed out a bunch and it looks super small. Yeah, send me the project. You can drag the size to 0. What? Oh my gosh. The power. I will say also, everything is in a panel. Maybe your engine is stalling. I wish. I don't mean I wish, but I mean... Pierogi! Wait! Put the checkbox on ignore texture size. Okay, that sounds like a thing that would work. That sounds like a thing that would work. You're about to type it? Alright. Okay. Ignore texture size on. Oh! There it goes. Okay. Alright. Whew. Okay. Shake it out. Shake it out. No problem. Alright. Praise be! I gotta set the aspect back on. Yeah, so it is on, fortunately. I did actually remember to do that. Okay. Okay, we're at full shrink town. Okay, drop this in the control node, and it disappears. And that's because we have the custom minimum size here to 0. So now we have the next issue. Now I need to drop this into the control node and it not obliterate itself into nothingness. So its own custom minimum size is 0. So I'm gonna, well, I mean, okay. No, good job. Wait, I'm gonna, it's still so small. Let me try making the control node bigger. Oh, there it comes. Oh, look. So if I reset, no, we're good. Good job, good job, good job. That was teamwork AF. So if I want to move this in here, yes, yes. Let's go. Okay, this looks good. No, this looks really good. Okay, cool. No, everything's fine. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Could I repeat these steps? I don't know. Let me put the pivot point in the middle. Maybe, probably. Pivot point in the middle. I'm gonna do the same thing with the control node. Pivot point in the middle. Looks good. Oh my gosh. What were we doing? What were we I don't remember what we were doing. Okay, I know what we're doing. You got some advanced stuff going on there. Apparently. I mean, I didn't, I thought I was, but okay. Okay, cool. So now, does that make the control node? So if I want to instance this, I guess I want to instance the control node. But then if we think about, yeah, I guess I want to instance the control node. So I'm going to call this button type. And I'm going to save it as a scene. We already have a button type scene. But this is the new one. I guess I should delete the old one. I don't like the sound of that. I guess I will call it button type 2. Version 2. We'll call it button type version 2. How about that? Just give it a 1 for the new one. Yeah. I tend to avoid that because it just feels messy. But you know what's more messy is renaming it entirely. And deleting things and breaking dependencies. And yeah, let's just number it. And then sometimes, for me, the reason why I didn't want to just add a 1 is because then is it like the first one, the second one, the third one? But the V solves it for me. So it's V2. Button type V2. So now we have that scene. Beautiful, wonderful. I'm going to drop this into the H box. And it does disappear. Which is exciting. So the control node can be 0 potentially. Uh-oh. And now I undid it. And it's gone again. Can I make it big? Okay, I can. Alright, we can resize it. If I drop it in the H box. And I find it. I can't resize it anymore because it's in the H box. Okay. I feel like I have a new problem. Can you join me in Godot formatting Snobland, where we name nodes with this format and variables with this format and constants with this format? Maybe. I'm open to it. I'm definitely open to it. I mean, I'd have to rename a lot at this point. So I can resize this. I guess I need to set the minimum size of the control node. Can I just set it to whatever I want? I mean, the HBox container. I guess I could say... For future stuff, yeah. I'd love to join. I'd love to remember this. Is there a place I can find this information? Put it on the Discord or something? In the Godot forum? It's super nice, or maybe I'm just a little OCD. I mean, I'm down for it. I just need, the next time I start something, where can I reference it? All right, so I'm trying to put this in the HBox without it obliterating it. Yeah, I'll go find it. Yui likes it when you use this format _1, then it'll update the numbers correctly if you copy. Right, yeah, so if Godot, right, so there might be a way to name things that Godot understands it better. That's a good point. So with this button type, if I make the minimum size 1,000, 1,000, if you put a 1 on the end of a node in Godot, it'll update it too. I thought so. I thought that was true. Okay, 1,000, 1,000 just makes it big again. So that's definitely not what we want. We don't want to set that minimum size on there. So I'm not sure how to get it in the HBox without it obliterating it into nothingness. So that's my new problem. Layout. It has a custom minimum size of 0. I kind of want to just create a new HBox container and see if that makes a difference. I'm going to delete the old HBox. New HBox. If I drop this in here, obliterated. Vanished. Oh, it's up here? Cool. If I find the button in there, I now can't resize it. Unless, okay, so we have to set the custom minimum size after putting it in there. So I gotta put it in there and then set the custom minimum size. Silly. I want to say in general, I like learning how it's done. I enjoy learning how it's done, and I'm down to like accept it and be okay with it. I just feel a little lied to. That it was somehow easy. Okay, so cool, great. So now it's in an HBox. Looks good. Let's make a duplicate of it. So now we have another button in there. Looks great. So what I had to do to make that work is I changed the custom minimum size X. I only did X. I didn't even do Y. And then it appeared in here. You got me some docs. Got me some docs to look at. You posted this style guide in Discord. Oh, that's the thing you were telling me about? Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you. Someday I will refer to that. And I will be so thankful. Okay, we last have these 3 here. They're button types with the control node with a texture button inside. Wonderful. And now maybe we can change the texture. Do they need a text box before you finish it? Yeah, that's true. So let's put a label in there. This is the old button type node. Can I just copy this and paste this in here into the new one? Hell yeah. Move this into position. It is a lot smaller, evidently. So I will make the font size larger. Maybe not that large. Maybe not that small. Yeah, sure. It's still kind of small. Give me a 48.5. Yeah, give me a 48.5. Alright, 50 is good. I'm glad you got this working. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. It's definitely getting there. I couldn't have done it without Acert, without Rogi, without you. Like, all 3 of y'all. And probably someone else I forgot about, but maybe not. Really helping me. This way is called Pascal case. This way is called snake case. This way is called constant case. Nice. I'm a big snake case fan. I kind of do snake case everywhere. You successfully got a hover and pressed animation working smoothly. Just sent. Nice! Okay, cool. Alright, I will definitely look into that. I was no help this. No, you were. Nope, you were. You guys taught me a lot, though. I hear you. I hear you. But you still do a really good job at finding help and suggestions and resources, even if it's not an engine you're used to. I do want to apologize if the live stream is skipping or it's giving us some gray bars. My ISP is doo-doo face, but I'm going to try to change it soon. It might help. For now, I can only apologize on its behalf. Thank you for your patience. It seems relatively stable for now, but that might change momentarily. All right, so got the label in there. Looks good. I'm going to call it, I'm not going to label eager. I'm going to call it just label for now. It lagged maybe 2 seconds. Okay, good. It's hard. From my end, all I see is that it is lagging. And I can't always tell how bad it is. I can tell if it's really bad, but I can't always tell if it's a little bad. Went straight to HD this time too. Nice. All right, so there's the label in the middle. Wonderful, beautiful. And we have 3 instances of it. If I come back to the dialogue scene, I do notice that the buttons, the labels aren't appearing, which is exciting. They don't want to appear. You don't want to have the text in there. It's kind of weird, right? It's definitely there. Why you not appearing here? That seems odd. It's probably the ISP, but YouTube streams have been sketchy lately across the board. Oh yeah, someone, maybe you said that before too. Where's my label? Is it because I pasted it? Did it not like that I pasted it? I could put a fresh one in. If you'll behave better. I'll do anything you want. Just say the words. Okay. I can't test it until I rename these. So let me rename these. Button eager. Button even. Maybe it'll appear when I test it. Button distant. Show me the something. Oh. Invalid set index scale. Oh, so this doesn't work anymore. Because, so we have to do, the words stay hydrated. So we have to do, scale doesn't work for the texture buttons. So I've got to do animation in order for it to work at all. Okay, so then just don't do any of this. Just comment this whole section out, please. Label, label, label. You can still do that. Just scale the texture button, not the control. Oh. Okay. Gotcha. Oh, and I see I didn't even do the percent right. I feel silly. I didn't even do the percent in the correct place. But wait, maybe it will work. It might not. But technically I didn't have it accessed as a unique name. So it might, that might be the problem. It might not be. But it also might be. That was the problem. Maybe. Except it doesn't work though. And that's probably the problem you were saying. We have to put it deeper in there. Which is going to be an issue because this script is somewhere else. That's a bit of a problem actually. Because I can't reference it since it's not in the same scene anymore. That's a big issue. I need to be able to do the control node Otherwise, I can't reference it unless I just redo a bunch of the scripting. Code should be in the button. Yeah. Well, now that we're doing it this way, yeah. Before it worked, but now that we're doing it with the instanced buttons. That's true. I guess I could put it on both, right? I'm sure that's not problematic. Oh gosh, please don't put that one in there. No, 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 no. Touch script. We want it to be daylog. Wait, does that even have it anymore? Wait, what is this anymore? Where is daylog.gd? Why is it not in here? Where does daylog.gd? Oh, it's in a folder? Okay, gotcha. My good God. Message meta, message type. Okay, this is the one. This is the new script. This is the one we want to be on there. And then I want to attach it to all of these. Oh, it's changing. Oh, I see why it's changing it too. Because this says extends panel instead of extends control. Oh, I didn't realize that it changes the icon. Wait, oh man, there's some weird stuff happening, you guys. There's weird stuff happening here. I don't know about this, guys. We got problems. I feel like this is just like not the way that I've done this. Wait, but why did it work before? I think I'm too tired. I think I'm too tired to push it this far. Let's see. I'll tell you what. I feel like this is a great thing to pick up next week. All right. I would highly recommend deleting 2 of them and just getting one to work. Yeah, that's fair. Again, just, you know, the code. But the code is already used to it this way. The redo starts next time, now that we learned how. Right. Check it. Yeah, I am going to do that. I'm absolutely going to check yours out before we stop. The question is, do I bother saving this? I think I do. But what I want to know is, am I going to be able to revert? Let's say I want to go back to this version or this version. Am I going to be able to go back double? That's what I want in my life, is to go back multiple versions. Because I don't love the idea of saving this. I will, but I don't love it. Doesn't make me happy. But I'll do it. I will do it. And the label looks so weird. There's just so many weird things. Like, that's not what the label I made is. It's not the label I made is. Look at this. Get it out there. What's it doing out there? Oh, okay. At least it's appearing in here. That might be a pivot point issue. Oh gosh, I have no idea. There's so many things to think about. All right, I guess I will save this. It's a great learning experience. It's all a great learning experience. I'm going to push it reluctantly. Glitchy, half-done button types. Trying to reimagine how button types function with instanced scenes, and it's requiring some retooling. Honestly, you know what I really want to do? I really just want to start this project over from scratch. That's like what I really want to do. I want to like completely start it all over. I hate the files lying around that we don't need, that if I delete, Godot gets angry at me. But like inevitably I'm gonna run into problems again. But it's all for learning. It's all the point of all of this is to learn, not to have this great game at the end of it. Like, I do want a great game, but way more than that. I want to learn the tools. So, I mean, look at you writing actually good Git commit comments, making all of us look bad. Honestly, I learned that from Dreams, because Dreams had the version notes, and I don't know, I'm a big redoer. I like to do an experiment and redo, and I like to go back and see where things went wrong. So I gotta give props to Dreams for that. Join the delete side. Yeah. Speak for yourself, Acer. Gotta also realize remaking it while knowing what to do is very, very quick. Yeah. Yeah. All right, let's close this. You would watch a restart. I mean, at this point, I think the most difficult part, would be the first-person controller, because I followed the tutorial so closely that I don't know that any of it really sunk in. But all the more reason to do it again. So maybe some of it sinks in. But I think that's the right decision. I think starting over is the right decision. All right, let's see. So Acer has improved the animation conflict issue. Acer gave us a perfect example of hovering over buttons with an animation built in if you use the mouse. And now there is a pressed edition on there, because as I tried to experiment adding in the pressed, it would conflict with the hover. But some hours later, Acer has resolved this issue, and now we are going to witness the glory that is Acer's solution, and we're going to learn. So I'm going to import a project file. I'm going to give it an empty folder. We're going to call it Acer's UI2. Select it, import it, and let's go. Stormrun says, each time I restart in UE, I forget how much of a pain creating a landscape material is. About got it down now, though. Dude, restarting in Unreal is way worse than restarting in other engines, I find. I've never tried to create a landscape material. It's relatively intuitive how I did it. Should be able to see how it works. I'm really hoping you can implement this into your project. Me too. Again, I just have to do it without mouse stuff. I feel like yours is going to be all mouse stuff, which is fine. All right. What do we got? What do we got here? We got some variables being set. Label text. Oh, you did the label text? Nice. You got the label text. Oh, and you got the texture? Oh my gosh. Acer. Dang. Okay. We got all that set up. We got these shorthand variables. Maybe test it first. All right. Hold on. Hold on to your heliocopter bot. So we got animation player, texture button label, texture button, debug label. Very nice. Good to have all that. And mouse entered. I just want to see what would change, because we were looking at this before. Mouse exited, so it plays it. We've got some debug text to tell us when it's hovering. We got some debug text to tell us when it's pressing. Nice. That sounds helpful. On animation player, animation finish. So we got a new signal. Very interesting. All right. So you've got some more specificity about when things start and stop, which is really nice. All right, here we go. So we can hover it. We got the hovering message. Let's zoom that in. It looks quite good. And if we press and pull up the input, interesting. Interesting. So it does seem like it is based on after you've pressed it. So it's not like an active pressing animation. You've separated them. You have it so first it's hovering, and then when we let go of the button, then it plays this pressing animation. So it's kind of like this delay. But it's all really separate. It's a nice separate thing. Let me see if I can break it. I don't think I can. I'm clicking them all over the place. Total click down. Things had to be in sync for this to work and for the animations to line up. Yeah. Would it be possible, I wonder, to have the press down override the hover? I like it. I like it. It's way better because it's solid and it works nicely. It's just got a little delay to it. You know, it's just got a little delay to it. But it works super well, and the debug text is a really helpful thing, I imagine, especially setting it up. And so for that animation, there's the hover, there's the pressed. That's basically what's happening. The press down animation's first keyframe is identical to the hover's last keyframe. I guess what I was imagining, so on my input preview, right, you can see it turns yellow. I would imagine that when it lights up, right, the left click. So I would think that when we do left click, then it goes down. And then when we let go, then it comes up. So it's actually kind of responding to my press, right? Instead of like this, it's like that instead of like that, you know? But it's good. I don't know if it quite solves the problem though of being able to have the press happen. Yeah, and so there is the press down. So if we come back into the script, it's an amazing accomplishment. So you're using the, no doubt, you're using the texture button pressed, right? I could do that, but trust me, there's no point to do that unless we are in VR. Hard disagree. I mean, first of all, I don't know that I need it for my project. So let's be clear about that. Second of all, I completely disagree. I mean, there's got to be a button somewhere in the world I can find that demonstrates. Give me a button. Somewhere, give me a button. The internet? Does the internet have buttons? I mean, here's a button right here. I apologize for the obnoxious background on my browser. I didn't mean to use this browser today. Okay, so if I click on it, see immediately that P lights up. Yeah, I mean, come on. It's the most normal thing ever for you to click down. Let me move this. Okay. So there's the Discord button, all right? If I click on it, the pressed animation happens right away. Those are color changes. Okay. But my point is that the animation, which is super easy, this is changing scale. Well, yeah, I know it's hard. I know it's difficult. I understand that. But when it comes to button feedback, it's got to be immediate. It can't be a delayed button press. It just doesn't make sense. It's like nothing happens. Like, did I press it? Like, I don't even know if I pressed it. Only if I let go. You know what I'm saying? I'm a fellow UI snob, Lise. I get it. Thank you. Thank you. Responsiveness feedback is very important. But you achieved something very interesting. Is there anything specific else that you wanted to draw attention to in here? Let me see how you organized it. It looks like it's all the same pretty much. You can usually make it mouse down if you want. Yeah? All right. Let's see it. So I would think that I want to come to the node signals here. I don't know. I have a feeling it's gonna, maybe it'll be great. So the mouse down, the only thing is, or button down. Button down. The only thing is, we then have to define the up. Right? So if I take what you have and pressed, right, I'm just going to cut that out. And then let's disconnect this function. Get it out of there. And then add button down. No, you don't. No, you don't. The hell you do. You can, but you don't have to. Oh, because the pressed might as well just be an up. I think I see what you're saying. I don't think we can undo this, though. Hey, what's up, Freaker? I don't think undoing this is going to be possible. I mean, a little bit. Oh, we can undo it. Maybe. Probably not. Just replace press with mouse down. Oh, yes, that's what I was doing. That's what I was doing! Acer? Okay. So wait, let me disconnect this. Button down, connect it. And then I'm gonna paste what was in there. Just like that. I apologize on behalf of my ISP if it's being a little glitchy. It may not be, it may be. I apologize. My internet's crappy right now. It sucks. But it'll recover and things will be fine, probably. So, great. So there's down. We still need an up, though. The thing is we still need an up. You're saying, no, you don't need an up. Oh, that's what you meant by no, you don't. Is, no, I don't need an up. Okay. Oh, I thought you were saying, I see. Good job, Teen, that isn't arguing at all. I genuinely misunderstood what Acer was saying that too. So that makes me the jerk. Like, I'm the a-hole here. But yeah, this is much better. And it doesn't break. So why doesn't it break? Okay, now this is what I'm talking about. Now that's what I'm talking about. Okay. There's a chat delay and I wasn't being specific, sorry. That's okay. I'm sorry too. I apologize too for getting so angry and saying your name like this. Acer. Okay. Yeah, this is great. This is quite nice. I like this. Now, how did you solve it? Like, what made it different? What made doing this? Now that I see that you did solve that, And we can have them overlapping, and it doesn't cause an issue. Yeah, it looks good. No, it does. It doesn't break because only one animation can play at a time no matter what. Right. Right. Oh, you have a toggle here. Okay. So you've got it set up where if hovered, so there's a hovered variable, which is set to false by default. Surely we had some connection issue there, right? I feel like we're getting a wave, get another ISP wave, and the animations flow into each other perfectly. Yeah. Right. So yeah, go through the code. It should make sense. Right. So there's this hovered variable set to false, and this gets set to true when the mouse is hovering it. A little pixely, but no real lag. Went away fast too. Okay, cool. That's good. Thanks for letting me know. I actually appreciate it. So it gets set to true when we hover over it. That makes sense. And then when we exit, it gets set to false. That makes sense. If the animation player... Oh, interesting. If the animation player is set to pressed. So why would you use an exclamation point here? Because I thought exclamation point was for toggling. But why would you toggle after an if statement? If animation player, current animation, it negates it. Oh, so it's like an... Wait, what do you mean negates it? Read it as not. Oh, really? How do you know you're lagging? YouTube stream? I know because my broadcasting software shows me a little... I'll see if I can get it. My taskbar is getting in the way. I started auto-hiding my taskbar, and it doesn't always auto-hide because Windows. And sometimes it just covers up. No, don't load a new OBS. I swear to God. I swear to God. Don't you dare. Yeah, you just have to trust me. Oh, you know what I could do? I could show you. This is going to be a little chaotic. But pretty much right there. So this will go red whenever it starts lagging. And this is my current video bitrate right here. So it's currently streaming at about 15,000, which it's supposed to. And then this will drop down. It'll just like tank and come back up and tank and come back up. And this will go to red. And then that's how I know. And then if it's really, really bad, then the stream here, I have these stats that show. This will go to reconnecting and be red if it's really bad. All right. It's okay, I didn't mean to distract you. That's all right. So Acert says, if the current animation is not pressed, gotcha. The placement of the exclamation point is pretty misleading. I wonder why it is before the reference to the property. You're saying it could be somewhere else? I would imagine it to be exclamation point equals equals, but maybe that's too much symbols together. That works too. Your OBS looks pretty. Oh. Mine is all black. Oh. I don't know. Maybe I changed it because it was like a slightly bigger font size. That's probably why I changed it, if I did. Okay, so we've got if exclamation point, if it's not hovered, so it does the opposite. That's interesting. Didn't know that. I just write out the whole thing, and then to negate it, I put the exclamation point in the beginning, just a style choice. Well, because there is no equal sign here. So, like, where would you even put it? I mean, I guess for this one, it makes sense. So this is saying if not hovered and if animation player is not playing. So this is something endemic to animation player. And if those are both true, I didn't know that, this not thing. I did not know that. That's really helpful. And then so it'll just know that hovered is false. So you're just so it would be the same thing as saying hovered false, right? Like this is, well, that's not quite the same. Why didn't that do what I think it would? You can imagine parentheses is basically exclamation point. Okay. I mean, this would work, right? Like, I'm pretty sure. I'm just the false and together was throwing me off. Oh, yeah, no, that works. Okay. So this is the same thing. You're just writing it in a way that's a little cleaner. I like it. And AP is playing, or is not playing. So that sets the debug text to nothing. So no debug text if we're not hovering and if the animation isn't playing. Got it. And you also have this function ready. It's setting the texture. Right. So you have the different textures. Oh, I forgot about that part. Right, you got the different textures. And that's because it has the texture button. And so before, or right at the start, I think that's what ready is. That's like at the beginning of the game, or as soon as it runs. It loads the texture. And the texture is the variable. Export file. This is the interesting way that you did this. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So this is a special setup here once at the start. So I was trying to do like export variable, you know, texture, you know, equals, and then do all this stuff. Right, whatever it is. Oh, I love you just the asterisk. Oh, that's nice. It's nice. It's fancy. It's fancy. As soon as it loads the node. Nodes are technically loaded in a specific order, so that can matter. Totally. You know, it makes sense. It checks out. So, I mean, I do wonder, like, if this would be the same as this. I guess I could try it, but I'd have to set the exports, and I'm not going to do that. But you're using this special export file instead. Export a string property as a path to a file. The path will be limited to the project folder and its subfolders. See export global file from picking from the entire subsystem. Wow. All right. I like it. And then, so that is what it's setting at the beginning. And so if we go to each button in the inspector on the test scene, we'll see that the file is listed right in here on each button. Very nice. Looks good. Wow, that really worked. That works nicely. And then during it, right, that's keeping the debug text off. And then when the mouse enters, sets hover to true, it says if the animation is not currently set to pressed. So that's to say if it's hover. So you could just as easily say, but you wouldn't want to necessarily say that in case there's another animation, right? So you could say if it's set to hover, play hover. But I guess if you do it this way, it could be different somehow. So if it's not set to pressed, then play the hover animation. And also show the debug text hovering. When the mouse exits, set hover to false. if the current animation is not pressed and you exit, then play it backwards. So bring the hover off, turn the hover off, or reset the hover. We also have this on animation player animation finished, which is a node, I assume, from, or a signal from the animation player. Yeah, so the animation player has a signal on animation player finished. Nice. And so only when it's finished and we have anim name. What is anim name? I missed that one. Anim name. So is that just, this is like an endemic function or method or whatever to animation players, I guess. Control click. It's not opening. Oh, you defined it up here. I see. Oh, I forget about these. Right. So you've defined this argument in the function. Well, I forget about that. The text is so big I can't see it. Yeah, and I don't like wrapping. I tried wrapping it, but I kind of hate it. That is a parameter. You put the name of the animation in the function. Right. Dude, I forget you can do this. Man, that's something. I don't know if I would like think to do that on my own. I forget about this being possible, but it seems pretty dang useful. So if the anim name, the string, and it's getting this string name, but it's still, I'm still a little confused where it's getting the string from. You can't always. Keep in mind, Godot auto-created this function. Oh, I love parameters. Some of my functions have 3 or more parameters. Yeah, with the first-person controller, it does have that. And I just, like, followed the tutorial. And it had, like, so many parameters. I was like, what is this? And I still just, like, don't think to do it. It's the name of the animation that has finished. But how does it... Oh, I see. I see. So it's pulling this from... So it's relevant to the signal. I see. So the signal is what makes this understood. Gotcha. So if anim name is set to pressed and hovered is true, so all you gotta do is just say hovered. These are some things I forget about so much. I would straight up every time do set to true. I would just never, I don't know how many years of my life it'll take to remember. I can just write it so human readable. If it's set to pressed, so it's going to check the animation when it's finished to see what its name is. And if that name is pressed and hovered is true, then it's going to play the animation hover. So at the end of the pressed animation, so when this ends, it goes back to the hover. Now it's interesting because if I'm not hovering it, right, because hovered's not true. Oh, I see. If I pull away before it's too late, or before it finishes, it won't be hovered. Nice. There's an argument to be made that it is more readable that way, especially for beginners. Right. I think that's a good argument myself. If pressed is done and your mouse is still over the button, it hovers. Right. So if you never change that, it's probably not a bad thing. Yeah. It's cool though. This was an edge case. An edge case I didn't originally catch. Right. When we first set this up. Yeah. Right. That you could potentially not be, or that it needs to be reset to something manually at the end or whatever. On texture button down, play pressed and set it to pressing. So that was the main thing that you that made it kind of work, was checking when the pressed animation is done. If you're still hovering, play hover. And so it just already knows to not do that if you're away. And if you're still there, play the hover. Because if we get rid of that, which I'm very curious to get rid of it, if I'm being honest, against some better judgment, you know, then we have to hover it again. It doesn't reintroduce the whole bug, but then it won't hover at the end unless we go over it again. So it kind of like resets it a little bit. The main thing, to be honest, was keeping track of the hover state of the button and actually using that. In version 1, I literally just didn't keep track. Right. Control K is a bit safer. Good tip. Yes, I knew I wasn't doing it ideally. Well, this is a nice solution. Let me play the outro music. Well, I gotta wait a second. But this is a really cool example. I think you could have a better clipboard than me, so you wouldn't lose things on accident. It's a great clipboard, as long as I don't restart my computer. As long as the computer doesn't crash. Yeah, you can, if you have Windows 10 at least, you can do the Windows key and V, and then you have to turn it on, but then you get this like clipboard that saves a bunch of stuff. It's pretty cool. It's pretty useful. But y'all, this is a cool thing that Acer did for us. We got lucky that Acer came through. Acer had some great advice, some great lessons to teach us. You know, I would want to try to translate this into being used with the keyboard, because I do think this is a better way. It looks nice to get the animations, to get it a little smooth when these things happen. So I think next week, I really want to try to, I don't know, am I going to remake the entire project from scratch? Maybe. If I do, I don't know if we'll get this far. I don't know if we will get this far. But I would love to implement this in with keyboard stuff when I do. So when will I? I don't know. Did I teach you Windows Plus for emojis too? You turned me that. You taught me that. You're the one who taught me that one. Yeah, that was all you. Keep in mind, yours is much simpler. There's just a hover animation. That's true. That's true, but you know where it would be, Acer? Is in the meta menu. So if which we could just make it go away or something. But what I kind of want is that when you hover over these different ones, right? And I would love for it to like slide out the window or the meta menu. Just like slide it out. Zoop, zoop, zoop. Zoop, zoop, and then like goes down and goes back up. So I do have some ambitions of complexity. And then for the meta menu, it would be nice if when you choose that, it does sort of a pressed animation, and then the text happens. So I definitely have some ambitions there. I hate the idea of rebuilding it, but I hate the idea of continuing in the messy project that we have. But it's been a really great learning experience today. I appreciate everybody helping out. It's been such a great, yeah, man, it's been so good. We taught each other stuff. Well, not just in this stream, but in general, in life. Wow, look at all these windows. Yeah, 8 hours. I am invested. I love learning. And I love getting to share me learning with you guys. So thank you for being a part of that. I'm not an expert in basically any of these engines. Oh, okay. I can't close the settings. That's cool. That's always nice. There we go. I'm not an expert in any of these engines. I'm a total deep noob, and I will be for a while. But I appreciate that you all come along for this journey. I gotta give big shout out props to the patrons who have supported this channel for a while. Thank you so much for that financial support. It means a whole lot. And if you want to get a special Patreon perk, you actually can, and you don't have to pay anything. Head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev, hit this join for free, sign up with your email using Google or Facebook or whatever, and you will get in your email inbox a special live stream. It's a top secret live stream that you can only get if you sign up on Patreon. You don't have to pay money like these wonderful, beautiful, amazing people. You can be wonderful and beautiful and amazing without giving money. And you'll get a free live stream with it. So I do that every Friday. It's a secret live stream, not on YouTube, top secret, and I send a whole newsletter with it too. So check that out if you're interested. I also want to give a shout out to the members. We got members up in here. Woof up, what's up? I said woof up. I saw Beth Anniel. I was like, Beth, woof. And that's just what came out of my mouth. I want to give a big shout out to the members on YouTube as well. Thank you so much. You'll get some emotes. You'll also get access to the member streams, super secret member streams. There's no free way to get those though. You just have to be a member on YouTube to get those. So thank you guys again for being members. I appreciate it. You can head over to the channel page, hit join to check that out. And yeah, that's about all I got, y'all. That's about all I got. If you're watching this after the live stream, I got news for you. You can watch the previous episode in this series by tapping or clicking on the left there. And you can watch this next episode for the series by tapping or clicking on the bottom right. Again, if you're watching this after the live stream, tap in the bottom left to watch the last episode in this series, and tap in the bottom right to watch the next one. Leave a like, yeah, thumb it up if you haven't yet. All right, y'all, take care. Thank you.